Harper Audio presents It Happened One Season by Stephanie Lawrence, Mary Balogh, Jackie D'Alessandro and Candice Hearn. Performed by Simon Preble and Anne Flosnick.
Dear reader, we had so much fun writing the novellas in It Happened One Night, 2008, that we decided to do it again, with a difference. In that book, each story used the same plot elements. Hero and heroine meet at an inn. They have not met for 10 years, and their story encompasses 24 hours. We decided upon those common plot points, and the result was 4 quite distinct novellas. This time we decided to let a reader dream up a storyline. Avon Books' resulting competition drew more than 1,000 entries, from which we had the unenviable task of selecting 12 semi-finalists. We looked for a plot line that would challenge us, yet not make it virtually impossible for our stories to be different from one another. We narrowed the field to 4. Then readers voted online for their favourite plot. The winner was Phyllis Post. This was her submission. 1. The hero, younger brother of a titled lord, had a career in the army but has lived as a recluse since returning from the war with France. 2. The heroine is shy or unattractive and after many seasons has never had a suitor. 3. The hero's brother has only daughters and asks his brother to marry to try to ensure the succession. This is the story each of us has written. Our conviction again is that our individual voices and imaginations will have created very different stories. We hope you agree. Enjoy. Stephanie Lawrence, Mary Balogh, Jackie D'Alessandro, Candice Hearn. To Phyllis Post, with many thanks for providing us with the winning plotline of the stories in this anthology. We have all had great fun working with it. We hope you and all our readers enjoy the results. Stephanie Lawrence, Mary Balogh, Jackie D'Alessandro, Candice Hearn.
The Seduction of Sebastian Trantor by Stephanie Lawrence. Prologue. Sebastian Montgomery Trantor sank back in the wing chair angled before his library's hearth and smiled rather smugly at the blaze roaring in the grate. There was something intensely satisfying in sitting snug in his own home while beyond his walls a tempest raged. Outside, the wind moaned, rising to a banshee-like crescendo before dying away to a dismal drone. Rain swept in sheets across the lead-paned windows, punctuated by the staccato patter of hail. It was a very good night to be safe inside. Brandy glinted in the cut crystal tumbler on the table by his elbow. The weight of the leather-bound tome he was perusing felt comfortable where it rested across his thighs. Gaze fixed on the leaping flames, he reached for the tumbler, sipped, savoured the complex flavours as the brandy slid down his throat, felt the warmth of the fire on his booted feet. All were comforts he'd worked for, had envisaged, planned and striven to achieve, and now he had them. The Gothic monstrosity of Grimmelby Abbey that he'd purchased when it had been one step away from irredeemable ruin had been transformed into a modern home sporting every comfort. His investments had prospered further, enabling him to indulge his interest in ancient languages, scripts and cryptography. His library would make any expert swoon. He'd found and employed staff who, like him, appreciated a quiet, restful life, one undisturbed by unnecessary fuss. These elements, a large, old but comfortable home, and the staff to go with it, money enough to do as he wished, an excellent library, and the few other material comforts he enjoyed, had been the stuff of his dreams through the years of his army service. As a second son, he'd done his duty, and as was his nature, had enjoyed the endeavour while it lasted, especially as his knack for ciphers had ensured he was in frequent demand for special assignments, in turn ensuring he'd never been bored. But the wars had been over for several years. On returning to England, he'd set about assembling his dreamed-of future life, and now it was his to wallow in and enjoy. Smiling again, he set down the tumbler, picked up his book, and focused on the page of Mesopotamian hieroglyphics he was slowly working his way through. He'd barely completed a line when someone started hammering on the front door. Not just a knock, but a ceaseless battering. He frowned, listened to his butler's footsteps as Finlay crossed the tiles of the hall to the massive oak front doors. Faint sounds of an arrival reached him. The library door muffled the voices, yet apparently Finlay had admitted whoever had sought aid. From the desperation of the hammering, aid had been the goal. Imagining an overturned carriage or some similar mishap, and having every confidence that Finlay would deal with the matter quietly and expeditiously, Sebastian refocused on his page. The library door flew open. He raised his head, but recognizing the intruder's bootsteps, didn't rise. His brother Thomas strode directly to the fireplace, bringing a lingering scent of ozone and rain. Without looking his way, Thomas bent and held his hands to the blaze. Sebastian glanced back to see Finlay standing in the open doorway, a question on his face. "Bring another glass." Sebastian looked at Thomas. "And prepare a room for his lordship." Finlay bowed and withdrew. Sebastian heard the door click shut. Before he could ask what had brought his brother out on such a night, Thomas whirled. Sebastian was shocked by the haggardness in his face. "What is it?" Thomas stared at him, after a moment opened his mouth, then glanced at the door. "Oh, wait, I don't want to be interrupted." Sebastian obligingly possessed his soul in patience, while Thomas fell to pacing agitatedly before the hearth. Eventually Finlay returned, bearing a tray with another tumbler and the decanter of port Thomas favoured. Finlay set down the tray, then glanced at Thomas. At his curt nod, Finlay poured a generous dose of the port, restoppered the decanter, and handed the glass to Thomas. "Thank you, Finlay," Sebastian said. "That will be all." Finlay bowed and retreated. Thomas swigged a sizable gulp of the port. Inwardly wincing, he'd rarely seen his brother so distraught. Sebastian murmured, "I'm surprised to see you. Isn't Estelle's time near?" His sister-in-law was expecting her fifth child, one everyone held high expectations would be Thomas's long-hoped-for heir. "The time is nigh. Well, now." Thomas took another gulp, then lowered the glass. "She's had the baby." Thomas's grim tone declared the news wasn't good, but he then fell into a brown study, staring at the half-full glass in his hand. "And?" Sebastian prompted. "It's another girl." "Ah. 5 girls. 5. Thomas raised his head, set his jaw. "I've come to tell you, no more. Estelle says no more, and I agree with her. Aside from all else, having girl after girl does nothing to protect the estate. Quite the opposite. Do you have any idea of the costs involved in dowering, then puffing off 5 chits?" Sebastian had no idea, and didn't want to know. Had lived in the fond hope that he would never have to know. Thomas drained his glass, set it on the mantelpiece, and fell to pacing again. "Estelle and I, the whole purpose was to have an heir to whom the estate can safely be passed, but after 5 daughters, it's clear she and I are not going to bring about that so desirable end." "I see." Sebastian had a dreadful premonition as to where this was leading. "Precisely, and as it can't be me, it'll have to be you." Thomas halted and fixed his gaze on Sebastian. "For the sake of the estate, and heaven help us, the Trantor name, you'll have to bite the bullet, marry some chit, and get the family the heir it needs." Sebastian flirted with the hope that he'd fallen asleep over his hieroglyphics and he'd wake up and discover this was all a nightmare. But no, Thomas kept talking, his gaze boring into him. "You're the only one who can do it. You know what'll happen if you don't. After you, Mad Freddy will inherit the lot and promptly lose it at cards or on some flea-bitten nag. The notion doesn't bear thinking about. Even if you and I won't be around to see it, it still doesn't bear thinking about." That was hard to argue. Mad Freddy was the family nickname for their cousin Frederick, only offspring of their father's younger brother. Suffice it to say that not even his doting mother Pamela turned a hair at hearing her darling so described. There was no denying Freddy's propensity for foolish wagers and idiotic starts. Even his late father had recognised the problem and left his own estate in trust until Freddy reached the age of 40. However, as the primary estate of the Trantors was tied to the title of Viscount Coningsby, that Thomas currently held, as matters stood, on Thomas's death, the estate would pass first to Sebastian, 9 years Thomas's junior. If Sebastian had no heirs, the point that had, with the birth of his latest niece, become critical, then on Sebastian's death, the estate would pass to Freddy. As Freddy was a good 13 years younger than Sebastian, there was an excellent chance that, barring Sebastian's marrying and begetting an heir, the estate would, in the fullness of time, fall into Freddy's hands. Thomas raked a hand through his auburn hair. "Frankly, the family will be on your doorstep as soon as they hear, badgering you to marry without delay. Once they learn of our latest effort, they'll panic. At least all those who draw from the estate will, and with good reason." Sebastian raised his brows. "Oh, why? Oh, that's always puzzled me. It's not as if they stand to lose anything. The estate will continue to thrive in either your hands or mine, and they're all much older than us. Even your girls, all 5 of them, are likely to be married and safely supported by their husbands before you turn up your toes." "True, but if you imagine that's going to keep our aunts and cousins from panicking at the prospect of Freddy ever inheriting, you'll need to think again." Thomas paused, then added, "I think it's the uncertainty, the prospect, however remote, that something unexpected could happen to both of us, and then they would indeed be faced with dealing with Freddy." Sebastian grimaced. "They can't deal with Freddy. No one can." "To be perfectly honest, I'm less concerned with our aunts and cousins than with all the others who, should the unexpected occur, and both you and I die, will be left without a hope. Not just my girls, but all the people on the estate. Hell's bells, you and I have known them all our lives. What odds that should Freddy inherit, within a year the estate will be bankrupt and they'll be dismissed and turned out of their homes?" Sebastian sighed. "I doubt you could find any bookmaker willing to take that bet." "Exactly." Thomas dropped into the armchair on the opposite side of the hearth, his gaze on Sebastian's face. After a moment he said, "I never thought I'd have to ask this of you. I know you've never seen yourself as the marrying kind, but for the sake of the family, the name and the estate, can you see your way to taking a wife?" Sebastian could almost hear the bugle, could feel the tug of loyalty, of familial devotion. He was accustomed to answering duty's call, no matter how irksome, and really, how hard could it be? "Yes, all right. I will." Thomas blinked. "You will? I mean, I hoped you would agree, but I wasn't sure." Sebastian picked up his glass, sipped, and started to plan. "It's February. The season will start soon. I'll go up to London, look over the candidates, and find one who'll suit." He glanced at the amber liquid in his glass. "And then I suppose I'll do what I can to get us our heir." He glanced at Thomas, saw his brother sink back into the chair, saw some of the haggardness leave his features. "Thank God!" Thomas met his eyes, almost managed to smile. "There's hope for the Trantors yet." Chapter 1. 3 months later, Sebastian sorely regretted his altruism. It wasn't the begetting of an heir that had him stumped. It was the detail that preceded that, the securing of a suitable wife. Although he'd scouted far and wide through the ballrooms, drawing-rooms and salons of the capital, thus far he'd found not a single likely candidate, not a single young lady whose company he could stomach for longer than 5 minutes. For some, his tolerance could be measured in seconds. Which was why, after taking one turn about Lady Rothbury's ballroom and confirming the absence of any chit he hadn't already struck off his list, he slipped away. Walking quickly and silently down the corridors, he penetrated deeper into the unlit portion of the Rothbury mansion. He'd been there once before. If he recalled correctly, his lordship's library was at the opposite end of the house from the ballroom, which would make it the perfect bolt-hole. He would have left the house altogether, but his aunt, Lady Fothergill, had said she would attend. She'd expect to see him doing his familial duty and dancing with young ladies, but as she'd yet to arrive, he saw no reason to prolong his exposure to the garrulous hordes. Not only were most of the young ladies on the marriage mart certifiable twits, or if not that, then painfully shy. Far too many of them giggled. Some even simpered. A sense of relief filled him, much as when he'd sighted English pickets after a quick trip behind enemy lines, when he reached the end of a dark corridor and the library door. Grasping the knob, he turned it, blessing Lord Rothbury when the door opened. Not that a locked door would have kept him out. There was no lamp left burning, but faint moonlight flooded through the uncurtained windows. A quick survey confirmed the room was empty. He stepped in, closed the door, then paused and looked at the lock. There was no key in it, but it was the work of a minute to trip the lock with the small tool he still carried in his pocket. Old habits died hard. Heaving a sigh of relief, feeling tension and the sense of being constantly hunted drain away, he glanced around the L-shaped room. A large mahogany desk stood facing the door, an Admiral's chair behind it, with piles of correspondence neatly stacked on either side of a leather-framed blotter. A lamp stood on one corner of the desk, but lighting it would result in a weak glow showing beneath the library door. Turning to survey the shorter arm of the room, Sebastian saw a wing chair tucked in the corner, facing the distant window, yet remaining wreathed in shadow. A lamp stood on a small table alongside. Crossing to the table, he lit the lamp. By its glow, he scanned the nearby shelves. The last time he'd been there, he'd been searching for a particular volume of ancient texts. His lordship shared his interest in such things. Ah, this will do. Drawing out a hefty tome, he opened it, then sat in the armchair, settled comfortably, and gave himself over to Herodotus in the original Greek. Not Mesopotamian, but as a distraction it would do. Uncounted minutes later, the doorknob rattled, jerking him back from far away. Smugly smiling at his forethought in locking the door, he waited to hear footsteps retreat. After a moment of silence, the sound of metal sliding and probing inside the lock reached his ears. Inwardly swearing, he reached out and doused the lamp. Whoever was breaking into his lordship's library could pick locks too. It took them longer than it would have taken him, but eventually the bolt clicked back. A moment later, the knob turned, and the door was cautiously opened. His eyes were still adjusting to the moonlight. The large and heavy book held closed on his lap, he sank back in the armchair. Its wings would conceal him while he waited to see who entered the room. He couldn't see the door, but if they went to the desk, he'd be able to peer around the chair's side and see them. Unless the intruder looked specifically into the heavily shadowed corner, they were unlikely to notice him. Tabitha Makepeace glanced quickly around the library, then whisked inside and shut the door. Pausing with her hand on the knob, she debated, but then reluctantly released it. Locking the door would make her feel safer, but she might need to beat a hasty retreat. Faint moonlight washed through the uncurtained windows, lighting her way as she crossed quickly to the desk. With any luck, no one will come this way, but I'll need to return as soon as I can. Muttering to herself was a bad habit, but as long as she was alone, why not? Especially when she had to focus on a task, the commentary was helpful. She searched, found tinder, and lit the desk lamp. She adjusted the wick and shade so a pool of light fell on the desktop, then dumped her reticule on the desk's corner, drew up the Admiral's chair, sat, and considered the front of Lord Rothbury's desk. Where exactly would he keep such information? In a notebook kept specifically for the task would be my guess, my hope. A journal, perhaps, but as the intention would be to conceal the information forever, a notebook's more likely. So where? Here? Eyes on the desk, she nodded. Yes, I'm sure it would be here. She glanced at the door. If he keeps the door locked, perhaps he might feel safe enough to just leave it in a drawer. Leaning forward, she drew out the first drawer on the left. 10 minutes later, after much muttering and rummaging, then putting everything back exactly as she'd found it, she sat back, frowned. I knew he was fastidious and pedantic. That's why he's certain to have written the information down and kept it all in one place, in one book. But who could have imagined he'd be so compulsively neat? There's not even one chewed pencil or half-used stub of sealing wax, let alone an errant piece of string. She gave a contemptuous snort. So, it'll be here, neat, safe and secure, most likely in a hidden drawer or compartment. She glanced around the library again. She'd been working in the light, so the shadows beyond the desk appeared denser. She returned her gaze to the desk. I'd still wager it'll be somewhere in here rather than on the shelves. Bending once more to her task, literally, she checked under the knee-hole, then systematically checked each drawer for length, depth and width. There has to be some anomaly somewhere. 5 minutes later, with a huff of frustration, she sat back and regarded the disobliging piece of furniture. She narrowed her eyes. I know you are hiding it, but where? Abruptly, she sat up. Your desktop is remarkably thick enough for a hidden compartment. She pulled out the top left drawer, put her hand in the gap and felt upward. But even reaching to the back of the space and feeling carefully with her fingertips, she detected no line or telltale gap. There was no give in the wood forming the upper surface of the space. All right, not there. Replacing the drawer, she searched above the drawer to the right, with the same result. The centre drawer, then. She broke off, sensing triumph. Of course, that's it. Hurrying, she replaced the right upper drawer, drew out the centre drawer and set it on the blotter. Even though there's a lock on the centre drawer, he doesn't lock it, but just keeps his pens, ink, pencils and so on in there, so no one would suspect that that's where he hides his secret documents. She felt around the upper surface of the space in which the centre drawer fitted. Yes, there it is. Now, where's the catch? Perhaps if I push on the front centre of the panel. A distinct click rewarded her. Oh, yes, the panel hinges down at... Yes. There's a notebook. Triumphant, she grasped it, waved it as she straightened. Pushing back the drawer, she set the notebook on the blotter. Pulling the chair closer, she sat straight, drew in a huge breath, then almost gingerly opened the front cover of the notebook. It was a slim, black cloth-covered volume, the sort many gentlemen used to keep appointments, addresses, or wagers. Wagers of a different sort this time, she murmured, as scanning the entry on the first page, she confirmed that she'd found what she'd come for. The payments are noted, obligingly neatly, and yes, they start just when Suzanne said the blackmailer first contacted them, in late March, just after her engagement was announced. And more payments followed. She flicked over a page, frowned. But they get progressively further apart. She flicked back and forth, page to page. The time between the first payment and the second was a week, but then the period between became 10 days, then 16. And, thank you, sir, Rothbury's noted the details for his next payment. Next week. She whistled. 5 ponies. That's £500. To be paid? She stared at the words neatly inked on the page, then flicked back again, checked. What are these words? Latin? I've heard them somewhere. Lauds, terce, sext. Aren't they the hours monks observe for their prayers? Something like that. Papa will know. I can inveigle it out of him. Frowningly studying the notations, she mused, So, in all his entries, Rothbury's noted the amount demanded and the date in plain English, then a time in Latin, and if that's the time he's to make the payment, then these words on the following lines must be the place. Frustration gripped her. She'd come so far, she wasn't in any mood to be denied. There must be some trick to it. She tried to sound out the word she assumed was a location, but it was an impossible construction of consonants. Certainly not phonetic. She looked back over the 5 previous payments noted. Wherever there should be a place, there's a random collection of letters. She spelled another supposed place name aloud. ELJZELDMUFTPCLTRF. What godforsaken language is that? It's a code. What? She jerked upright and spun around so abruptly the chair nearly tipped over. She ended flung against the curved back, gripping the arms, staring at a man, a gentleman, as he unhurriedly rose from the depths of an armchair tucked in the shadows across the room. The chair faced the windows. Until he stood, she hadn't been able to see him. He straightened to his full height and started toward the desk. Her heart was thumping. He was still beyond the circle of light thrown by the desk lamp. She couldn't see him clearly, just his outline. Yet she sensed masculine power, felt a titillating frisson of danger. His stride, long and languidly graceful, did nothing to dispel the effect. His body, long-limbed, broad-shouldered, solid yet lean, underscored it. Ex-military, she guessed, and hoped that meant he'd be easily led. Then the light found his face, and she jettisoned the thought. Steel-grey eyes locked on her face, his gaze level and far too acute. His lips were firm, his jaw squared, his cheeks long and hollowed beneath sharp cheekbones. Sable hair was fashionably yet conventionally cut. He was immaculately dressed, his style reserved and severe. Brummel would have approved. Most striking of all was the aura of purpose that emanated from him. As he neared, she felt her heart speed up, felt her lungs constrict, felt irrationally irritated that in order to hold his gaze she had to risk getting a crick in her neck. "Who are you?" She assembled a frown and directed it upward. "And what the deuce are you doing here, skulking in the dark?" Halting beside the desk, he considered her for a moment, then one dark brow arched. "Strange. I thought to ask you the same questions." His voice was deep, resonant, hypnotic. She inwardly shook herself. She was hardly some impressionable miss to be beguiled by a handsome face, a melodic voice. She tipped her chin higher, endeavoured to look superior. "I'm here on a mission. And you?" Attack would undoubtedly be her best defence. He tugged one earlobe, his lips faintly curved. "I suppose you could say I came to the house on a mission too, but I've decided to leave it in abeyance for the nonce." He glanced at the notebook she still held open in one hand. "But you were trying to decipher a code." She frowned and looked down at the indecipherable writing. "How do you know it's a code?" "Because I'm an expert in such things." Sebastian held out an imperious hand. "May I?" The lady, not exactly young, yet not that old either, hesitated, but then, albeit reluctantly, offered the book. He took it, wondering why his instincts insisted he should feel pleased she complied, that she'd trusted him that far. Why wouldn't she? Opening the notebook, he smoothed the page. She watched him. He could feel her gaze on his face, beaming from bright tawny hazel eyes, lushly fringed by red-brown lashes. She had the most amazing hair, a welter of tightly curling, flaming red locks. Even though someone had tried to restrain them in a conventional topknot, errant strands had escaped and wreathed about her forehead, cheeks and nape. Her skin was the rich, creamy silk, not quite translucent, occasionally found in combination with such fiery hair. Now he was closer. He could detect a faint smattering of freckles across her nose. She was fine-boned, fine-featured, yet the curves delectably encased by her tight bodice assured him his estimate of her age wasn't wrong. She was mature, heading toward ripe, which he suddenly realized was one of the things that had been wrong about all the candidates he'd thus far examined. From the corner of his eye he saw her eyes narrowing. Her face was heart-shaped, her chin decidedly pointy, but her lips were luscious and wide, ruby red and tempting. He flipped over the notebook's pages, noting that Rothbury had made one entry per page on 6 pages. She shifted, stretching up to look, then point. One delicate fingertip indicated the line of apparently random letters. "This is the part I can't make out." "Indeed, the part in code." He glanced at her, caught her eyes. "But what's the rest?" She sat back, frowned up at him. "Never mind about that. Can you make out what the coded bits say?" He considered the coded line again, then flipped back to the earlier entries. "Yes, certainly. In time." She sat forward. "How much time?" It wouldn't take long, but he wasn't going to lose his only connection to, only hold over, this strange and distracting lady, not until she'd satisfied his curiosity. It had been a long time since he'd felt curious about anything involving a woman. In order to interpret code accurately, it's usually necessary to have the context. Her eyes narrowed even more. She frowned, direfully. Entertained, she really did have a black frown, and he couldn't recall the last time anyone had tried to frown him down. He was about to explain the meaning of context, when her gaze left his face. To boldly assess him, to measure him up, then down. Then she considered. At last, lips tight, she looked up at him. "I assume the coded part is a place name or directions to some place or spot, some location." He held her gaze. "The location the blackmailer stipulated for his payments." Her expression momentarily blanked, then she scowled, ferociously, at herself. "Damn it! I said all that out aloud, didn't I?" When she glanced up at him, he nodded. She huffed and glared at the desk. "It's a bad habit. Don't ever get into it." After a moment, he shut the notebook, waved it. "Are you going to tell me what this is all about?" She studied her hands, lightly gripping the desk's edge, then glanced up and met his gaze. "Can you really read codes?" "I said I could, didn't I?" "In my experience, gentlemen are rarely truthful." "Forthright." He raised his brows. "I am." She didn't back down, just considered him some more, then asked, "How did you learn to read codes?" "I've a natural talent, and I was in the army. The commanders learned about my knack, and so I was forever being called in to decipher and decrypt enemy orders, and to intercept them. I became, and still am, something of an expert." She fell silent. He gave her a moment, then tried another tack. "You haven't yet told me your name." Coolly she replied, "You haven't volunteered yours either." "Trantor. Sebastian Trantor." He sketched a bow. "At your service, Miss—" She seemed to come to some decision. "Makepeace." She shifted to face him and extended her hand. "Tabitha Makepeace." He closed his hand about her delicate fingers, briefly shook them. Reluctantly releasing her, he held up the notebook. "And this?" Tabitha didn't want to trust him, but she needed the information in that little black book, and he seemed to be the key, very possibly her only key. And he had fallen into her lap. Looking a gift horse in the mouth was usually unwise. "I'll tell you, but you have to promise to hold what I reveal in the strictest confidence. It was revealed to me in confidence by others, and concerns them, not me, so I couldn't reveal their secrets if you don't promise, if you won't sincerely swear never to repeat what I tell you." Without hesitation, he held up one hand at shoulder height, his large square palm toward her. "I, Sebastian Trantor, solemnly swear never to reveal a single word of what you tell me, on pain of death." He sounded like he meant it, even the last part. Impressed by his impulsiveness, if nothing else, but loath to show it, she nodded curtly. "That will do." "Very well. Where to start?" She drew breath and plunged in. Since the beginning of the season, several young ladies of my acquaintance have become engaged to be married. That in itself is nothing unusual. However, in 4 instances, I noted that soon after the announcement appeared in the Gazette, the young ladies and their families retired to the country. That was odd. Indeed, knowing the young ladies involved, it was distinctly strange. I suspected something was wrong. She'd suspected something else. But I visited one of the young ladies in the country, and she told me the truth behind her retreat from town. She and her family were being blackmailed. Let me guess. The words held a certain menace. There's something in the young lady's past that, should it become public knowledge, would scupper the match? Exactly. I checked with the other 3 and found the same tale, and while the, for want of a better word, transgressions involved are all different and all ridiculously minor in the wider scheme of life, if those transgressions were broadcast throughout the ton, all 4 matches would be in jeopardy. She drew breath and went on. I spoke to 2 of the fathers involved, asking about the blackmailer and what was being done to bring him to justice. And were promptly told to mind your own business. She looked up, met his eyes, saw understanding rather than condemnation in his gaze. She inclined her head. Indeed. They were full of fear that any investigation of any sort would upset the apple cart and destroy the alliances they were otherwise so happy to have made. They, the 2 with whom I spoke, were convinced that the blackmailer's demands would cease once the weddings took place. She held his gaze. But I can't see that happening. What I believe will happen is that the fathers involved will cease to receive demands. I think the demands will go to their then married daughters. He nodded. Of course. If the secrets, whatever they are enough to endanger the wedding, then clearly they can later be used to threaten the marriage. Which brings me here. With one hand she gestured at the room. Lord Rothbury is one of the fathers involved. I haven't spoken directly to him, but his daughter Suzanne is one of the blackmailer's targets. That's why she's not here tonight, but in the country. Tonight's ball was already arranged, so the Rothburys couldn't cancel without raising questions. So they've put it about that Suzanne's recovering from overexcitement at the prospect of her wedding. Her disgust at such a slur being cast on her friend by her own parents rang in her tone. Leaning against the desk, Sebastian considered the intriguing Miss Makepeace. How is it that you know these 4 young ladies, all of whom are targets of a blackmailer? She tipped up her pointy chin. We belong to the same association, a club of sorts. A ladies' club? He raised his brows. I didn't know there were such things. He deliberately made his tone dismissive. As he'd hoped, she bristled. The sisterhood was established 6 years ago. We have a very active membership. Indeed. And what does the sisterhood do? She narrowed her eyes at him. We discuss things. Such as? Men. Ah. His eyes locked on hers. He managed not to grin. Does that take much time? Her gaze grew flinty. If you must know, understanding the ways of gentlemen is essential to the well-being and future happiness of young ladies expected by their families to wed. As they cannot easily avoid the altar, then best they front it with a sound understanding of how to interact with their husbands-to-be. A novel notion. One many of the young misses in Lady Rothbury's ballroom could greatly benefit from. So all 4 ladies you've identified as targets are members of the sisterhood. Is there any chance that the blackmailer learned of their secrets through the club? He was impressed that she didn't immediately discount the idea, but after frowning consideringly for several moments, she shook her head. I doubt that could be. I didn't even know they had secrets of such a nature, so I can't see how anyone else might have learned of them. She met his gaze. I'm the club's president, and besides, these secrets are not the sort of thing young ladies chatter about, not even with their closest friends. And, she slumped back in the chair, I asked, and they all swore they hadn't breathed a word to any acquaintance. Well, they've clearly told someone at some point, but as neither you nor they have any idea whom, let's leave that angle for the moment. Tell me, why is it that you, specifically, have taken on this mission? I gather exposing the blackmailer is the mission to which you earlier referred. She nodded. Again she considered him, then her lush lips twisted wryly. Her gaze remained steady on his. Let's just say that I have a great deal of empathy for their predicament, and feel that it's incumbent on me, almost by way of paying a debt, to assist them and free them from the blackmailer's coils. Looking into her hazel eyes, he was tempted to ask who had blackmailed her, and when, and what had happened to them, and who had saved her. But he sensed any further probing would be one push too many, at least at that moment. Later, she was intriguing, a puzzle in many ways, multifaceted and fascinating. She was rather like a piece of code herself. He was looking forward to discovering her key. The single fact that, once known, made the rest of her make sense. He hadn't felt so enthused about learning a lady's secrets for a very long time. The consideration behind the steel-grey gaze trained on her face made Tabitha feel odd. She couldn't place the strange sensation, a trepidatious thrill. He seemed an unusually observant man. Being the concerted focus of an inquiring and intelligent mind, perhaps it was understandable she felt both wary and excited. She cleared her throat, focused her own gaze on the matter at hand. She nodded at the notebook he still held. So can you decipher the location stipulated for the payments? He looked at the notebook entries again, flipped back through the pages. Yes, it's a straightforward substitution code. See? He shifted to show her one entry, with a blunt fingertip underlined a section of the coded location. The letters EL-JZEL, 6 letters, with the first 2 letters being repeated for the 5th and 6th. That 6-letter string occurs either at the beginning of a putative location or at the end. Shifting closer, she looked as he flicked pages and showed her. It's in every entry. She glanced up at him. So what does it mean? Church. I'm almost certain it means that. Not many other words have that geometry. First 2 letters as last 2 letters, with only 2 in between. She felt her heart sink. Do you have any idea how many churches there are in London? Hundreds, I imagine, which is why we need the rest of the code. Sadly, I can tell from that one word that the substitution isn't just a matter of replacing one letter with the next in the alphabet, or anything like that. Rothbury knows something about codes. He's used a key. What sort of key? She swung to glance at the desk. He would have written it down. He writes everything down. I don't think so. Trantor stood, his gaze tracking the volumes in the shelves behind the desk. I think he'll have used a page in a book. A book? She swung to face the shelves, then scanned the library walls. There are hundreds of books in here. Yes, but we only need one. Trantor's deep voice was calming, and I've a feeling I know just which one. Stepping away from the desk, he glanced back at her. We can't take the notebook. Rothbury will panic, and I take it we want him to go to the next rendezvous and make the payment, so we can keep watch and catch the blackmailer when they come to collect. How had it turned into we? She decided to fight that battle later, after he'd supplied the location she needed. I'll make a copy. Make sure you don't miss any letters, and I'll need all the entries. I'll need the earlier ones to check the validity of any deciphering I do. While you copy, I'll follow my hunch and see if I can find the key. What if you can't? She was already smoothing a fresh sheet of paper on the blotter. Don't fret. I'll still be able to decode the locations. It'll just take a great deal longer. His tone suggested he was already absorbed. A glance over her shoulder revealed that he'd pulled one particular tome from the shelf and was swiftly scanning page after page. She bit her tongue against the impulse to ask what he was doing, exactly what he was looking for, and why in that particular book. She could ask later. They needed to get whatever they had to do done and leave the library, or at least she had to, in order to return to the ballroom before too many of her connections realized she'd disappeared. Selecting a pencil, perfectly sharpened, of course, from his lordship's neat stack, she opened the notebook to the last entry and started transcribing the entries in reverse order. She just finished a last check of all 6 entries to make sure she hadn't missed or jumbled any letters when her unexpected co-conspirator gave a satisfied humph. "Got it." He glanced up from the book in his hands. "Page 197. Write that on your copy." He shut the book as she turned to do so. "What title should I write?" She spun back around, pencil in hand, met his grey eyes. "And shouldn't we, take it?" "No need. I have a copy in my library. I'll just need the page number, and I can work from there." "Excellent." She spun back, set the pencil back in its assigned place, then folded the sheet of paper and reached for her reticule. Trantor plucked the sheet from her fingers. "I'll take that." Before she could protest, he tucked it into his inside coat pocket. His gaze roved the desk. "We need to get everything back exactly the way it was." "Precisely what I intended to do." She closed the notebook and returned it to the hidden compartment, closed the hinge panel, then stood as Trantor obligingly lifted the centre drawer and eased it back into place. She surveyed the desk, found nothing amiss. "Good. Now—" She broke off. They both looked at the door, heard the footsteps approaching. She swiped up her reticule, slid the cord over her wrist as she swung to face Trantor. "Where can we hide?" She looked into his steel-grey eyes and realized she expected him to answer, expected him to save them. He didn't let her down. She had a second's warning, a subtle shift in the clear grey. Then he seized her arms and hauled her to him. He bent his head, in a whisper repeated, "Where do we hide?" Answered as his lips lowered to hers. "In plain sight." Then he kissed her. Like a lover, like a man who had every right in the world to part her lips and drink her in, to claim her mouth, to slide his arms about her and lock her to him, as the latch clicked and the door opened, as her senses spun. "Oh, I say." Through the haze of sensations fogging her brain, Tabitha recognized Lord Rothbury's stentorian tones. Then came a titter. She didn't care. She just wanted more of the firm lips moving so confidently over hers, more of the tantalizing taste of him, more of the wicked caress of his tongue. Trantor broke the kiss. His lips, hovering over hers, murmured, "Play along." Slowly giving every appearance of languid reluctance, Sebastian lifted his head and turned to survey their audience. Inwardly swore as he recognized the ladies lurking behind Rothbury. His lordship he might have been able to inveigle with some slick tale, but Lady Castor and her sister Mrs. Atkinson had had him in their sights, hoping to snare him for one of their daughters. No mystery why Rothbury had chosen to visit his library in the middle of a ball. By the same token, the pair of gossiping harpies wouldn't be satisfied with any glib excuse. His lordship was still in shock, his mouth opening and closing to no effect. Finally, he found his tongue. "Trantor? And is that Miss Makepeace?" His tone suggested utter incredulity. There really was no help for it, and if some part of him cynically noted that he felt no real qualm in taking the only solution that presented itself, he ignored it. "Indeed, sir." Summoning what he hoped was a besotted smile, he looked down at Tabitha Makepeace, still securely held in his arms. She'd been trying to turn and face the threat, but he prevented it. Not having to let her go seemed an excellent idea. But for the moment, still smiling fondly, he released her, but caught her hand, raised it to his lips, and pressed a lingering kiss to her knuckles. The horrified widening of her bright eyes suggested she guessed something of his intent. Before she could say or do anything to endanger the smooth execution of his plan, one which, with any luck, would save them both, he glanced at Lord Rothbury, smiled at Lady Castor and Mrs. Atkinson. You're the first to learn our news. Miss Makepeace has just done me the honour of agreeing to be my wife." The shock on Tabitha Makepeace's face would have instantly given them away. Luckily, she was still facing him, and not their equally stunned audience. "Have you lost your mind?" They'd just parted from their host, Lady Castor and Mrs. Atkinson, in the ballroom's foyer. Sebastian had glibly excused them on the grounds of having much to discuss, then, with Tabitha on his arm, had turned determinedly toward the stairs. Somewhat to his surprise, he was feeling distinctly self-congratulatory as he escorted his recently acquired fiancée down the main stairs to the Rothburys' front hall. Outwardly fetchingly distracted, but apparently inwardly aghast, at least she'd waited until they were out of sight of all others before protesting. "No, that was the only way to get us both out of there without having to explain ourselves. If you think for a minute, you'll realize it was the only possible way forward. We need Rothbury to go ahead with his upcoming meeting, remember? We could hardly tell him what we'd really been doing in his library." "Yes, but you have no comprehension of what will come of this, what repercussions will ensue. I'm not sure most people will even believe it." "Why?" He glanced at her. "Are you so unmarriageable?" She looked ahead. Under her breath returned, "You could say that." He was intrigued, but before he could decide how to further probe, she frowned. After a moment, eyes narrowed. She turned her head and caught his gaze. "I just realized. I know why I was in the library, but why were you there?" "That doesn't matter." And it truly didn't. He smiled pointedly, patted her hand where it lay on his sleeve. "Now buck up and smile for the nice butler." Her lips curved in an expression of sweet docility that was patently false. He didn't need to hide his appreciative grin. "Who did you arrive with?" Her lips thinned, and she looked ahead. "No one." He blinked. As they continued steadily down the long staircase, he murmured, "Even I know that's not acceptable." "Well, it is. When you're over 25, people stop worrying." He bit his tongue. How could anyone stop worrying about you? Probably wasn't a wise thing to say. "How did you get here?" "My father's carriage. And before you turn into a bore and start lecturing me about driving through London streets alone at night, my coachman and groom have been with our family for years." "And doubtless would obey any instruction she gave, no matter how outrageous, or potentially dangerous. Clearly Miss Tabitha Makepeace needed taking in hand. The notion sat remarkably well with him. That kiss had mellowed him to an amazing degree. Who would have thought he'd meet such a firebrand, a lady of such promising, alluring and enticing passion, in Lord Rothbury's library? She even had a mission, a real mission, a dragon for him to slay. He'd missed that, the action, the excitement of pitting his wits and will against a foe. "In that case," he said as they neared the foot of the stairs and Lord Rothbury's butler came hurrying from an anteroom, "I suggest we depart forthwith." Stepping down to the tiles, he halted and glanced at her as she paused beside him. He arched a brow. "Unless you'd prefer to go back to the ballroom and face the music." She met his gaze, then shuddered, eloquently. Turning to the butler, she said, "My carriage, please, Baxter." Baxter shot him a suspicious glance, but bowed and replied, "At once, miss." As Baxter retreated, Sebastian lowered his voice and asked, "Where do you live? I suspect, being your fiancé, I should know." "Bloomsbury. My parents rent a house on Bedford Square." "Excellent. I'm staying at my brother's house in Cavendish Square. I'll see you to your home, then walk from there." "I could drop you off on the way to Bloomsbury." No. He needed to know which house to call at tomorrow morning. "I'll use the walk to think through the code." Baxter returned with her cloak, a deep russet velvet, a shade darker than the russet of her silk gown. Both shades complemented her complexion and her wonderful flaming hair. Sebastian took the cloak and draped the soft folds over her delicate shoulders, then escorted her onto the front steps. A black town carriage had just drawn up. A groom leapt down and opened the door. He tightened his fingers about her elbow in warning and heard her sigh. She waved a hand his way. "This is Mr. Trantor, Trevor. He's insisting on seeing me home, so will be travelling with us to Bedford Square." She looked up at the ancient coachman, peering over the side of the carriage. "So it's just home, Gifford?" Gifford cast Sebastian a measuring glance, but if anything, viewed him with approval. "Aye, miss." Feeling he'd managed the situation thus far reasonably well, Sebastian handed Tabitha up into the carriage, followed her in, and sat beside her. Trevor shut the door. An instant later, the carriage rocked, then rattled off. An instant after that, Tabitha swivelled to face him. "I can't believe you think this is a good idea. If any of the Rothburys' guests haven't yet heard the news, they will before they leave. Lady Castor and Mrs. Atkinson are two of the biggest gossip-mongers in the town. They'll make sure absolutely everyone hears the stunning news. So we've just left a ballroom full of people believing that we're engaged. It'll be all over town come morning." He settled against the squabs. "So?" The carriage was comfortable, not spanking new, but in excellent condition. He knew nothing about the Makepeace's circumstances. He supposed he'd have to bestir himself and look into such matters. Tabitha stared at him, unable to accept his utter imperviousness to the calamity that, courtesy of his ridiculous assertion, his wonderful plan to save them, was now hanging over their heads. "Engaged," she repeated with greater emphasis. "To be married." "That is the general interpretation." "But we're not." She felt as if steam were issuing from her ears. "You can't just tell people we are, then walk away." Bad enough that they were lying to the entire town, but for her, specifically her, to be the perpetrator of such a fraud was, aside from being all but unbelievable, and therefore certain to be talked of, me misleading the town on such an issue, only to later deny it, is the sort of behaviour for which people are socially exiled for life. He regarded her with calm curiosity. "Are you so enamoured of the town, then?" "That's not the point. The point is I live with these people, go about among them, consort with them constantly." "Do you want to expose this blackmailer and rescue your friends from durance vile?" His calm but uncompromising tone pulled her up short. She drew breath. "Yes, but—" "Then I suggest you play along for the nonce. Once we've solved the riddle and exposed the villain, then we can decide we won't suit after all." His lips curved. "I hereby give you permission to jilt me once my usefulness in your mission ends." He held her gaze. "What could be fairer, or more sensible than that?" Sebastian watched her chew on the question, waited patiently until she'd reluctantly realized that there was no good answer. Then he asked, "So, are we in agreement?" The black look she cast him would have made the devil quail. "Oh, all right." Chapter 2. "I realize this is highly irregular, but, sir, ma'am," Sebastian embellished his plea with a courteous inclination of his head, "if you will indulge me, I'll endeavour to explain." It was 9 o'clock the next morning. He stood in the Makepeace's townhouse in Bedford Square, on the carpet in the centre of their drawing-room, and gaze fixed on the older couple seated on the sofa, waited for permission to proceed. Over breakfast he'd thought to ask his brother's butler, Wright, if he knew anything of the Makepeaces who resided in Bedford Square. After consideration, Wright had informed him that he believed the family were known as the eccentric branch of the Wiltshire Makepeaces, the gentleman being said to pay far more attention to books than to the world around him. Sebastian could empathise. During his brisk walk to Bedford Square, he considered how to use the fact to his best advantage. Mr. Makepeace, whose attire alone would have declared him a scholar, quite aside from his tufted white hair and the heavy-lensed spectacles perched on his nose, blinked owlishly. In contrast, Mrs. Makepeace, a comfortable-looking matron with what Sebastian hoped he was correctly reading as an unruffable composure, looked decidedly intrigued. It was she who declared, "By all means, Mr. Trantor, do proceed. You perceive us agog." A swift glance at Mr. Makepeace suggested that might well be true. Behind the thick lenses, his blue eyes gleamed shrewdly. Sebastian proceeded with all due caution. "I should preface my explanation by informing you of my situation. My brother, Viscount Coningsby, has been unable to provide the family with the heir needed to ensure the title and entailed estates remain in safe hands. Consequently, I have agreed to step forward and do my duty by the family by marrying and begetting the required heir. Prior to this year, I had not planned to wed. Since returning from the wars, I've been pursuing my long-held interest in ciphers, codes, and ancient texts, and have been restoring Grimaldby Abbey in Lincolnshire into a suitable house for myself and my library." As he'd hoped, Mr. Makepeace now looked as intrigued as his wife. He went on. "As anyone in the town will tell you, since the beginning of the season, I've been attending the usual balls and parties, attempting to identify a young lady suitable to take as a wife. All to no avail. Last night I attended Lady Rothbury's ball. Despairing of finding any suitable party there, but expecting to meet my aunt, Lady Fothergill, once she arrived, for the interim I took refuge in his lordship's library. I was reading when your daughter, Miss Tabitha Makepeace, entered the room." "She was attending a ball?" Mrs. Makepeace cast a puzzled glance at her spouse. Mr. Makepeace observed, "Tranter here saw her in the library, not the ballroom." He waved at Sebastian to continue. "I dare say that was her goal. I can't imagine her willingly whirling down any floor." Sebastian kept his lips straight, inclined his head. "Indeed. She was dressed for the event, but dancing wasn't her purpose. It transpired she was on a mission of sorts, one that, after I surprised her in the act of execution, so to speak, she consented to explain to me, in confidence, a confidence I am honour bound to preserve. However, I believe I can say that I consider her mission and her motives both laudable and honourable, and I subsequently volunteered to assist her in achieving her goal." Mrs. Makepeace's puzzlement was now coloured by curiosity. "You surprised her in the library, and thereafter she told you what she was about?" He felt compelled to admit, "I have a talent that she lacks, yet requires in order to proceed with her mission. Regardless, I am not insensible of her trust." He drew breath, went on. "Indeed, my appreciation of her trust played a definite part in what happened next. In short, we were engaged in pursuing her goal when we were discovered in the library by Lord Rothbury, Lady Castor, and Mrs. Atkinson." Mrs. Makepeace pulled a face. "Rothbury you might have talked your way past, but the other two are inveterate gossips." Her eyes lit. "So you were engaged on a secret mission with Tabitha that resulted in you and she being caught in a potentially compromising situation. What did you do?" "In order to explain our presence there, alone, in private, I declared that Miss Makepeace and I had repaired there to plight our troth, that she had just done me the honour of agreeing to be my wife." Both Makepeace's eyes flew wide. Sebastian hurried on. "As I have assured Miss Makepeace, if once her mission is complete, she wishes to dissolve our engagement, she may do so in whatever way she chooses. I will abide by her decision, whatever it may be." Searching the elder Makepeace's faces, he chose his words with care. "However, I will confess that, despite the brevity of our acquaintance, I find Tabitha much more to my taste as a wife than any of the flibbertigibbets inhabiting the Ton's ballrooms. I therefore find myself in an unusual situation." Neither of his listeners made any comment. Their attentive expressions encouraged him to continue. "In pursuing her goal, Miss Makepeace will court a certain danger, and while I respect and support her objectives, I cannot in all conscience allow her to be exposed to that danger, and not when I can shield her from it. Consequently, regardless of all other circumstances and considerations, I will not step back from aiding and protecting her. I will continue to assist her with her mission until it is concluded and all danger is at an end. For that reason alone, I would ask for your indulgence in allowing our unexpected betrothal to stand, and for your assistance in supporting the protective facade for however long it is required. Pausing, he met both Makepeace's eyes. However, I also wish to declare my interest in preserving the fiction of our engagement, specifically my intention to pursue Miss Makepeace's consent to making what has commenced as a mere facade into a reality. I am, therefore, requesting your permission to pay my addresses to her, albeit in an unconventional way. In order to progress with her mission, it will be necessary for me to spend considerable time in her company, and I intend to use that time, I suspect the correct phrase is, to woo her. Both Makepeaces blinked. Before either could speak, he went on. From comments she let fall, I understand that she views herself as unmarriageable, certainly incontrovertibly on the shelf. I don't agree with that assessment, but I foresee that it might require a certain degree of persuasion to convert her to my view, to convince her that, while she may not be the conventional perfect wife, she may yet be the perfect wife for me. He fell silent and, clasping his hands behind his back, waited. Mrs. Makepeace looked even more fascinated. You intend to use the opportunity presented by the situation to woo Tabitha? In a nutshell, yes. And, Mr. Makepeace said, in order to proceed with both courtship and mission unhindered, you're asking us to support and lend credence to the charade of your betrothal. Sebastian nodded. With a view to transforming the charade into reality, to convincing Tabitha that we should. Excellent! Mr. Makepeace beamed, then turned to his spouse. I rather think we ought, don't you, my dear? This scheme sounds like the sort of odd approach that might work. He glanced smilingly up at Sebastian. And clearly Trantor here will fit into the family. To Sebastian's relief, after regarding him intently for several moments, Mrs. Makepeace nodded decisively. Quite. She smiled, looking remarkably content. I commend you, sir. Your approach would do even my husband proud. Husband and wife exchanged an affectionate glance. Sebastian didn't make the mistake of thinking either elder Makepeace anything other than exceptionally shrewd. He bowed with real gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, I will strive to live up to your expectations. Mrs. Makepeace's smile was unnervingly understanding. I believe you will, sir. But that's Tabitha's footsteps hurrying this way, so let us end by wishing you the best of luck. Mr. Makepeace murmured, Hear, hear. Sebastian had presented himself at the front door at precisely 9 o'clock, the earliest minute any polite caller could seek entrance to a gentleman's residence. He'd reasoned that the elder Makepeaces would be available, most likely having just finished breakfast, but that Tabitha, having been out until late, would probably still be abed. His strategy had proved sound. He could only give thanks that his timing had allowed him and the elder Makepeaces to reach an understanding before the advent of his betrothed, his unconventional intended. He braced himself to meet her again. The door burst open. Tabitha entered in a rush of air and energy, her hair a semi-tamed mass of burning curls framing her heart-shaped face. She stared at him, then at her parents, her expression one of outright shock. She brought her gaze back to him. What are you doing here? Sebastian arched his brows. Naturally, I came to discuss our situation with your parents. She was wearing a plain light green morning gown and looked as delectable as a fresh apple, crisp and tart with an underlying sweetness. Stunned anew, Tabitha swallowed, then looked at her parents. We had to put it about that we're engaged. Her mother beamed. Yes, dear, we know. Mr. Tranter kindly explained all about your mission. Well, no details, of course. He wouldn't break your confidence. But that he's assisting you, and to do that, and excuse your presence in Rothbury's library last night, it was necessary to invoke the facade of an engagement. Before Tabitha could respond, her father remarked, "Quick and nimble thinking. Quite impressive." She wasn't all that surprised that her father would appreciate such an aspect, but unfortunately, as Lady Castor and Mrs. Atkinson were privy to Trantor's declaration, it'll be all over town by now, and as you well know, there'll be repercussions. Talk, speculation to an outrageous degree. Indeed, her mother smiled with satisfaction. It'll be delightfully entertaining watching everyone exercising their imaginations, all to no purpose, of course. Tabitha frowned, trying to interpret her parents' attitude. You seem remarkably complacent over this. Oh, of course, dear. How could we not be? You don't seriously imagine we'd do anything to curtail your mission, or whatever it may be. If Trantor believes it to be, I believe his description was, laudable and honourable, then clearly it behooves us to support you in this, and if assisting in a sham betrothal is what's required, then of course your father and I will stand behind you, or behind you and Mr. Trantor, as happens to be the case. Hoodwinking the entire ton, not that they'll ever know of it, is well within our scope. Her mother sent a smiling, approving and amused glance at Trantor. Tabitha's wits were still reeling. Her stomach remained clenched tight. She could barely credit that Trantor had, unaided, having never met her parents before, managed to not only smooth over the situation, without disclosing the details of her mission, but had succeeded in gaining her parents' support, their absolutely essential support, and all in 15 minutes. Her maid, tipped off by Biggs, the butler, had come rushing up to inform her a gentleman by the name of Trantor, the same gentleman who had driven home in the carriage with her last night, was closeted with her parents in the drawing-room. She'd leapt from her bed and had wasted only the minutes necessary to be decent before rushing down the stairs and into the drawing-room. She stared at Trantor, but he seemed unaware of having achieved any extraordinary feat. He certainly wasn't preening. If anything, he appeared appropriately appreciative of her parents' understanding. Her parents might appear gentle and woolly-headed. In reality, they were as sharp as 2 pins. Trantor eventually met her gaze, then stirred. He glanced at her parents. "If you will permit it, ma'am, perhaps I might speak with Miss Makepeace privately?" Her mother graciously inclined her head. "As you are currently engaged, I see no reason why you shouldn't." She glanced at Tabitha, arched a brow. Tabitha leapt on the chance. Yes, of course, sir." She bobbed Trantor a belated curtsy. "If you will come with me." To her parent she added, "We'll be in the back parlour." She led the way to the door, and Trantor followed. The elder Makepeaces watched the pair exit the room. When the door clicked shut behind them, Mr. Makepeace grinned. "Well, that was unexpected." "Indeed, dear." Mrs. Makepeace patted his hand, then rose. "But then the best things often are." Tabitha opened the door to the back parlour, held it as Trantor followed her in, then shut it and swung to face him. "What the devil did you tell them?" He'd walked further into the room. Halting by the sofa, he glanced back at her. "The truth, of course, carefully edited." She studied him. Last night she hadn't had any real opportunity to. Standing as he was some yards away, the light from the wide windows fell over him and revealed facets she hadn't seen in lamplight. The set of his jaw, the calculation behind his grey eyes, the intent focus that seemed innate, the masculine grace that invested his large frame, that projected a sense of coiled strength waiting to be sprung. There seemed a great deal more to him than she'd remembered. Growing restive under her gaze, he shifted, looked forward, continued in the same collected tone. "Their active participation in our ruse will be essential, so I took the necessary steps to gain it. Among the benefits of being engaged is that we can meet like this, alone." He drew a sheet of paper from his coat pocket, held it up as he glanced back at her. "I've cracked the code. Do you want to see the results?" She went forward, skirts rustling as she rounded the sofa and sat. She held out a hand. Let me see. He hesitated, then placed the folded sheet in her palm. She took it, unfolded it, started to read. He sat alongside her, beside her, but not so close she felt crowded. As I guessed last night, the locations of all Rothbury's payments, the places he's been instructed to leave his pounds, are churches. I asked my brother's butler if he knew where the churches were. He didn't know them all, but those he recognised were in the city, not in Mayfair. She read through the entries. We'll need to check, but the only church I recognise is the one for his upcoming payment, the Church of St. Clement Danes. That's in Fleet Street. Sebastian nodded. On the border of the city proper. Frowning, she turned to him. But why churches? He shrugged. There are a lot in London, so finding one or dozens within easy reach of any particular spot isn't hard. On top of that, churches are not generally inhabited by thieves or others of ill repute. Leaving even cash there for a short time should be safe. He met her eyes. The choice suggests our blackmailer is intelligent enough to have thought things through. I've not encountered any blackmailers previously, but I wouldn't have expected such careful planning. She wrinkled her nose and turned back to the sheet. That seems to confirm that it's someone from the ton. Not necessarily, although the scheme itself suggests the blackmailer knows the ton and its ways very well. So, Rothbury's to leave his payment in the church at Sext. Midday? That seems an odd time. It's a time most churches, especially those in the city, are likely to be open, but not in use. I'm sure our blackmailer will have checked to ensure no service will be imminent. But Rothbury's meeting is still 7 days away. She lowered the sheet. Surely there's something we can do before then, something we can investigate in some way. He heard her impatience, inwardly smiled. We can check where all the churches Rothbury's visited are. It might suggest something about the blackmailer. Closer to the date, I'll scout out St. Clement's Danes. But beyond that... He waited until she glanced at him, captured her gaze. As matters stand, we'll need to keep up appearances and shore up the fiction of our engagement. He could use 7 days of her company to further his campaign. We need to behave as a newly engaged couple would. He saw intransigence build in her expression, and smoothly continued, I assume you want to be present at St. Clement Danes to identify the blackmailer? The look she turned on him answered the question without her. Of course. Well then, a sound facade of an affianced couple will allow us to go for drives alone together. And if we happen to travel down Fleet Street, no one will turn a hair. She grimaced. They might wonder at what interest takes us in that direction. But you're right. Being engaged will allow us, me particularly, a freedom I couldn't otherwise claim. Well, not in town during the season. His gaze on her face, he noted the perturbation behind her words. What is it? When she glanced at him, he said, Something's troubling you. What? She hesitated. He waited and again felt a small thrill when she pulled another quite horrendous face, then said, It's the deception. Folding the sheet between her fingers, she rose, walked a few paces, then stopped, staring out of the window at the courtyard garden outside. He rose too, watching, wondering. You're worried about deceiving the ton? Not the ton, the sisterhood. Briefly she glanced at him. More particularly the young ladies who've joined and looked to the older ones among us for guidance in the best way to go on. She gestured weakly and looked out once more. I feel I'm setting a bad example for impressionable young ladies. For instance, I know next to nothing about you. Everyone will know we've barely met. It'll appear that I've been swept off my feet by a handsome face and masculine charms, which is both not the case and specifically what we at the Sisterhood preach against. We advise that young ladies go into a marriage knowing as much as they can about the man they will wed, if only to protect themselves from nasty surprises later. Yes, I see your difficulty. She looked at him. You do? He nodded, closing the distance to stand alongside her. He looked out at the garden as if in thought. "You're right. We'll need to concoct a story about how we met, how we came to know each other well enough to contemplate matrimony." He glanced sidelong at her. "That at least will allow you to hold your head high among the sisterhood, and not damage your reputation in that regard." He returned his gaze to the shrubs outside. "As for not knowing me, we can use the next 7 days while we wait for Rothbury's rendezvous to rectify that. Doing so will make you more comfortable, and we have to bear in mind that we don't know how long we'll need to continue this charade, how long it will be before we catch the blackmailer." Her brow furrowed. "I suppose—" The chiming of numerous clocks throughout the house cut her off. The instant the sounds faded, he murmured, "But apropos of concocting a believable tale of how we met, why, when, and so on, I fear we'll need to put our minds to that immediately, because we cannot put off paying another duty visit beyond early this afternoon." She looked at him. "Who do we need to visit?" "My aunts, Lady Fothergill and Mrs. Trantor. They live together in a house in Curzon Street. Even if they didn't hear of it last night, they'll hear the news as soon as they come downstairs. But with luck that won't be before luncheon. However, if we don't appear soon afterward to explain, there'll be hell to pay." He grimaced quite genuinely. "And I do mean hell." He hesitated, then glanced at her, met her gaze, hesitated again, then let his lips quirk. "Apropos of that visit, of setting the scene as it were, and I assure you I fully understand this is a charade, but if we're to pull it off—" Tabitha watched as he drew something from his pocket. He looked down at whatever now lay in his palm, then picked it up and held it out to her. "This was my grandmother's ring. I hope you'll consent to wear it. My aunts will expect to see it on your finger. I can guarantee they'll look." She hesitated, then reached out and took the ring. It was a simple gold band supporting an oval ruby of a rich red hue, surrounded by smaller diamonds. The ruby was blood red. The diamonds sparkled. A heart surrounded by light. It was a lovely ring. She looked up, met his grey gaze. "I'll feel such a fraud." He didn't make light of it. "Consider it stage setting, a prop. This is a charade, but if you don't wear it—" She frowned, looked down at the ring sparkling between her fingers. "If you're sure." "I am." She slipped the ring on her finger. It fitted perfectly. "Great heavens, Sebastian, you could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard." Euphemia, Lady Fothergill, a bluff, ruddy-faced woman of imposing size, smiled delightedly at Tabitha, seated on the chaise opposite. "He's been so very cagey about you, my dear. We had no idea his interest was fixed." "But then," Pamela Trantor said, her soft, die-away voice in sharp contrast to her ladyship's loud and genial tones, "dear Sebastian is nothing if not protective." From her position on the sofa beside her sister-in-law, Pamela smiled fondly at Sebastian, who was standing before the fireplace in the drawing-room of the Curzon Street house. "He's always been very kind to Freddie. Not everyone is, you know." "Yes, well, no surprise there." Lady Fothergill looked at Sebastian. "Does Thomas know? Surely he and Estelle plan to come down to town?" "I've sent a message, but I don't expect to see them at this point. Apparently Eugenia, the new baby, is colicky." "Oh, the poor little thing." Pamela's expression grew doting. "I remember when Freddie was that small. He was such a beautiful baby." Lady Fothergill snorted. "He's just as beautiful now, but sadly no more sensible, and rather less reliable." Pamela heaved a huge sigh. "He's been slow to mature, but I dare say one day—" Her words trailed away. Lady Fothergill threw her a sharp glance, but refrained from further comment, much to Sebastian's relief. He didn't need his aunts explaining his need to marry and beget an heir to Tabitha. Not now, not ever. If there was any explaining to do, he would do it himself at the appropriate time. Later. "Yes, well, He shifted, drawing the attention of all three ladies back to him. Tabitha, a teacup and saucer balanced in her hands, had been regarding his aunts with her customary observant curiosity. "I knew you'd hear the news of our engagement and be badgered for information as soon as you went out, so I came to inform you. The simple facts are that Miss Makepeace and I have a great deal in common, and have decided we will suit." Euphemia regarded Tabitha with a shrewd eye, then looked up at Sebastian. "Just as well, if what I heard is correct, that you were caught in an embrace in Lord Rothbury's library, then the tongue will be buzzing." She looked back at Tabitha. "Makepeace, eh? I'm fairly sure I know your mother. Eleanor Crawley, as was?" Tabitha nodded. "Yes, that's right." "Good. I must send round my card. Bedford Square, did you say?" While Tabitha gave Euphemia her parents' direction, Sebastian reviewed his progress. He needed his aunt's approval and social support to shore up the facade of their engagement. While Pamela, soft-hearted and mild, had been easily won over, Euphemia wasn't so readily led. However, she seemed quite taken with Tabitha in an intrigued and rather bemused way, as if she couldn't quite understand how their engagement had come about, and was determined to winkle out the truth. He was satisfied with that, could work with that. The letter he dispatched to his brother that morning had been brief, merely informing Thomas of his engagement to Tabitha Makepeace and promising to keep Thomas and Estelle apprised of developments. However, in naming Tabitha, he felt compelled to describe her so that Thomas and Estelle might have some hope of placing her. That was the one part of the hastily drafted missive that bothered him. That nagged and niggled. That description had turned quite poetic, and that was so unlike him. He hadn't even known he could think in such terms. He shook off the unsettling memory and refocused on what Euphemia was saying. "I dare say at dinner. I'll call on your parents later today. We'll sort something out." Tabitha shot a glance at her co-conspirator. She hadn't thought of betrothal dinners and the like. The fiction of their engagement was taking on life and threatening to get out of hand, or, more specifically, to get taken out of their hands. She willed Sebastian to save them, and was immediately stunned by the thought. She'd done that last night, several times. It was becoming a habit. Since when did she rely on men to save her? That is, she looked at Lady Fothergill, my sister Lydia and her husband Roe are still in the country, and with Sebastian's brother and sister-in-law also out of town, such celebrations will necessarily have to be delayed. From the corner of her eye she saw Sebastian nod in agreement. But Lady Fothergill only smiled. "Very likely, but Pamela and I will call on your parents this afternoon and see what we can sort out. Don't trouble your head over it. I'm sure your family will be as eager as we are to demonstrate our delight at this development, and that we stand wholeheartedly behind you." Tabitha saw the look Lady Fothergill sent Sebastian, but was at a loss to adequately account for it. Triumph? Why triumph? And why wasn't his ladyship quibbling about Tabitha's suitability? If she knew her mother, she had to know of Tabitha's reputation. If anything, she should be disapproving. Although Sebastian was a second son, and otherwise in tall terms, the match was an acceptable one. Before she could think how to probe for answers to the questions piling up in her head, Sebastian glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. We really must get on." Why, she had no idea, but she readily set down her teacup and reached for her reticule. Sebastian stepped forward to offer his hand. She took it and rose, conscious of the warmth of his strong clasp and of his large body as he stood beside her. Refocusing on Lady Fothergill, she found her smiling benignly. "Go forth and enjoy yourselves." Her ladyship waved them away. "You may leave all the rest to us." Tabitha plastered on a smile, curtsied, and they took their leave. Passing Sebastian as he held the drawing-room door for her, she murmured, "That's what concerns me most, them taking charge of things." As if to echo her comment, Pamela came tripping after them. "And no need to try to catch Freddie, Sebastian. I'll send him a note right now." Their formal engagement dinner was held 2 nights later.
"I feel like I'm on a runaway horse, one with no reins."
A smile permanently affixed to her face, Tabitha paused by the side of her parents' drawing-room beside Sebastian, her co-conspirator, and now formally recognised fiancé. The room was comfortably filled with family members, both hers and his. From the Makepeace side, only Lydia and Ro were missing. Lydia was expecting their second child, and Ro had grown overprotective and didn't like her travelling. Not that Lydia was complaining over missing the season. She vastly preferred their country home over the bustle of town. Tabitha suspected Ro's attack of overprotectiveness was more a response to Lydia's need for an excuse to remain in the country than anything else. Ro doted on Lydia, and would move heaven and earth to give her whatever she desired. In Tabitha's discussions of marriage with members of the sisterhood, she often thought of Lydia's happiness. To her mind, it illustrated her maturing belief that for some women, marriage truly was the most desirable fate, at least with a man they could trust, and therein lay the rub. How many men were trustworthy enough to marry? But that wasn't an issue at stake here and now. She and Sebastian weren't truly engaged. They'd both been circulating, playing their parts. This was the first chance she'd had to exchange a private word.
"Who could have guessed your parents, as well as my aunts, would take the bit between their teeth and run quite so hard?"
His features apparently relaxed. He surveyed the room. She wasn't at all sure his ease was a pose. He didn't seem anywhere near as perturbed by the rapidity of events as she. Her agreeing to their sham betrothal had triggered an avalanche. She was starting to feel swept away, overwhelmed. He, on the other hand, seemed to be taking it in his stride. Somewhat peevishly, she remarked, "You don't seem bothered that this is all a sham, and that at some point we'll have to disillusion everyone." That prospect was starting to weigh on her, increasing with every genuinely delighted congratulations tendered by their various relatives.
"I'm more concerned with what I've learned about your blackmailer."
All bother over their sham engagement abruptly vanished. "What?"
"I visited the other 5 churches the blackmailer has used for Rothbury's payments. All are small local churches in the western half of the city proper. None lies in the more fashionable districts. St. Clement Danes is the most westerly. That suggests the blackmailer is someone who has some connection with the area. The law courts, for instance, are close. Covent Garden and the major theatres are not that far away. To the south lie the docks, but I can't imagine how anyone from there might have learned your friend's secrets."
"Law clerks, actors, and the like. I can't readily see how anyone from those spheres could learn the requisite secrets either."
"I grant you it doesn't get us much further now, but the information might prove useful later, once we learn more about our villain. It could help us prove they're the guilty party."
Or what about St. Clement Danes? Shouldn't we go and reconnoitre there?"
"I'd thought to go later, closer to the day of the payment, so I can check the church calendar for that week."
He trapped her hand, smiled into her eyes as he raised it and brushed his lips across her knuckles.
"But now I fear we must do our duty and mingle, before anyone starts to wonder what we're so earnestly discussing. You can continue to interrogate me later."
With effort shaking free of the hypnotic effect of his grey gaze, his mesmerizing voice, and the tingling caress of his lips on her skin, she inclined her head. They parted, both moving into the crowd of guests. Having been reminded of what lay behind their charade, she went readily enough, applying herself diligently to preserving their facade. She just parted from speaking with her Uncle William and her Aunt Maud, when Sebastian's cousin, Frederick Trantor, Freddie as his mother called him, appeared at her elbow. Halting, she turned to him, a social smile on her lips. He fixed her with wide, steady blue eyes. "I just wanted to tell you how happy I am that you're marrying Sebastian." His unbelievably innocent expression fell away as he grinned. "How especially grateful." She'd already taken Freddie's measure. He was as undeniably beautiful as Lady Fothergill had painted him, possessing a choir-boy-like beauty that glowed and shone, yet equally undeniably he was immature, unreliable, and impossible to trust.
with anything. She raised her brows, and as he clearly expected her to, asked, "Why especially?" Barely 20, he was a graceless scamp who seemed unable to concentrate for long enough to properly understand anything at all. Calling him scatterbrained would be a compliment. A fact he proceeded to acknowledge with a sunny, entirely genuine smile. "Because none of the family, even my own mamma, want me to inherit the Coningsby title and the estate, and I don't want to either." For a fleeting instant, Tabitha glimpsed something that might have been self-loathing slither behind Freddie's blue eyes, but then his smile brightened to a blinding degree. "Can you imagine me in charge of anything, let alone a large estate?" He shuddered. "I could never pull it off, and it would get in the way of me doing the things I like to do, like racing, coracles, or even just horses. I'd like to throw my heart over, and they're always saying I'll come to a sticky end, but I haven't." He grinned. "Not yet." Before she could respond, he grasped her hand and shook it. "So thank you, Tabitha Makepeace. I don't want to be Sebastian's heir." Abruptly releasing her, his gaze and his attention shifting away, Freddie moved on. Tabitha regarded his retreating figure through narrowing eyes. There was something a trifle off about Freddie's madness. She'd heard some of his more distant cousins refer to him as Mad Freddie, had gathered from his mother's and his older relatives' comments that he was as he appeared to be. But was that how he truly was? Or was it his way of coping with some specific difficulty? One thing Tabitha knew about was facades, the masks people constructed to display to the world. She was living behind one now, but even before that night she'd met Sebastian, she'd been living behind another, and had been for years. The thought wasn't new, yet its clarity shook her. It was always easier to see one's own foibles when they were reflected in someone else. For a moment she simply stood by the side of the drawing-room, absorbing the spark of self-revelation. But then Freddie's words, their actual import, registered, increasingly strongly, in her brain. Sebastian's heir? She swung around, located her supposed fiancé, and pinned her gaze on him. With single-minded purpose, she made her way through the crowd, but the instant she reached his side, guests approached to take their leave, to congratulate the pair of them one last time before departing. She had to grin and bear it, had to keep her expression glowing and happy and make the right noises. Eventually they followed the last guests into the front hall and waved them off. When Sebastian would have turned to her and taken his leave, she sank her fingertips into his arm and looked at her parents. "Sebastian and I need to discuss some matters. We'll use the back parlour." "Of course, dear." Her mother waved, tired but clearly satisfied with her night's work. "Good night, Sebastian." Her mother prodded her father. "Come along, we've discussing of our own to do about the engagement ball." Her father sighed, but he was smiling as he shook Sebastian's hand and followed her mother up the stairs. Tabitha watched them go. Under her breath asked, "What engagement ball?" "My aunts, your mother, they've decided we need a formal ball to announce our upcoming union to the world." "When?" 12 days from now." 12 days? But relax." He took her hand and drew her on down the hall towards the back parlour. "Rathbury's appointment in St. Clement Danes is 5 days away, so with any luck before the ball takes place, we'll have discovered we don't suit after all, and that our engagement was all a mistake." "Speaking of our engagement..." Tabitha waited while he opened the parlour door. She went in and waited for him to shut it before turning to face him. She narrowed her eyes on his. "Why didn't you tell me that you're your brother's, Viscount Coningsby's, heir, and that the reason all of your family is so delighted to see you engaged to be married is because they're desperate for you to have a son, so that there's no chance your cousin, popularly known for good reason as Mad Freddie, ever inherits the Coningsby estates?" Her voice had risen, yet his expression displayed not a hint of perturbation, let alone discomfort. "Ah, I see. You heard about that." "Of course I heard about that." She flung up her hands. "Freddie himself told me about it." His lips quirked. "I suppose I should have foreseen that." What you should have foreseen is that I'm not at all amused at being used by you to pull the wool over your family's collective eyes." Folding her arms, she glared at him. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but are they or are they not all currently and all thinking that shortly after the wedding bells toll and we walk down the aisle, they'll have cause for relief from their worries about the Coningsby succession?" He pulled a face. "Yes, but you're supposed to be out in society." Dramatically she pointed outward, "attending balls and parties and finding a young lady to marry. And instead you've decided to embark on our charade, knowing it relieves you of pursuing a duty I've already guessed you don't like. Is that true?" He'd taken a step closer, but then halted. His eyes appeared steely in the weak lamplight. He considered her for a long moment, then, perfectly mildly, replied, "That was my mission. The one I was on that placed me in Roughbury's library when you broke in. I'd already grown bored with it, and had decided to put it aside for the night, which was why I was hiding in there with the door locked. And then you walked in and offered me a much more interesting mission, that of pursuing your blackmailer. I decided to put off my mission of finding a suitable wife until after this mission, the more interesting one I'm pursuing with you, is concluded." He arched his brows, his eyes steady on hers. "I understand the connection you've drawn between the two, but at no point did I intend to use you to mislead my relatives. In terms of my motives in assisting you, that was never a part of the equation." Arms tightly folded, she glowered at him. Yet no matter how much she lectured herself against trusting him, it was impossible to doubt the sincerity in his voice, his hypnotic and therefore untrustworthy yet compelling and convincing voice. Eventually she let her expression ease, let her arms fall, and sighed. "Very well, but now we have to face a major temps engagement ball." His lips twisted in wry resignation. "And between then and now, I've been instructed that we have to attend at least one major ball every night." She exhaled through her teeth. "Damn it! When I agreed to go along with this sham engagement, I had no idea matters would escalate like this." He seemed to consider, then his gaze still on her, softly said, "I really can't see how we can avoid it." She humphed, but he was right. She wanted to catch the blackmailer, and this was the price. Chapter 3. Their first excursion, as a formally affianced couple, occurred the following evening, when they attended a ball at Carrington House. It was one of the major balls held that evening, and Lady Carrington waxed delighted, nay, ecstatic, on spying them approaching her ballroom door. She gushed, she exclaimed. Tabitha kept a socially appropriate smile plastered to her lips. That Sebastian too seemed to inwardly wince mollified her aggravation to some degree. He might have multiple reasons for keeping up their facade, but she too had incentive enough to play along. Parting from their hostess, they joined the throng of guests filling the room. "Another blasted crush." Sebastian sounded distinctly unamused. "Enlighten me. Why do temps hostesses consider assembling more guests than can comfortably fit in their rooms a good thing?" "You'll have to hold me excused." Tabitha inclined her head to a pair of distant acquaintances. "That's something I've never fathomed myself." The brief glance they shared heightened the sense that in playing their roles and keeping up the charade of their engagement, it was the two of them in league against the fashionable world, even if the fashionable world didn't know it. "I fear," she murmured, drawing her eyes from his, "that we'll need to actively mingle." He gave a soft, disgusted snort, but held his ground by her side as a veritable horde of garrulous and openly curious well-wishers all but lined up to speak with them. After half an hour of thinly veiled interrogation, Sebastian's temper had eroded to a dangerous degree. He'd never found it easy to abide fools. Musicians had been sawing at their strings on and off for some time, but at last an area of the ballroom was cleared, and the opening bars of a waltz reached his ears. Closing one hand about Tabitha's elbow, he summoned the best smile he was currently capable of and fixed it on the tedious matron and her two giggling daughters currently standing before them. I fear, ladies, that I must steal Miss Makepeace away. She promised me the first waltz, and I intend to claim the favour." The glance Tabitha threw him clearly stated she hadn't given the first thought to dancing, but the lure of an escape, however temporary, was difficult to resist. The three females facing them tittered in unison. Reinforcing her smile, Tabitha turned back to the trio. "If you'll excuse us." A rhetorical question, yet the three gratuitously assured them that they should certainly indulge in the diversion. Sebastian waited for no further encouragement. With a controlled nod, he drew Tabitha away. As the crowd parted before them, he lowered his head and murmured in her ear, "You do waltz, don't you?" "Yes, but I haven't in years." "But you would waltz with your betrothed, wouldn't you? That would be expected." "Yes, that's true." She made no further demur as he steered her to the floor, then twirled her, stepped closer, and drew her into his arms. They stepped out, and the music caught them. It swirled and swept them up. The other dancers whirled around them, but in that instant they stepped onto a separate plane of existence, or so it seemed. A plane where their bodies flowed in concert, where he led and she followed effortlessly. The rest of the guests were still there, but distanced, no longer impinging on their reality. He gazed into her eyes, bright, hazel, and wide, and was lost. Neither tall nor short, she was the perfect height for him. Slim and slender, almost willowy, she was supple and responsive in his arms. After their first circuit, he murmured, "I'm surprised you don't dance more often, whenever the chance presents." He let his lips curve understandingly. "It's certainly preferable to the alternative." Tabitha managed a reasonably sophisticated inclination of her head in reply. "I didn't know I could waltz like this." Seemed too risky a confession to make. In truth, she wasn't sure she could speak. Her lungs had constricted, not with fear, but with the thrill of excitement, of pleasurable expectation. Dancing had always been a chore, something one did because it was expected. She'd never enjoyed waltzing before, yet as the measure continued, she only enjoyed it more. For quite the first time on a dance floor, she relaxed in her partner's arms. She had complete confidence in Sebastian's skill. If he said he could do something, he could, and it had taken no more than half a minute to be assured that he could, quite definitely, waltz. So, for the first time in her life, she dropped her guard and let herself flow with the dance, and enjoyed and appreciated as she never had before. Was it him, or had she somehow, without being aware of it, changed? The analytical part of her mind wondered, and wondered if she should waltz with some other gentleman to learn the answer. But by the time the music slowed, and sharing genuinely appreciative smiles, they halted, and he bowed and she curtsied, she'd concluded that pursuing that answer wouldn't be wise. Learning that the only gentleman with whom she shared an affinity on the dance floor was her sham intended, a fiancé who was that in name only, and only temporary to boot, wouldn't make her life easier. Determinedly smiling, she linked her arm in Sebastian's. "Come on. If we stroll as if on our way to join someone, we won't be quite as besieged." With a nod, he joined her in projecting that image. Somewhat to her surprise, the next 2 hours passed in companionable, conspiratorial ease. The next day, they attended an al fresco luncheon at Syon House. Lady Jersey had summoned the cream of the ton to assemble at noon and partake of a delicious picnic repast, then explore the delights of her rambling gardens. Well acquainted with the Makepieces, her ladyship had sent a reminder the day before, which had loosely translated to "Don't you dare not come." The biggest gossip-monger in the ton was not of a mind to be denied their presence and the associated entertainment. As Tabitha had always got along well with Lady Jersey, she inwardly sighed and obliged. But after 2 hours of being the cynosure of all eyes, the focus of all attention, when the guests spread out to roam the gardens, she stepped out briskly, ultimately leading Sebastian into the cool shade of the arboretum. Strolling the path wending among the mature trees, for the first time that afternoon they could speak privately.
After glancing around and confirming no one had yet followed them into the cool haven, Sebastian snorted, "I've fought alongside cannons, but I can't ever recall my head ringing as well as my ears." Tabitha grinned wryly. "Our hostess does talk a lot, which opens the floodgates for others." He glanced at her. "I'm surprised you and she get on." "She's a strong-willed woman who has forged her own place in society more or less on her terms." "Put like that, I can see the basis of your mutual appreciation." "Indeed. I can understand her. She's curious, as always, and senses there's more to our engagement than meets the eye, but she trusts my judgment regardless. She's intrigued, which is what I expected." She ambled on. He followed beside and a little behind her. "What I don't fully comprehend," she went on, "is why everyone else, every last person I've met, barring only those who had you in mind for their own charges, is so very happy that you and I are engaged." Halting, she swung to face him. He halted too. The slope of the path meant her eyes were nearly level with his. "I know why your family's in Alt, and why my family and connections are, but all the others, especially the parents of other marriageable young ladies, seem thrilled to the back teeth too." A dark cloud descended over her face. "I've a lowering notion it's a form of relief, that now they can point to me and say, 'See, even she's marriageable, so our daughters must be too.'" She paused, then humphed, swung around and ambled on. He followed. "Are you sure you're reading them correctly? For my part, I'd interpreted their relief being because you and your previous unbetrothed single lady incarnation were too compelling a role model for other young ladies, said marriageable but as yet unmarried daughters. You, single and unbetrothed, personified another path, one that did not include marriage, yet you were still recognized and accepted among the ton." He watched her as she walked slowly just ahead of him. "I too see their reaction, their happiness at our betrothal, as primarily fostered by relief. But it's the relief that you'll no longer be there, a living, breathing counterweight to the customary arguments urging young ladies to marry. The alternative incarnate." She slowed. He slowed as well. Eventually she halted, paused, then swung to face him again. With her usual bold openness, she studied his eyes, his face, then tilted her head. Eyes on his, conceded. "Perhaps. You may be right." Other voices reached them. Tabitha glanced back along the path and saw a gaggle of young ladies coming along. She turned and led the way on. "Rothbury's rendezvous with the blackmailer is 3 days away. We should start making our plans." "The first thing to do," Sebastian replied, "is to learn what we can about the lie of the land." The ball that evening proved tedious in the extreme. Tabitha spent a good portion of it mentally distracted, contemplating Sebastian's view of her as a role model for young ladies. It wasn't so much him seeing her as such. She thought of herself in that light. It was one of the reasons she wasn't happy about their charade, but rather that his tone hadn't implied criticism, but acceptance, even a degree of approbation. The next day she barely contained her impatience through the morning tea and luncheon she had to attend. If others interpreted her fidgeting as a symptom of unbridled eagerness to meet with her fiancé again, well, that wasn't all that far from the mark. After some argument, she'd agreed to allow him to reconnoitre the church of St. Clement Danes alone, while she continued socially supporting the fiction of their engagement. He'd said he would go to Fleet Street that morning, and had promised to report fully when he called to take her up in his curricle for a turn about the park that afternoon. He dutifully arrived in Bedford Square at 3 o'clock. She rushed out from the drawing-room where she'd been keeping watch, occasioning a knowing smile from her mother, which she'd ignored, and met him in the front hall. He smiled when he saw her. She tamped down the pleasure that rose in response. This was a charade. She mustn't forget that. "So?" He took her cloak from Biggs. "I suggest we get going. The wind is chilly and it looks like it's coming on to rain." She humphed. "This is England. It's always coming on to rain." but she fell in with his transparent wish not to discuss their secrets in front of the staff, allowing him to settle the cloak about her shoulders. Then she flipped up the hood, arranging it over her wild mass of hair, before swiping up the reticule she'd left on the hall table. "Right, let's go." He smiled and offered his arm. She took it and went quickly down the steps beside him. Taking his hand, she climbed into the carriage and sat. He climbed up and sat beside her, the reins in his hands. She held her tongue until the carriage started rolling, then demanded, "Well?" He grinned and glanced at her. "Patience." He looked back at the road, at the approaching corner. After he'd taken it, he met her eyes. "There's too much detail to relate in traffic. We'll stroll in the park, and I'll tell you all without distraction." So she had to wait some more. Yet when they were finally strolling the well-kept lawns leading down to the shores of the Serpentine, she couldn't fault his openness, his unrestricted disclosure. After describing the layout of the church, he told her of this week's calendar of events. "I even checked with the minister. There's an early service that morning, but it'll be long over. The church is always open from dawn to dusk for contemplation and prayer. I stayed from 11 o'clock until midday, just to see what it might be like. Only one old lady came into the church, and she stayed for barely 15 minutes. She frowned. "That's going to make watching for the blackmailer difficult." "Indeed. I was going to suggest we watch from outside, but the church's location negates that. There are 4 exits, and many ways to go the instant they step outside. Watching from outside is hopeless, not if we wish to be certain we've identified the real blackmailer, and not just someone who's wandered inside, then come out again by a different door. We can't afford not to catch the blackmailer in the act, in the church, but then we'll have to follow them outside, perhaps further, and pick our moment to confront them." "Precisely. And from what you said, if we don't succeed in identifying the blackmailer at St. Clement Danes, then learning of another rendezvous will be difficult, if not impossible. We'll have lost our only real lead." She nodded, wondering how to achieve all they had to. "Is there anywhere inside we can hide? Some spot from where we can see the whole church? The choir stalls?" He shook his head. "I looked. There are a number of nooks, but every spot leaves too much of the church unobserved. We would hear someone come in, but if we then emerge to watch them, they'll hear us, and very possibly take fright. If they flee without picking up Rothbury's package, there'll be no way we can prove they're the blackmailer, and not some unwary soul who just happened to wander in and got unnerved by our presence." He paused, then went on. "I really don't think there's any alternative, but that we go in disguise." She met his eyes, saw something of her own, silly, ridiculous, perhaps even puerile excitement at the prospect shining in his eyes. She grinned. "What should we go as?" He smiled, caught her hand and drew her arm through his. Holding her close, he turned them back toward his curricle, parked on the avenue's verge. "Let's discuss the possibilities." Sebastian called at Bedford Square the following morning. Tabitha was, once again, waiting impatiently. He hid a smile at her unrestrained eagerness for his company. Even if it was their joint mission that drove it, it was, nevertheless, balm to his ego. After greeting Mrs. Makepeace, he offered Tabitha his arm, and they set out to walk the short distance to the British Museum. Along the way, they entertained themselves with vitriolic observations on the previous night's ball. "At least," he observed, "being engaged, we're now spared the worst of it." "If we weren't engaged, I wouldn't have attended." She arched a brow at him. "It's you who our engagement has benefited in that regard." "For which?" He caught her fingers and raised them to his lips, briefly kissed. "Believe me, I am truly grateful." She humphed, but he detected a faint blush in her creamy cheeks. The museum's gates loomed ahead. They turned in and walked purposefully to the front steps, up and through the large doors. "The Egyptian Hall," Tabitha declared, and led the way up the main staircase. "Are you fascinated by mummies?" She glanced back at him. "No, but I thought the hieroglyphs might be of interest to you, or at least provide us with a reason for being there." "True,
but my interests lie more in the Assyrian and Mesopotamian systems, and not so much the Egyptian." Her lips quirked as she faced forward.
"I'll bear that in mind."
They reached the Egyptian hall and found it helpfully deserted.
"There was huge interest some years ago when things Egyptian were all the rage, but that's largely past. So," she whirled, arms spread, "we have the place to ourselves, as I'd hoped."
He smiled. "Excellent planning."
"I thought so."
She plopped down on a bench before one window.
"Now, cut line. What about our plans? Rothbury's rendezvous is tomorrow. How are we going to be there and not scare off the blackmailer?"
Assembling his thoughts, he sat on the bench beside her. "Definitely disguises. It's the only way. But they must be the right disguises, the sort that will excuse us being there at that hour and remaining for more than a few minutes."
Tabitha was relieved that he was still talking of we and not I. She'd fully expected him to try to insist that she didn't need to be there. She'd been primed to protest and press her case. His lack of resistance to her involvement left her momentarily off balance. She didn't make the mistake of imagining he lacked an active protective streak vis-à-vis herself. She'd seen evidence of plenty of it through the recent days, especially in the overcrowded ballrooms where he invariably shielded her from the worst of the crush. No, his acquiescence to her involvement stemmed from his understanding that being there was important to her, and that as she would fight and indeed demand to be present, opposing her would simply be a waste of time. She appreciated his insight, but was nevertheless stunned. In her experience, gentlemen rarely knew where to draw their protective line. He'd been mulling something over. Now he glanced up and met her eyes.
"I was thinking of disguising myself as a drunken tramp. I would pretend to fall asleep on one of the front pews and snore. I should warn you, however, that I won't be fit to be seen with you. Well, not you as Miss Tabitha Makepeace."
She raised her brows. "Ah, but what about being seen with a drab and downtrodden woman slumped in one of the rear pews and weeping silently?"
"Can you pass yourself off as a woman of the lower orders?"
"I've had my maid collect clothes from the other women on our staff. Together they've assembled an outfit from their cast-offs. It's utterly drab, dull and depressing. Exactly the sort of attire no one will pay the slightest heed to. In it, I'll be invisible."
He looked sceptical, but didn't argue, merely suggested, "You'll need to dust your hair to dull the shine, and most importantly, dirty your face. Your skin glows like pearl nacre. If you don't dim it, it'll give you away at a glance."
She nodded. "I've got mittens to wear on my hands, so they won't give me away either."
"Good." He paused, then went on. "So, our disguises are settled. Now we need to decide how to get there." He glanced at her. "No Jarvey will take us up, not looking like that, and I can hardly drive us in my curricle."
"Gifford. He'll be delighted to be a part of this, and he knows the city's lanes well."
Sebastian hesitated, then nodded. "All right. I'll be outside the rear door of your parents' townhouse tomorrow just after 10 o'clock. We'll need Gifford to drive us in a cart. You up on the seat beside him, and me sitting in the bed. He can take us to that part of Fleet Street. I'll slip off the cart before he reaches the church, approach on foot and go in. You stay with Gifford while he drives past the church, on a little way, then turns and comes back again. You then hop down and leave him. Pretending to be overcome by grief, you enter the church and sit in the back and weep. That way we'll arrive independently, and should both be in position by 11 o'clock.
Eyes narrowed, imagining it, she asked, "Why so early?"
"Because the blackmailer, too, might come early to take up a position within the church to watch Rothbury leave his payment. If we're already there, they're less likely to imagine we have any interest in them."
After a moment, she nodded and refocused on him. "It sounds like between us we have an excellent plan."
He inclined his head. "Dare I say it? We make an excellent team."
She grinned, then glanced away, toward a group of young ladies and gentlemen who came bustling in, the mummies their goal. He rose and offered his hand.
"I believe our purpose here is accomplished."
She sighed, gave him her hand, and let him pull her to her feet. "I'd much rather remain here with the mummies, but we're promised to Lady Hawthorne for luncheon. Then your aunts expect us in Curzon Street for afternoon tea." Winding her arm in his, he turned her to the door. "I admit that when I suggested we use a betrothal as our cover, I had no idea that the social obligations of an affianced couple were so onerous."
"Well, now you know."
Head rising, Tabitha strolled beside him. "And just think, after this is all over, and we dissolve our engagement, you'll have to do it all over again with whichever young lady you choose as your true bride." Sebastian glanced at her, then faced forward, and grunted non-committally. They were both in position in the church of St. Clement Danes when the city's bells tolled 11 o'clock the next morning. Slumped on his side in the front pew, an empty bottle of blue ruin on the floor alongside, Sebastian breathed heavily, steadily, occasionally interrupting the rhythm with a snort. He'd been in position when Tabitha had entered. He hadn't been able to see her, but had noted her footsteps. To his surprise, she'd come to the front of the church, to the carved bar at the bottom of the steps before the altar. She'd started to kneel, clearly intending to pray, but then had noticed him lying there. She'd hesitated. He'd given a louder, snuffling snort. From beneath his lashes had watched her eyes widen. Clutching an old cloth bag to her middle, all but bowed over it, she'd turned and scuttled back up the aisle. He'd listened, and as they'd arranged, she'd taken up residence in one of the back pews. He had to grin approvingly, albeit inwardly, at such effective improvisation. It had allowed her to check on him, simultaneously giving her reason, had anyone been already watching, to retreat to the rear. He was confident they were both thoroughly and effectively disguised. He appeared utterly disreputable, bedraggled and worn. The old coat Wright had found for him smelled worse with every passing minute. Even the boots on his feet had been resurrected from some junk heap. If it rained, he'd have wet soles. Somewhat to his surprise, Tabitha was equally unrecognizable. Not content with dusting her hair, she'd frizzed it out so it formed a knotty and unkempt corona about her head, over which she jammed a plaid cap that had seen much better days. Her mismatched layers of petticoats, skirts, and threadbare coat screamed lowly seamstress or menial worker. But it was her performance that had most impressed him. Her downcast air, the droop of her shoulders, her shuffling walk, the way she held herself as if fearing a blow at any time. If he hadn't known it was an act, he would have felt even more protective than he did. Every instinct he possessed had urged him to forbid her participation. But he was playing a long game, and gaining her trust was imperative. Showing her that he could and would allow her reasonable leeway to participate in any activity as long as she was adequately safe was essential, and as he was there and had no intention of letting her out of his orbit, she was and would remain safe today. He lay apparently comatose as the city's bells tolled 11 times. He continued to lie largely unmoving on the hard pew as the minutes ticked by. As far as he could tell, no one entered the church to surreptitiously take up a watching brief. The floors were stone flags. It was difficult to avoid at the very least scuffing a soul. But no sound beyond the occasional muted sob from the rear pews reached him. Then the main door of the church was pushed open. Someone hesitated on the threshold. A long moment passed, then the door was pushed shut, and heavy male footsteps paced slowly down the aisle. Rothbury. Unable to see Sebastian lying in the pew, his lordship walked to the front of the nave, then across, away from Sebastian, to the baptismal font set to one side. If Rothbury had glanced directly behind him, he would have seen Sebastian then, but intent on the font, he didn't look that way. From beneath his lashes, Sebastian watched his lordship glance instead toward the rear of the church. Then he swiftly raised the font's heavy lid, pushed an oilskin-wrapped packet inside the bowl, and silently replaced the lid. Rothbury glanced again at the rear pews. What he saw seemed to reassure him. He looked back at the font, then walked to all appearances calmly past it to the church's side door. He pushed it open and went out. The door closed behind him. Tension rose. Sebastian lay still, slumped and breathing slowly. He heard few sounds from the rear of the church. He pictured Tabitha wearily slumped, eyes closed, waiting as he was. Minutes ticked past. 15 at a guess. The bells tolled midday, then the peals faded away. He was starting to itch with the need to go and see what Rothbury had left in the font, when the side door was hauled open. Sebastian forced his limbs to stillness, forced his breathing to remain slow and deep. The door remained open as footsteps, quiet, stealthy, approached the font. A boy came into view, maybe 12 years old. He saw Sebastian, but was clearly accustomed to such sights. His gaze darted more often toward the rear of the church, but he didn't halt. He climbed onto the stone steps surrounding the font, stretched up, and shifted the lid, reached in, and retrieved the packet Rothbury had placed there. Without examining it, the boy stuffed the packet inside his thin jacket, then shoved the font's lid back on, turned, and hurried for the side door. He didn't look back as he went through it, barely pausing to shove the heavy door half-closed before starting off down the pavement. Sebastian reached the door before the boy had taken 10 paces. A whoosh of limp skirts heralded Tabitha. She peeked past him. "That's him. Let's go." He caught her hand, and together they walked briskly out of the church, falling in behind the boy. Their quarry didn't run, but every now and then he took a few quick steps, as if he wanted to run, but had been warned not to do so. They followed as he made his way not into the city, but in the opposite direction. "Covent Garden," Sebastian whispered as the boy headed up Catherine Street. They followed their quarry, past the Theatre Royal, past the market, closing the distance as he plunged into the labyrinth of narrow lanes beyond. Eventually he turned down a minor lane, halted outside a door halfway down, and rapped briskly. Sebastian pushed Tabitha into the deep shadows cast by the overhang above another doorway. The boy glanced back, but didn't notice them. Sebastian doubted he would recognize them even if he did. They were in no way remarkable in that area. The boy jigged nervously, but then the door opened and he straightened. A woman appeared in the doorway, neither old nor young. She was more neatly and cleanly dressed than seemed the norm for the neighborhood. The boy spoke, then held out his hand. The woman showed him something in her left palm, then closed that hand into a fist and held it at shoulder height while she extended her other hand, fingers beckoning. Shifting, the boy drew out the packet he'd retrieved from the font. The exchange, the packet for the coins the woman presumably had in her hand, took place. Tabitha moved forward. Sebastian softly swore and hauled her back, just as the boy turned to retrace his steps. Sebastian twisted around, set Tabitha against the door, bent his head and kissed her. Kept kissing her as the boy's footsteps passed behind his back. Fought desperately to keep his mind on the job, on this mission, not the other running beneath it. Fought to keep his focus on the lane around them, and not let himself be distracted by the temptation of her delectable lips, by the succulent promise of her mouth. He wavered, but managed to hold his line. When the boy turned the corner and his footsteps faded, he reluctantly broke the kiss and raised his head. Even in the dimness he saw Tabitha blink, twice. Then she frowned. What was that for? So he didn't see you or me when he passed. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw that the woman had retreated into the house and shut the door. He felt Tabitha's small hands flatten on his chest. She pushed, and he stepped back. Her gaze locked on the closed door, her lips set in a grim line. "Right, let's go." Tabitha started forward again, only, again, to be hauled back by Sebastian. "No." He breathed the word against her ear, sending thoroughly distracting shivers down her spine. That kiss and its effects had been bad enough. "What now?" she inquired crossly. "That woman is the blackmailer. Let's go and confront her." His arms snug around her, from close quarters he met her gaze. "Is she? And should we?" She frowned.
Speak in whole sentences. What do you mean?" His lips twitched, but he sobered immediately. "I mean, is she the blackmailer or an accomplice? If we confront her, will the blackmailer have time to escape and flee? Also, if we accost her now, without knowing who she is or how she's connected to the blackmailer, or if she is the blackmailer, how she came to learn your friend's secrets, what are our chances of effectively scaring her off?" He looked into her eyes. "I presume that's what we want, to scare her off so she gives up blackmailing your friends." Her hands clasped on the steely arms around her waist, she nodded. "But I would prefer that whatever we do makes her or the blackmailer desert their chosen field of employment altogether." He nodded. "That's my feeling too. To be sure of doing that, we need to learn that woman's name, learn if she's the blackmailer herself or if someone else is. Then we need to learn the connections between her, the blackmailer, and your friends well enough to understand how she or the blackmailer became privy to their secrets. Most important of all, we need to be certain that she or whoever she's working for are a single entity and not part of some wider scheme." He looked down into her face. "Once we know all that, we'll be able to act, and be sure of achieving our goals without risking your friend's secrets being aired." She grimaced, but nodded and reluctantly stepped away from him. She glanced at the closed door across the lane. "So, how do we learn her name?" He grinned and slouched back against the wall beside the doorway. "We wait. It shouldn't take long." Half an hour later, a woman burdened with a heavy basket halted outside one of the neighbouring houses and appeared to search for a key. "Stay here." Sebastian left Tabitha on the words and strode quickly across the lane. He gruffly hailed the woman. She turned to him. A low-voiced discussion ensued. Then Sebastian gave the woman several coins and returned to Tabitha. He took her arm and urged her up the lane. She went, but asked, "Well?" "Our woman's name is Elaine Mackay. She hasn't lived there long enough for the locals to know much of her. Keeps to herself, as her neighbour informed me." He met her gaze. "Does her name ring any bells?" She racked her brain, but had to shake her head. "Not even a chime." Stepping out of the lane, they headed back to Fleet Street. Gifford would have returned and would be waiting near the church to take them back to Bedford Square. Once on Fleet Street, Tabitha spotted the cart drawn into the curb ahead. She glanced at Sebastian, saw he'd noticed too. "So," she said, "now we know her name. How do we learn the rest?" Chapter 4. They set out in the Makepeace's travelling carriage early the next morning. Tabitha had cried off the balls they'd been scheduled to attend the previous night, and the two following, on the grounds that she simply had to, make a dash into the country to speak with 4 close friends. "I'm sure," she said, "that everyone assumes that the subject I wish to discuss with them is our wedding." Seated opposite her, Sebastian murmured, "You're quite adept at letting people suppose what they will." "It's easier that way. I just hope Suzanne, Caroline, Jacinta, and Constance can tell us who Elaine Mackay is." "And how she came to know their secrets." Tabitha glanced out of the window. "That's Reigate ahead." Knowing that the Rothburys, mayor and pair, were still in London, they'd made first for that family's country house in Surrey. Suzanne, the Rothburys' daughter, had reportedly retired there to calm nerves overstressed by her recent engagement. Half an hour later, welcomed by Suzanne and drawn into a pleasant parlour to partake of refreshments, Sebastian stood looking out of a wide window, taking in the vista of the gardens, and listened, while behind him, seated with Suzanne on the chaise before the fireplace, Tabitha received her friend's enthusiastic congratulations, then doggedly led her to the vital point. "Elaine Mackay?" Suzanne paused, then said in a breathless, nervy rush, "Oh yes, the hairdresser Mamma hired to do my hair for my engagement ball. She came highly recommended." Tabitha excused them soon after, saying they had to get on, as they had a number of others to call on that day. Suzanne stood on the front steps and waved them off. Glancing back, Sebastian thought she cut a lonely figure. Tabitha, again opposite, humphed. Suzanne's something of a social gadabout. Being stuck alone in the country, away from all the fuss and froth of town, is hard on her. She's not really suffering from any nervous condition, is she? No, she's suffering because of the blackmailer. Tabitha fixed Sebastian with a direct look. I've observed that many ladies chatter to their hairdressers, often talking before them without a normal reserve. Elaine Mackay might well have heard enough to guess her victim's secrets, at least well enough for her purposes. He nodded. As you say, she wouldn't need to know everything, just enough to make them believe she did. She might even have guessed, but not known her conjecture was correct, until the victim consented to pay. Indeed. He leaned back against the squabs. As she was the one to whom the payment was taken, and as we now know she was likely to be the source of the illicit knowledge, then it's possible, thank God, that we're dealing only with her, a single blackmailer, and nothing more convoluted. Tabitha frowned. But we'll need to check with at least one other victim to be sure she's the only hairdresser involved. He met her gaze. We only know of 4 victims. We'll need to check with them all to confirm that Elaine Mackay is the only blackmailing hairdresser currently active, that she doesn't have a few like-minded sisters also in the business. Tabitha raised her brows high. What a thought! They stopped at Leatherhead for a late luncheon. Then she dutifully guided Gifford to the Wyndon house near Weybridge. There they learned from Caroline Wyndon that she, too, had had her hair arranged by Elaine Mackay prior to her engagement ball. It was Caroline who had first told Tabitha of the blackmailer. On thinking back, Caroline recalled a whispered conversation she'd had with her sister while Elaine Mackay had been in the room. Pale but resolute, Caroline met Tabitha's gaze. That's when she would have heard of it. I remember Pansy teasing me about how my tastes in gentlemen had changed. They parted from Caroline an hour later, charged with the task of releasing her from the blackmailer's clutches. Sebastian had been careful not to promise anything, but Tabitha, as usual, had been a great deal more forthright, assuring Caroline that while they would indeed bring an end to Elaine Mackay's illicit enterprise, they would ensure that no public mention of Caroline's past peccadilloes occurred. Once again in the carriage, Sebastian considered the firebrand seated opposite. Tabitha was very much a dragon slayer. He supposed that made him her knight. They headed for Burnham. On hearing of their proposed journey, her parents had suggested they spend the night with the Colliers, an older couple, long-time friends of the family, who rarely ventured forth, and so would be delighted to sustain a visit from Tabitha and her fiancé. Burnham Lodge became their overnight halt. They spent a pleasant evening with the Colliers. Mr. Collier was a scholar. Sebastian found no shortage of interesting topics to discuss. Meanwhile, Mrs. Collier and Tabitha shared family and ton news. Both seemed to possess a wry appreciation of the absurdity of ton fads. The next morning he and Tabitha set out for Chorley Wood and the Elm country house. There they spoke with Jacinta Elm. She too identified Elaine Mackay as the woman hired to dress her hair for her engagement ball. She's the one everyone must have, much like Mr. Robertson is the best dance master. They took lunch with Jacinta and her parents, carefully avoiding all mention of the real purpose of their visit. Once back in the carriage, after some discussion, they agreed that, having circled around London south to west, they might as well continue on to Harpenden, to visit the last of the 4 ladies who had confided their plight to Tabitha. If Constance, too, had Elaine Mackay to do her hair, then there really can be no quibble with our conclusion. 4 out of 4, Sebastian nodded. Certainly that will put it beyond argument. They found Constance at home, moping in the garden. She brightened considerably on seeing them crossing the lawn toward her. Like the others, she confirmed that Elaine Mackay had been brought in to do her hair. Remembering various other names bandied about in relation to the 4 engagement balls, Sebastian confirmed that no other outsider, dance master, florist, caterer, had been used in common with Caroline, Jacinta, and Suzanne. With the prospect of the blackmailer being taken up quietly and without fuss,
A weight seemed to lift from Constance's slight shoulders. She was considerably more chipper when they parted from her. Back in the carriage, Tabitha all but bounced with impatience. So, it's only Elaine Mackay, the hairdresser, they all had in common. She's the one who received the money, and the person we know either overheard or encouraged them to share their secrets. She met Sebastian's eyes. Hers shone with conviction. As soon as we get back to town, we'll confront her. Unlike Tabitha, Sebastian thought that scenario through. He foresaw several difficulties. Exactly how do you imagine scaring Miss Mackay off? Why, I'll simply tell her that unless she stops her nefarious demands, I'll— She paused, blinked. Make sure she doesn't work in ton households again. And how do you imagine achieving a ton bam without divulging the reason why she shouldn't be hired? Indeed. In short, we need professional advice. From the police? Her tone suggested that was unlikely to be helpful. I admit that the police force is still in its infancy, and often as riddled with crime as the underworld it seeks to rein in. However, I've heard of a new group being run out of Bow Street. I'll make discreet inquiries and see if we can't find someone sensible to assist us. I gather Peel is looking to make his force respectable, so perhaps we can present this as an opportunity for him to demonstrate this group's bona fides. She still looked uncertain, but eventually inclined her head in acquiescence. She glanced out of the carriage window. It's still light. If we push on, we can reach London tonight. Perhaps Bow Street will still be open. Sebastian frowned. We left Harpenden later than expected. I'm not sure we should try for London tonight. I don't fancy crossing Finchley Common in the dark, and I'm quite sure Gifford won't relish the prospect either. Nonsense. Tabitha waved dismissively. You shouldn't believe all those tales about highwaymen. I'm sure they're greatly exaggerated. Meaning you don't want to believe them because they stand in the way of you and your goal, namely reaching London tonight. She blinked at him, then struggled unsuccessfully to suppress a grin. Precisely. Buck up. Fortune favours the brave. We'll be perfectly safe. Now we have all the intelligence about Elaine Mackay, blackmailer, that we need. Nothing is going to stop me from acting immediately and halting her in her tracks. Nothing, except a stone, a boxing match, and a runaway phaeton. They had passed through St. Albans and were heading south at a good pace when the carriage jerked as one of the horses stumbled. Gifford immediately hauled on the reins. The carriage swayed wildly, slowed, then came to an ominous halt. The carriage dipped as Gifford climbed down. Sebastian opened the door, leapt down and went to confer. Tabitha scooted to the window and peered out, but all she could see were Sebastian and Gifford's backs as they stood beside one of the leaders and talked. A minute later, Sebastian returned. He climbed back in and sat. The offside leader caught a stone in his shoe. We've winkled it out, but the hoof's tender. The horse will have to be rested. Gifford says Radlett's the next town along. We should be able to get a replacement horse there, but until we do, we'll have to take it slowly. It'll be late when we reach there. Tabitha set her lips, firmed her chin, tipped it a touch higher. Nevertheless, I see no point in halting at Radlett. Best to get on, even if we reach home at midnight. Sebastian raised his brows in a resigned manner. We'll see. What they saw, when they finally limped into Radlett, was hordes of carousing young gentlemen weaving about the main street. Tabitha stared. They're drunk, all of them. That much was apparent. Many were singing, decidedly off-key. Others were exchanging insults at the tops of their voices. What the devil are they all doing here? Sebastian had been listening to the chants. Now he groaned. A boxing match. There was one held today somewhere nearby. Tabitha viewed his grim expression with concern. Well, what does that mean for us? They discovered the answer when they reached the Radlett Arms, the only inn the tiny town boasted. Gifford had trouble merely clearing the way enough to turn the carriage into the yard. Tabitha shut her ears to the swearing and curses issuing from the box above. Increasingly grim, Sebastian reached for the carriage door. Stay here. She shifted to follow him. Not a chance. He met her eyes, then looked out of the window at the churning sea of mindless young men filling the yard. His jaw clenched. He nodded curtly. "You may be right. Just stick close. Hold on to me and don't let go." She inwardly scoffed. She was hardly a helpless female. But the instant she set foot on the cobbles, she realized her mistake. She seized Sebastian's arm, then he reached back and caught her hand in his, held it tightly. Drunken men jostled her on every side. Most were young. She would have had no trouble freezing them in their tracks in a ballroom or in the park. In a poorly lit inn-yard in a small country town with not a ton matron in sight, that was another matter entirely. Most were nattily dressed, albeit somewhat the worse for wear, but their manners no longer matched their civilized appearance. Luckily, the boisterous, uninhabited revellers, one step away from drunken louts, seemed to recognize something about Sebastian. They took one look at his face and backed off, enough at least for him to lead her through the throng to the inn's front door. She glanced back and saw Gifford still on the box, glowering at the milling crowd, his long whip held firmly and rather obviously in one hand. Then Sebastian tugged her through the door and into the main room of the inn. If anything, it was even more crowded than the yard, but he managed by sheer presence and the skilful application of a hard shoulder here and there to forge a path to the bar. The innkeeper, while transparently doing a roaring trade, was looking a tad besieged. He spotted them. His eyes widened. He pushed past his serving staff and hurried to the end of the bar. "Sir, it's—" He gestured to the mayhem all around. "They're here and won't be leaving until they've drunk my kegs dry. I wish I could help you and the lady, but you'd be wisest to drive on to St. Albans. We've just come from there. We're on our way to London. However," watching the melee around them, Tabitha listened with half an ear while Sebastian explained in concise and forceful terms, his crisp accents in sharp contrast to the cacophony of slurring voices, why they could only go on if they could secure another horse. She turned back to see the innkeeper vigorously shaking his head. "I haven't a spare horse. This lot has taken them all, but it would do you no good anyway. The London road's blocked. Some idiot ran his phaeton into a ditch, then another carriage ran into his. All told, 6 carriages ended locked together. They're saying they'll need a wheelwright to pull the mess apart. Some of my lads are down the road helping. Last I heard, they thought it would be dawn before the road's clear." Sebastian looked at Tabitha, then turned back to the innkeeper. "In that case, we'll need your best room." But the innkeeper protested that the room was already let, but Sebastian inveigled and bribed, and ultimately reached an understanding with both the innkeeper and the 2 youthful sprigs who had originally hired the room. As it happened, both had lost heavily wagering on the boxing match, and were happy to recoup their losses by agreeing to sleep in the hayloft. Throughout the negotiations, Tabitha remained plastered to his side, reassurance and distraction combined. He didn't ease his hold on her hand. He was conscious that her fingers, having curled tightly about his in the inn-yard, also hadn't eased their grip. The emotion that provoked was unnerving. The 2 sprigs hied up the stairs to remove their bags from the room. Having satisfactorily concluded his business with the innkeeper, Sebastian dismissed the man with a nod, then turned, and once more, placing himself in front of Tabitha, pushed into the crowd, heading for the stairs. Given the density of bodies, some jostling was inevitable, but he kept a glower in place, discouraging any sufficiently inebriated to consider making any sort of try for Tabitha. He'd been young once, long ago, but he still remembered the utter invincibility of youth, and none of those there would have expected to see a gently bred lady in their midst. It was very likely that, were they able to think, they'd question whether she was gently bred or not. At least she kept her hood up, shielding her face, and with her cloak swathed about her, there was precious little of her figure visible. But boys would be boys, and lads would be stupid. He was immeasurably relieved when they reached the stairs, without him having to defend her honour other than by assisting drunken hellions out of their way. He drew her forward, around him, bent his head to whisper, "Go straight up. Don't look back. I'll be right behind you." Although the majority of those in the inn were young, He'd noticed a few harder eyes, a few older, leaner faces, several predatory gazes that had drifted assessingly over her. He hoped his clear protectiveness would be sufficient to have those more dangerous gentlemen keep their distance. He was perfectly certain they, at least, would be sober enough to correctly interpret his behaviour. They reached the first-floor gallery. The two happy sprigs came along, smiling as inanely as only the thoroughly intoxicated can. They tipped salutes his way, then clattered down the stairs. He urged Tabitha on. "It's the room at the far end of the corridor." They reached the door. He opened it, glanced inside, then waved her through, and followed. Tabitha halted 2 steps into the room and surveyed the amenities. A massive 4-poster bed sat against one wall, heavy swags of crimson brocade tied back to each post. Curtains of similar fabric had been drawn over the wide windows, shutting out the encroaching night. 2 nicely padded armchairs were angled before the hearth, in which a cheery fire blazed. Walking to the bed, she tested the resilience of the mattress. Adequate. Noted the creamy linens were soft with age, but spotless. Turning, she sat on the bed and surveyed her partner, somewhat surprised to realize that that was how she now thought of him. He'd closed the door, but was examining the bolt fixed to it. Apparently satisfied, he glanced at her. "I'll go and fetch our bags and arrange for a meal to be served to us here. I want you to bolt the door after I leave. Don't open it for anyone but me, even if they claim to be the innkeeper's son bringing more coals for the fire." She widened her eyes. His lips tightened. "Promise you'll do as I say." He was serious, deadly serious. She nodded. "Of course." It would be ungrateful to tease him, not when he was so tense and on her behalf. "I'll just wait here until you come back." He hesitated, as if comprehending that such capitulation was a concession, then nodded. "I won't be long." Opening the door, he went out. Tabitha considered the door, then rose, walked to it, threw the bolt, then listened. Sure enough, his footsteps only then moved back up the corridor. Humph! Turning, she contemplated the bed, then ambled to the armchair facing the door and flopped into it. She wanted to move forward, was keen to take the next step to stop the blackmailer, whatever that step was. Fate, it seemed, had other ideas. She grimaced and looked about the room again, searching for distraction. Finding none, even the 3 paintings on the walls were dull and uninspiring, she fixed her gaze on the flames leaping in the grate. Her lips curved at the thought of some enterprising hellion attempting to gain access by pretending to be the coal boy. To her it seemed a fanciful notion. But Sebastian, he took what he saw as his responsibilities seriously. He'd been a soldier, had done his duty by his country, had been prepared to give his life for that cause. His family had called on him to save the succession by sacrificing what many men would regard as their well-earned freedom. From all she'd heard, he'd accepted that duty too, perhaps not happily, yet without complaint. Then she'd involved him in her mission to identify and vanquish the blackmailer, and once he'd committed himself to that endeavour, he'd accorded it his undivided attention, to the point where he now saw her as someone it was his duty to protect. In the past, any man seeking to protect her, let alone make a duty of it, would have received short shrift from her. Sebastian, however, head tilting, she stared, unseeing, at the flames, and tried to pinpoint why he was different, why she felt no overwhelming need to escape him and his protective tendencies. Indeed, quite the opposite. She'd been grateful more than once. She saw his protectiveness clearly, yet felt none of her usual violent antipathy. Perhaps because he hadn't at any stage tried to patronize her, to dictate, or to cast her as an adjunct. He'd never treated her as anything other than a capable adult, an equal. Perhaps that was why, with him, she was behaving as one, why she was prepared to admit that she'd needed his escort into the inn, that she wouldn't have been comfortable, let alone safe, making her own independent way through the drunken throng. A year ago she would have tried to claim she could. Perhaps the years had finally brought wisdom. She wasn't entirely sure that was true, Beneath her mature exterior beat the undeniable heart of a hellion. Outrageous actions were the province of her branch of the Makepeaces, and in that regard she was her parents' daughter. Yet no matter what she did, Sebastian probably wouldn't be shocked. He'd taken her breaking into Lord Rothbury's library in his stride, then had included her in the watch in the church, even though she'd had to be in disguise. In her experience, that made him a rare find, a rare gentleman, one with whom she could be herself, a man who saw her clearly yet didn't feel moved to criticize. A sharp rap interrupted her reverie. Rising as she walked to the door, she called, "Who is it?" "Trantor. Sebastian." She felt herself smiling as she slid back the bolt and swung open the door. He entered, carrying her bag and his. "Gifford says he's happy to sleep in the carriage. He wants to keep his eye on the horses. I've arranged for him to eat in the kitchen. The inn-wife will be up shortly with our meal." Shutting the door, she turned. "You've thought of everything. Thank you." He threw her a look, then set her bag beside the bed. He glanced at the crimson counterpane, then took his bag to the other side of the room and set it beneath the window. "You take the bed. I'll sleep before the fire." She frowned, but before she could voice any protest, a tap on the door heralded the inn-wife bearing a large tray. 2 girls followed, carrying various platters. They ate before the fire, with the tray on a small table between the armchairs. It was a curiously comfortable meal. The noise from below was muted by the thick walls, floors and beams, and the solid oak door. They didn't speak of their mission. What was there to say? But instead shared entertaining stories culled from their own experiences, or that of friends or family. It was a relaxing time. As the fire died to glowing embers, Sebastian tried to imagine spending a similar evening alone with any other lady, and couldn't. The realization was unsettling. A tap on the door proved to be a serving girl come to fetch the tray and build up the fire. With the door ajar, the sounds of the rowdy revelry below reached them. When the girl left, Sebastian held the door for her, then shut it and shot the bolt. Turning back to Tabitha, he studiously ignored the large and comfortable bed, reminded himself of the long in his long game. This was not an appropriate time or place to press his suit. "Gifford and I think we should leave at first light. The crowd below won't be stirring until later, and we want to be well ahead when they do, so we should get some sleep." He waved her to the bed. She sighed, rose and went toward the bed, to the far side, closer to the window. "I'm really not sure about that." He forced himself to move toward the hearth. "About what?" "About getting any sleep. Not with that crowd below. Who knows what they may take it into their drunken heads to do." She was anxious. He hesitated, then, jaw clenching, bent to move the small table out of his way. "I'll be here by the fire. I don't believe any of them will try to force their way in, but if they do, rest assured I'll stop them." Perhaps." She stripped off the spencer she'd been wearing over her gown, then set her fingers to the gown's laces. His mouth dried. He turned to face the flames, tried not to let the image of her sliding off her gown form in his mind. But he heard the telltale swish of skirts, the soft rustling of petticoats. Then the bed creaked. He waited for several heartbeats, then glanced her way. Sitting propped against the pillows, the covers hiked to her shoulders, she was surveying the expanse beside her. "This is a large bed, and there's a lot of it unoccupied." Across the room she met his gaze. "I would feel much safer, and will certainly find it easier to sleep, if you weren't so far away." Even from across the room he saw the faint frown on her face, in her eyes, as if she couldn't quite believe she'd said that. But then her gaze refocused on him, her chin firmed. "I'll sleep much better if you're not all the way over there, but here." She pointed to the other side of the bed. "Within arm's reach." Lust leapt, but he hauled it back, pushed it down. "I'm not sure that's a good—" A crash reverberated in the corridor, accompanied by the thud of limbs hitting walls and floor. Drunken whispers reached them.
more than loud enough to penetrate the oak door. Tabitha jettisoned what little patience she possessed. "Oh, for pity's sake, Trantor, I'm not inviting you into my bed. You can sleep between the covers and the sheet, and keep your shirt and breeches on. That way, if any of those idiots tries to push their way in, you can respond immediately." Why she wanted him beside her, close, she wasn't entirely sure, but some part of her mind was perfectly certain that that was where he should spend the night. As she'd said, within reach. Yet even now he hesitated. She growled and narrowed her eyes at him. "If you won't lie down here, you'll force me to come over there." She gripped the covers as if to push them back and rise, clad, as she was quite sure he'd noticed, only in her chemise. She had a prim white nightgown in her bag, but no degree of necessity would move her to don it, not when Sebastian would see her in it. As she'd hoped, he held up a hand staying her. "All right." He didn't sound happy about it, but he glanced at the fire, then crossed to the window and hauled the curtains apart. A wide swathe of moonlight slanted across the room. Satisfied, he stalked to the lamp, turned it down, then, features tight, set, approached the other side of the bed. Satisfied herself, she wriggled down beneath the covers. Steadfastly refused to think of why she'd argued, why, in all truth, she would feel more comfortable with him lying close enough for her to sense his heat, his weight. She watched as he shrugged off his coat and slung it over the foot of the bed. Then he sat on the edge and pulled off his boots. She heard the twin thuds as they hit the floor. Standing, he turned, glanced at her as he reached for the counterpane. Without meeting his eyes, she shifted to her side, giving him her back. He lay down, then stretched out beneath the counterpane, the sheet beneath him. His weight made the mattress dip on that side. Smiling, she snuggled down, locked her hand in the covers, and still smiling, closed her eyes. Sleep came swiftly and claimed her. Lying supine beside her, Sebastian heard her breathing slide into the telltale cadence of slumber, told himself that if him lying beside her was what it took to reassure her enough to sleep, then he could hardly argue against being where he was. Indeed, most of him had no argument with his position at all, other than to wish it were closer, with fewer layers of cloth between. But it was too soon for that. Even if his fantasies had already become ensnared in the possibilities, in the potential she possessed. He, his senses, hadn't forgotten an iota of the passion he detected during that burning kiss in Rothbury's library, nor in the too brief repetition in the lane in Covent Garden. Most of his senses were preoccupied with the prospect of experiencing that enticing passion again. A good part of his focus remained permanently distracted with plans to make that happen. "But," he murmured, "I have to survive this first." It was a test. He wasn't entirely sure she hadn't engineered it purely to see how far she could trust him. Regardless, jaw clenched, he vowed to succeed, to lie there and endure, and not touch her. Obviously, he wasn't destined to get any sleep. Closing his eyes, he listened, and was immediately distracted by the soft sigh of her breathing. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to ignore it and listen instead for any further commotion beyond the room. Several incidents occurred, but no boisterous fellow bumbled as far as the door at the end of the corridor. Gradually, the inn quieted. Contrary to his every exception, he slept. The dream, when it blossomed in his mind, was explicit. He was rolling on a bed, half-dressed, his partner in passion clad only in an insubstantial chemise. The sheets were a rumpled mass beneath their bodies. A soft cover slung over them kept the night's chill at bay. Her lips were on his, under his. Parted and open, they lured him deeper into a wild, scorching exchange. Tongues tangled, stroked. Like a siren she lured and promised a treasure more precious than gold. In return, she wanted him. The passionate nymph wanted her wicked way with him. He saw no reason to deny her.
saw no reason to stop her unfastening his shirt, then pushing her small, greedy hands beneath. She spread them and caressed, setting his skin alight, his senses burning. Just that simple touch, and he wanted so much more. She pushed, and he obliged, rolling onto his back. Hands closing about her waist, he settled her atop him. Lips locked, tongues dueling, she fell on him and claimed him, those wicked, greedy hands possessing with glorious and reckless abandon. He sank one hand into her curly hair, all but felt its red fire singe him. That his dream nymph should possess Tabitha's characteristics was hardly a surprise. She'd been the woman in his dreams ever since he'd kissed her. She pressed closer, the firm mounds of her breasts, screened by her chemise, pressed into his chest, the tight buds of her nipples, clear evidence of her arousal, of her desire, her need, her transparent wanting. He still had his breeches on, but she'd already bared his chest. No doubt she'd attend to the rest of his clothes shortly. He was looking forward to the moment. Meanwhile, he set his hands to her sleek curves and set about returning the pleasure she was currently lavishing on him. With hands and fingers, lips and tongue, he caressed. There was no rush, no hurry, only delicious urgency. The fires between them built. She trembled and shook with the intensity, caught her breath when he slid his hand between her thighs and touched her there, found her hot and wet. Her kiss grew urgently greedy, more needy, more demanding. Between them, in a flurry of grasping hands, they stripped off his breeches, freed his throbbing staff. He grasped handfuls of her chemise and wrestled it off over her head, flung it aside as he reached for her, and she reached for him. Her fingers closed about his rigid erection. His breath hitched, caught. Then he froze. It wasn't her touch, but the sheer wonder investing it that sent a tendril of warning sliding into his lust-fogged brain. The tendril became a lash as his reeling senses registered the implication behind that tentative touch. Innocence. She was innocent. She was real. He returned to the real world, in a rush. A barrage of sensory information confirmed that it was indeed Tabitha lying naked alongside him, that he and she weren't on some dream plane, but in the here and now. Then she tightened her grip, stroked. He bit back a groan, then hauled in a strained breath. Tabitha! He might have been asleep, but she clearly hadn't been. For the first time in their acquaintance, he was shocked. The swathe of moonlight had strengthened and now beamed across the bed. When she raised her head and looked into his face, in the silvery light, he saw her eyes, sultry and seductive, beneath heavy lids. Her lips curved lightly, more wry than surprised. I didn't mean this to happen. I must have rolled in my sleep. I woke up in your arms, and it felt right. When he didn't respond, couldn't find suitable words, she went on, passion and quiet conviction in her tone. This feels right. I'm 26, and I've never known this, never tasted passion, true passion, before. Her eyes locked on his, her hands still wrapped about his erection. She pressed closer, her breasts to his chest, her firm, sleek, silken thighs sliding over his much harder limbs. I want you to teach me, to tutor me, to educate me, to show me the wonder I've never known. He watched the words, her request, her plea, fall from her kiss-swollen lips. Knew he had to resist. I can't take advantage of you like this. It's not right. It can't be right. He shook his head fractionally. It's not honourable. Even if I wish it. Even then. He forced out the words, struggled to gain some distance. Even mental distance would help. We can't. She silenced him by placing a finger across his lips. Wait. Before you say anything more, consider this. Her tone remained sultry, alluring, siren-like. She might be arguing, but he sensed she was confident she'd win. Her gaze steady, heated yet sure, she continued. You can't seriously imagine that, having come this far, tasted this much, that I'll be content to never know, to never savour the rest. But I'm the scandalous Miss Makepeace, on the shelf and unmarriageable. So if not here, now with you, then with whom? I'll have to find some other gentleman to satisfy my curiosity. Never. Involuntarily his jaw clenched. He'd heard that she, all her family, were frequently outrageous. His current position was the epitome of that. If he made her his now, there would be no going back, not for either of them. But she didn't know that. She didn't know that he didn't consider her unmarriageable, that he was set on taking her off the shelf. She didn't know that this, her and him rolling naked in a bed, had been slated to happen sometime in the not overly distant future. He'd imagined it would occur soon after the completion of their mission. Fate, and she, apparently, had a different agenda. Or was it merely a different timetable? Regardless, this one act, this one night of unexpected passion, would shift the campaign he'd been waging onto an entirely different plane, a plane he was perfectly happy to further engage on. Through the shimmering moonlight, he studied her eyes, mind racing, considered. Even if he could find some way to resist her, was there any point? Any verbal response risked being too revealing. Reaching up, he framed her face, slowly drew her down until their lips met, then kissed her, slowly, unhurriedly, increasingly deeply. When desire once more beat its heated wings beneath their skins, he drew back enough to murmur against her lips, "All right, but as in any other dance, I lead, and you follow." He didn't wait for her answer, but kissed her again, took ruthless command of the exchange, then rolled them both over and settled her beneath him, and gave her what she'd asked for, all she'd requested, and more. He showed her what passion was, how it could flare and fill her, raise her defences and consume every inhibition, until it burned at her core, a conflagration hot and needy, until she ached to have him join with her and sate their desperation. Caught in the throes, Tabitha gasped, clung and greedily absorbed every touch, every stroke, every possessive yet reverent caress. For all that he took, he gave even more. Through every incendiary exchange he strove to please her, to pleasure her, to trap her with desire and feed her, appease her with unstinting passion, until she urged him over her, and he came, until he parted her thighs with his and with one powerful thrust joined them. Head bent, he drank her shocked gasp, gave her time only to register the feel of him, hard, hot and solid at her core. Then he moved, withdrew, surged anew, and the instant of pain, all memory of it, drowned beneath a tide of swelling pleasure. A tide that built, that buffeted them, rocked them and swept them up, swept them high. Skin slick, fingers twining, bodies merging to a rhythm older than time, they rode on, harder, higher, hearts pounding, senses spiralling. They crested the peak and raced on into glory, into flames and heat, straight into an implosion of sensation that seared every nerve, that scrambled reality with mind-bending pleasure. That at the last left them breathless, hearts thundering, senses awash and drifting, wrapped in the cocoon of covers, safe in each other's arms. Ecstasy receded, leaving a warm glow. Reality slowly seeped back into their minds. He hung over her, his weight supported on his elbows, his head bowed as he struggled to catch his breath. She reached up, and smiling softly, laid a hand against his cheek. "Thank you." Sebastian heard the words. He turned his head and pressed a kiss to her palm, struggled to take in the reality, its implications. He'd been here before, yet it had never been like this. Never before had the moment had this depth, this intensity of feeling, as if after all his years of soldiering he'd finally come home and found safe harbour, as if he'd finally found the place he was supposed to be. The possessiveness that gripped him, that had already sunk its talons deep, shook him. If he wasn't mistaken, and he knew he wasn't, his long game had taken an unexpected twist. Summoning what remained of his strength, he lifted from her, inwardly grinned at her sleepy protest, but she made no further demur when he slumped on his back and gathered her in, settled her against him. She fell asleep on a sated sigh. Later, hovering on the cusp of sleep, an earlier thought resurfaced, and he realized he'd been right. Sleeping beside her had been a test, but not in the way he'd thought. All he could do now was hope that he'd passed and cope with what came next. Chapter 5. "Mr. Tranter, sir?" Gifford's voice, accompanied by a scratching on the door, jerked Sebastian awake. Warm silken limbs wrapped him in sensual comfort. Yes, Gifford." He ran a hand through his hair, gritted his teeth as beneath the covers Tabitha stirred. "We'll be down shortly." He prayed his leaping tension didn't show in his voice. "Aye, sir. I'll have the horses put to." "Good. Excellent." Straining his ears, Sebastian heard Gifford's footsteps tracking away down the corridor. He fell back on the pillows. An instant ticked by as the events of the night reeled through his brain. Suppressing a curse, he quickly disentangled himself from Tabitha, forced himself to push back the counterpane, and sit up. "We have to get dressed and get downstairs quickly." His back to her, he ignored the sensual frisson evoked by delicate fingers trailing down his spine. "Why?" Her voice was all sultry seduction. "Because we need to leave early before the hordes from the boxing match bestir themselves. Remember?" Vaguely." Having shrugged on his shirt and pulled on his breeches, he stood, tucking in the shirt tails, then fastening the waistband. When she heaved a heavy sigh, he finally met her eyes. She looked delicious, delightfully rumpled, temptation and outright sin incarnate. She pouted, but, thank heaven, moved to get out of the bed. "You're serious, and here I thought that we'd had a wonderful time." She'd turned away so he couldn't see her face. Then she bent over to pick up her chemise and gown. His mouth dried. His eyes wouldn't shift from the perfect, ripely rounded curves of her arse. Then she straightened and swung to face him. He swallowed, said, "It was wonderful. Better than wonderful." He finally glimpsed her eyes, read her expression, frowned. "As you well know. But we really have to be on our way." She smiled softly, as if his acknowledgement was all she'd really wanted. "Very well, but you'll have to help me with my laces." Once again, against all his expectations, they slipped out of the inn, a mere 5 minutes later. 5 minutes after that, they were in the carriage and bowling down the road to London. They reached London just after 10 o'clock. Sebastian had Gifford drop him off outside the Coningsby townhouse in Cavendish Square. After promising Tabitha he'd join her in Bedford Square once he was presentable to discuss their next step, he waved the carriage on and went up the steps to his brother's front door. Thomas and Estelle were still in the country, for which he gave thanks. There was no one there to question where he'd been or to ask awkward questions. Wright met him in the hall and assured him a substantial breakfast could be assembled within minutes. An hour later, washed, shaved, dressed in fresh, neatly pressed clothes, and fortified by a large breakfast, he set out to walk the few blocks to Bedford Square. It was tempting to use the moments alone to dwell on what had occurred during the night, but Tabitha's need to do something about the blackmailer was tangible. He needed to deal with that first. Before he let himself consider what might come later, after their mission was complete, and he had to convince her not to dissolve their charade of an engagement, but rather let it stand. The events of the night had only underscored that, for him, that was the right path, his right path. To him, making Tabitha Makepeace his wife had assumed the status of a holy grail. He wasn't sure whether the events of the past night would make his road smoother or more difficult. He wasn't sure he hadn't just dug huge potholes along his path. But first things first, that had always been his maxim. He entered the Makepeace residence to learn that Tabitha's parents had already left the house for their day's engagements, and that she awaited him, impatiently, he had not a doubt, in the back parlour. Absolving Biggs of the need to announce him, he walked down the corridor, tapped on the door, and entered. Tabitha was seated on the sofa. She looked up. Expectation glowed in her face. "Well, what now? Clearly we must stop Elaine Mackay, but how should we go about it?" She'd washed and dressed too, and looked distractingly scrumptious in ivory sprigged with spring green. He sat in one of the armchairs opposite the sofa. "The first thing I believe we should ensure is the confidentiality of your friends' situations. Mackay must be stopped, but not at the cost of your friends' reputations. Or hers." She waved. "That goes without saying. So we cannot threaten Elaine with exposure over her blackmailing of any of the four." She fixed him with a direct look. "So where does that leave us? What options do we have?" He felt insensibly pleased that she was consulting him, truly asking and wanting to know what he thought, rather than just rushing ahead. "The only sure way forward I can see is to trap Mackay, to lure her with blackmail-worthy information about another young lady that is wholly invented, and therefore of no real threat to said young lady, and then wait for her to bite. Once she does, we oblige with the payment and watch her receiving it as before, then tax her with it, with the luring, the receiving, and the taxing all done in the presence of a member of the police." Well, I'll leave organising the police to you, but I believe I can provide just the right bait." He smiled at the eagerness shining in her eyes, at the quick calculation behind them. "We have already set the perfect stage. Our engagement has been much talked about." "Exactly. All the grandes dames have declared it a love match, and given the unexpectedness combined with our individual histories, it's been talked of extensively." "Meaning the gossip-mongers have had a field day." "True, but in this case that's all to the good. The higher the stakes, the more succulent the bait, and even more to the point, our engagement ball is 4 days away. What could be more natural but that I take my friend's recommendations regarding who to have in to dress my hair?" She paused, then went on. "And I know the perfect incident to use as the basis for our bait." She met his eyes. "You'll have to trust me as to what it is. I haven't yet worked out how best to present it, but I assure you, once she hears of it, Elaine Mackay will not be able to resist blackmailing me." With their engagement ball only 4 days away, they had no time to lose. They consulted Mrs. Makepeace. As she already knew and approved of their mission, convincing her to assist them took no time at all. However, as Mrs. Makepeace pointed out, there were procedures to be followed. "You cannot simply summon such a person to attend you on the day. She will expect to be interviewed ahead of time and to discuss and consider styles, then to have her fee negotiated and agreed. We had a lovely young man in to dress Lydia's hair, but in the interests of justice, and as this woman's work is clearly acceptable, I see no reason we shouldn't summon her for a consultation tomorrow." So it was that the following morning Sebastian sat beside Tabitha on the sofa in the drawing-room, with Mrs. Makepeace seated in an armchair to his right, and watched Elaine Mackay walk calmly into the room. Her gaze swept them, then she curtsied demurely. "Please do sit, Miss Mackay." Mrs. Makepeace waved to the straight-backed chair set before them. With an elegant nod, Elaine Mackay came forward. She was of above-average height, with smooth brown hair sleeked back in a neat bun at her nape, and well-set greeny-brown eyes. Beyond that, she was unremarkable. There was no feature of face or person that might induce anyone to pick her out in a crowd. She halted and nodded to them before she sat, perching on the edge of the chair and clasping both hands on the plain brown reticle she balanced on her knees. "I'm honoured to be considered for your upcoming event, ma'am." Her glance took in Sebastian, and the easy way he held one of Tabitha's hands. She looked back at Mrs. Makepeace. "I take it's an engagement ball." "Indeed. We've heard that your work has proved most satisfactory, and in some instances seen the results." With a regal wave, Mrs. Makepeace indicated Tabitha's wild curls. For the occasion, she'd left them free. They formed a vibrant corona about her head. "As you can see, my daughter will pose something of a challenge. Do you think you're up to it?" A spark of purely professional interest lit Elaine Mackay's eyes. After a moment's consideration, she said, "I've faced more difficult tasks. If I might point out, Miss Makepeace's colouring is excellent, and while any tightly structured form would be a struggle, I believe that by careful choice of style, a most sophisticated result could ensue." She turned back to Mrs. Makepeace. "What style did you have in mind, ma'am?" She glanced at Tabitha. "A miss." Tabitha merely smiled eagerly and clasped her other hand over Sebastian's. They had agreed she needed to protect an image of scatterbrained innocence. "We thought Grecian might suit," Mrs. Makepeace replied. "But I would like to hear something of your background in the field. What brought you to it, and how long have you been practising?" "Oh, I've always been good with hair, since I was a little girl in Edinburgh." Her brogue was so faint, Sebastian concluded she'd left Scotland a great many years ago. "As to my experience, I've been dressing hair in the theatres for many years. I realise it's not appropriate to compare young ladies making their come-outs or at their engagement or wedding balls to great actresses, yet both are examined very closely and constantly while they're on their stage, on their particular day." Mrs. Makepeace raised her brows. "Very true. It is an apt analogy." She paused as if considering, then went on. "I believe we might come to some arrangement, but if you would, I would like to get a better idea of what style you would suggest for dear Tabitha." Mrs. Makepeace paused to glance approvingly at the picture both Sebastian and Tabitha were endeavouring to present of a besotted young lady and her possessively attached fiancé, then looked meaningfully at Elaine Mackay. "On the occasion of the ball to celebrate her engagement to Mr. Trantor." Elaine Mackay turned to study Tabitha. Sebastian noted that she also surreptitiously studied him, taking in the subdued elegance of his attire, no doubt evaluating his wealth and consequent worth to the Makepeaces. He dressed for the occasion down to the ornate gold and diamond pin anchoring his cravat. Eventually, Elaine Mackay rose and indicated the straight-backed chair. "If Miss Makepeace would oblige me by sitting here, I can give you some idea of what I think would suit." Tabitha eagerly leapt up and sat, smiling at Sebastian in a thoroughly giddy way as she did. He had to fight to suppress a grin. Elaine Mackay had an actress as her client, even if she didn't know it. "And if I could view the gown?" Elaine Mackay darted a glance at Sebastian. "That is, if it's not being kept a secret." Tabitha waved the notion aside. "I have no secrets from dear Sebastian." She all but glowed. "None. Our union will be based on the utmost trust, you see." She kept her bright gaze on Sebastian's face, so didn't see the sly smile that for a fleeting instant curved Elaine Mackay's lips. "Well, then." All business, she turned to Mrs. Makepeace. "If I could see the gown, we can confirm the style, but while it's being fetched, let's see." For the next 5 minutes, Elaine Mackay bunched and pinned Tabitha's hair, talking continuously about curling tongs and irons, hair padding and ornaments. Mrs. Makepeace held her own, displaying a knowledge Sebastian hadn't thought she would possess. When Tabitha's maid arrived with a delicate gown of sea-green silk, Elaine broke off to admire it with a knowing eye and compliment the selection. Watching her performance, Sebastian had to admit that she used sincerity to great effect. The overall impact was of a helpful and knowledgeable artiste, one who was an expert in her field and appreciated the artistry of others in theirs. Only the calculation that hovered behind her eyes gave any hint of her untrustworthy nature. Eventually, Mrs. Makepeace declared herself more than satisfied. Tabitha bounced up and rushed to a mirror. Turning this way and that, she examined the roughly constructed style. Elaine Mackay quickly followed to point out various elements and explain how it would look when properly done on the day. With everyone happy and satisfied, Mrs. Makepeace made a generous offer, one Elaine Mackay accepted with the barest of hesitations. After she'd gathered her reticule and departed, that sly smile again playing about her lips as she turned away, Sebastian held up a hand to halt any exclamations, waited until he heard the front door close, then smiled at Mrs. Makepeace. "You were inspired." He looked at Tabitha. "And if I didn't know better, I would think you a fluff-brain intent on nothing more than pleasing me." His smile widened. "You were brilliant. You were both brilliant. That last hesitation of hers was just for show. She'd already taken the bait." "Excellent," Mrs. Makepeace declared, jaw firming, a militant look in her eye. "Now for our next step," Tabitha said. Looking from mother to daughter, taking in the feminine resolution etched in their features, Sebastian could only be glad that Elaine Mackay couldn't see them now. The day of their engagement ball rolled around surprisingly quickly. With Sebastian, Tabitha had filled the intervening 2 days with the typical social events a newly affianced couple would attend, keeping up appearances, as they dubbed it, yet she was a trifle unnerved by how easy it was to hang on Sebastian's arm and pretend to be his lady. After their night at the Ratlet Arms, which they hadn't yet had any chance to discuss, she was aware that their interactions had taken on a new depth. A subtle shading, she suspected, arose from that intimacy. Beyond that thought, she steadfastly refused to let her mind wander further and dwell on what had occurred. Not yet. Not while their mission was under way, and she had to keep her wits about her. What hours she'd spent apart from Sebastian had gone in polishing her story, the secret she would, when suitably encouraged, divulge to Elaine Mackay. She'd lied often enough in her youth, and had generally been successful. She'd long ago absorbed the successful liar's code, stick to the truth as far as possible. In this case, that wasn't difficult. 2 years before, her sister Lydia and Tabitha's now brother-in-law, Roe Gerard, had retrieved a letter she'd unwisely written in her late teens to the then-imagined love of her life. The contents of the letter would have been embarrassing enough for even the giddiest young lady, but for Tabitha, with her widely known views on marriage and her position in the sisterhood, publication of that old letter within the ton would have reduced her to a laughing-stock. That was the fabric of truth she intended to embroider. All she needed to do to create a highly sensitive secret was change the names and overemphasize the details. Elaine Mackay was due to wait on Tabitha at 4 o'clock in Bedford Square. Their ball was to be held at Roe and Lydia's London home, Gerard House, in Grosvenor Square. It would be preceded by a formal dinner, also at Gerard House. By 3:30, Tabitha had bathed, and swathed neck to toe in a voluminous wrapper, her hair a frizzy halo about her head, stood in the first-floor gallery of her parents' house and watched Sebastian ascend the main stairs, another man following close behind. Reaching the top of the stairs, Sebastian turned toward her. His lips curved. His gaze raced over her, then returned to her face. "Good afternoon, my dear." He took her hand, briefly raised it to his lips, then turned to introduce the other man. "This is Inspector Stokes. He's recently taken up a position in Peel's new force, and is eager to see what he can make of our case." "Miss Makepeace." Stokes inclined his head politely. Tabitha was agreeably surprised. She'd heard a great many tales of policemen, most highly uncomplimentary. Stokes, however, was neatly and unobtrusively dressed, well enough to appear above stairs in a gentleman's home without causing undue comment. His manners, too, while reserved, seemed natural. He was an inch or two shorter than Sebastian, dark-haired and dark-featured, and otherwise perfectly presentable. And if she'd interpreted Sebastian's introduction correctly, Stokes was ambitious for success, which boded well for his commitment. She deigned to bestow a welcoming smile upon him. "Good day, Inspector." Glancing at Sebastian, she waved down the corridor.
Let me show you our stage, and your hide." Turning, she led the way down the corridor to an open door. Entering the room beyond, she paused in the centre, waited until both men joined her, then waved at the large dressing table set against one side wall. "That is where I will sit. Miss Mackay will stand behind me as she dresses my hair. We chose this room because, while it has a ladies' dressing room to that side," she pointed to where another door stood open, revealing a welter of skirts and bandboxes, "it also has a gentleman's dressing room on this side." She indicated a matching door to the right of the dressing table. That door stood slightly ajar, with the room beyond in darkness. "Naturally, as this is supposed to be my bedchamber, that gentleman's dressing room will be expected to be unused. If you stand in there and make no sound, there will be no reason for Miss Mackay to suspect you're there, yet you'll be close enough to hear every word she and I exchange." Stokes, who now she could see him clearly, appeared quite young, looked eager. "If I may?" He pointed to the door. When Tabitha nodded, he pushed it open, looked in, then stepped inside. He glanced back at them around the door. "If you could sit at the table, Miss Makepeace, and Trantor, perhaps you could stand behind her?" They dutifully took up those positions. Stokes closed the door until it was an inch away from being shut. "Trantor, can you see me?" Sebastian looked, as did Tabitha. After a moment, he shook his head. "Not really. If you don't move, your clothes merge into the shadows. As she won't know you're there, even if she looks that way, it's unlikely Miss Mackay would detect you." "Excellent." Stokes opened the door and came out. He inclined his head to Tabitha. "I applaud your arrangements, Miss Makepeace." He looked at Sebastian. "It appears our stage is set. Now all we need is our principal player." Sebastian raised his brows as the front doorbell pealed. They all listened, heard Biggs cross the hall, then his stentorian voice carried up the stairs. "I believe Miss Tabitha is ready for you. I'll send for her maid. She'll take you up." Tabitha waved her hands at both Sebastian and Stokes. "Into the dressing room. We've arranged for my maid Tilly to bring Miss Mackay up. Then Tilly will stay and fuss for a few minutes, then leave us alone." "Very good." Stokes led the way into the dressing room. Sebastian grinned at the excited anticipation in Tabitha's face. He bent his head and pressed a swift kiss to her lips. "Good luck." Then he followed Stokes into the darkened dressing room. Tabitha pressed her hands to her cheeks, then drew in a deep breath. She did indeed feel as if she were stepping onto a stage, one on which she'd have to improvise to a large degree. She had to hope Elaine Mackay would give her the opening she needed to impart her secret, and that she wouldn't do anything to make the woman suspicious. Hearing footsteps approaching, she checked the almost closed door of the dressing room. Then, satisfied there was nothing to give the men away, she sank onto the stool before the dressing table and schooled herself to play her part. She had to build on her earlier appearance before Miss Mackay and pretend to a naivety she'd never possessed. "Oh, there you are." She swung to beam at Elaine Mackay as Tilly ushered her into the room. Swinging back to face the mirror, she plumped up her flyaway hair. "I've been thinking, do you really think the Grecian style would be best?" With a confident smile, Elaine Mackay set a package containing her implements down on the dressing table and smoothly moved into what Tabitha mentally dubbed her reassurance mode. Tilly bustled about, then went into the ladies' dressing room. She came out with Tabitha's petticoats over one arm. Laying them out on the bed, she turned to Tabitha. "I'm just going down to check over your ball gown. It might need the iron put to it." Tabitha, engrossed in Elaine Mackay's transformation of her hair, she really was a gifted hairdresser, waved Tilly off. "Take your time and make sure every last grease is gone. I want everything to be perfect for tonight." "Yes, miss." With a bob, Tilly was gone. Tabitha waited. Minutes ticked by with nothing more than a comment here and there about this curl or that. She was starting to feel anxious. But then Elaine Mackay murmured, "That's such a wonderful time in a young lady's life, getting engaged." Eyes wide, fixed on her own reflection, Tabitha made a breathless sound of agreement. In the corner of her vision, she caught the sly, measuring look Elaine Mackay sent her way. "Why," the hairdresser said, paying attention to a stray curl, "in many ways it's as if you leave your old life behind, all the mistakes and stumbles, and start afresh as a soon-to-be new bride." Tabitha nodded emphatically. "Yes, exactly. Oops, sorry." Her smile a touch strained, Elaine reset the curl Tabitha had yanked out. "It must be such a relief not to have to worry any more about past indiscretions. I know many of my young ladies have said that." "Oh, yes," Tabitha gushed. "I know just how they feel." "Indeed?" Polite scepticism coloured Mackay's voice. "But I wouldn't imagine you had any truly worrisome episode in your past." "Oh, but I have. You have no idea." Tabitha lowered her voice. "I'm just so relieved that once I marry Mr. Trantor, I can forget all about the letter." "A letter?" It's such a silly thing to have done." In the tone of a naive girl recounting a past incident to someone she trusted without any true appreciation of the potential for harm vis-à-vis her current situation, Tabitha babbled, suitably disjointedly, through her embellished tale of a highly inflammatory letter explicitly alluding to a lover's tryst. She allowed the implication that the tryst had culminated in intimacy to slide through, ultimately explaining in an airy way how such a letter surfacing now would shred her reputation. As the tale that she had once believed herself utterly, romantically, and most definitely physically in love with the gentleman now popularly known as Addison the Spineless Wonder truly would play havoc with her image, she substituted Addison with a blameless young gentleman who she knew had been with the army in Spain over the time her supposed indiscretion had taken place. Elaine Mackay was an excellent listener. Even knowing her motives, Tabitha found it remarkably easy to blab her secret. The exercise, however, brought home to her how betrayed and lost her friends must have felt when the blackmailer's demand arrived. The conversation with Elaine remained so inconsequential, constantly interrupted by details about her hair, and with Elaine giving the impression that she wasn't really listening. Tabitha finally understood how her friends might have revealed their secrets, then forgotten that they had. A hairdresser, after all, was one of those people one didn't truly see. They came, they did one's hair, they went, and had no other connection to their clients' lives. But although she hid her interest well, Tabitha was certain Elaine Mackay drank in every detail she revealed. She knew it was a ploy, a staged act, not real, yet in thinking ahead, imagining how she would feel when the demand arrived and threatened her future with Sebastian, she felt nauseous, as if she felt truly threatened, as if she truly had a future with Sebastian. Oh God, she truly did want a future with Sebastian. Elaine was busy with the back of her head. Shocked by the insight, nearly frantic, Tabitha consulted her true feelings. Her heart sank. How had this happened? But then Elaine straightened. Tabitha hurriedly bundled the startling truth from her mind and plastered on a suitably vacuous smile. "It looks lovely. I adore those bouncy little curls on top." With a smile and a few words, Elaine encouraged Tabitha's focus on her creation. 5 minutes later, Elaine packed her implements. Tabitha rang for Tilly, who appeared and briskly escorted Miss Mackay downstairs. Reseated on the dressing-stool, but now facing the open door, Tabitha waited until she heard the front door shut, then slumped back against the dressing-table. "You can come out. She's gone." Stokes came out, followed by Sebastian. Stokes nodded approvingly at her. "That was an excellent performance, Miss Makepeace." Sebastian's approbation shone in his eyes. "An inspired performance." Tabitha felt wrung out, but manufactured a smile. "Thank you." "Now all we have to do," Stokes said, "is wait for Miss Mackay to take the bait." Tabitha smiled into Sebastian's eyes as they circled the ballroom in Gerard House to the strains of their engagement waltz. "I can't quite believe we're doing this." Couldn't believe how genuine it felt, how much she wanted it to be real. We are, and if I say so myself, we're highly convincing. His eyes locked with hers, his lips lightly curved. He whirled her swiftly, exhilaratingly, through the turn at the bottom of the long room. As they processed back up the polished floor, other couples joined them. Roe and Lydia, Sebastian's brother Thomas and his wife Estelle, who had arrived in London only the previous night. Tabitha's parents joined in, then a host of guests stepped out. 2 minutes later, the floor was crowded. Sebastian slowed their progress so they merged with the other couples. Tabitha forced her thoughts back to their charade. We survived the dinner better than I expected. Coping with our families was one thing, but keeping our facade intact before the grand dames, I wasn't sure we could pull that off. But we did, and not one of them doubted. I overheard several say what an exceptional couple we make. I hadn't expected they'd all be so interested in my imminent nuptials, but if anything, their avidity is even greater than it was with Lydia and Roe. She lightly grimaced. I suppose because they'd given up hope of me ever marrying. Sebastian caught her gaze, held it. She got the impression he was considering what to say, frowned lightly. What is it? After a further moment of hesitation, he said, I admit it's necessary for us to put on a good show, to give everyone what they expect to see, but there's no reason we shouldn't enjoy the moment, exactly as if it were real. Something inside her quivered. But it's not. It's as real as we wish to make it. Tonight, we're an engaged couple. He glanced at the hand she had resting on his shoulder. You wear my ring, and I think... He broke off, then smiled and met her eyes. I think you're the most mesmerizing lady I've ever had the pleasure of holding in my arms. Oh! She couldn't deny the frisson of delight that shot through her. As it faded, she lifted her head. You're right. We should enjoy tonight for what it is, and leave tomorrow and whatever comes for tomorrow. Precisely. He gathered her in for the next turn. As they emerged from it, he murmured, Incidentally, don't be tempted to dance with Freddie. He has 2 left feet and will almost certainly tread on your hem. She laughed and accepted his advice. Let the role she'd agreed to play take hold, and for that one evening gave herself over to being the lady Sebastian wanted in his arms. Sebastian eventually had to yield to the press of requests and allow other gentlemen to dance with his betrothed. The degree of discipline he had to exercise to smile and permit it was merely the latest symptom of his evolving possessiveness, an emotion of which he was increasingly aware. He made an effort not to stand and brood, or worse, glower, and forced himself to make a circuit of the room, stopping to chat with various guests, as he suspected he should. His aunts were thrilled. Tabitha's parents were smiling. Her sister Lydia beamed and kissed his cheek, then whispered that she hoped he would triumph. As the look in her fine eyes conveyed that she understood his true goal was to convince Tabitha to marry him, he took her encouragement as a good sign. Despite his good intentions, he'd come to a halt by the side of the room, his gaze fixed on Tabitha as she whirled about the floor in the arms of some dandified sprig, when Robert Gerard, Viscount Gerard, or Roe as the family called him, strolled up. Halting beside Sebastian, he too looked out at the dancers, said, his deep voice low, Mr. and Mrs. Makepeace explained the situation. Your novel tact to winning Tabitha's hand. I feel compelled to wish you luck, and to tell you that if you hurt Tabitha, I will hurt you. Sebastian, his gaze still on the fiery head of his betrothed, merely raised his brows. If I hurt Tabitha, I hurt myself even more. Roe turned his head and looked at him. Sebastian obligingly glanced his way, saw his putative brother-in-law's eyes widen slightly. Then Roe's lips curved, and he inclined his head. Good answer. They both looked back at the dancers, at Tabitha. Incidentally, Roe said, his tone warmer, conversational, Lydia thinks your quest is highly romantic. Me, I'd call it as eccentric as anything any makepiece ever did, putting the betrothal before the wooing. He caught Sebastian's gaze, tipped his head to him, and grinned. Welcome to the family. Thank you, Sebastian dryly replied. I'll do my poor best to fit in. Chapter 6. For the next 4 days, they played the part of a rapturous, newly betrothed couple, a necessary strategy to ensure Elaine Mackay had good reason to act. They were seen at the most select balls every night, and strolled in the park at least once a day, receiving the accolades of their peers and the blessings of the most haughty of the Ton's matrons. But the grandes dames kept their eagle eyes on them. Strolling beside the avenue on Sebastian's arm, Tabitha leaned close to murmur, "It's as if they want to ensure there's no backsliding." She straightened. After a moment added, her tone cooler, "I wonder what they'll say when we cry off." Sebastian glanced at her, then covered the hand resting on his sleeve, squeezed lightly. "Let's go for a drive. There's something I want to show you." Raising his arm, he signalled to his tiger, who'd been holding the black gelding harnessed to his curricle. Lengthening her stride to keep up with his increased pace, Tabitha glanced at his face, saw determination of a sort she couldn't place in his features. "What is it, this thing you wish to show me?" "You'll see when we get there." He briefly met her gaze. "It's a recent acquisition on which I'd like your opinion." As he clearly didn't wish to tell her more, she held her tongue and let him help her up into the curricle. He joined her on the box seat. The diminutive tiger swung up behind as with an expert flick of the reins, Sebastian set the black pacing. He drove out of the park, then tacked through the early afternoon traffic. He turned up Orchard Street, then continued northward along Baker Street. Far ahead, beyond the end of the street, Tabitha could see the greenery of Regent's Park. She glanced at Sebastian curiously, but he was busy managing his horse. It didn't seem wise to attempt to probe. Eventually he turned into the carriage drive that circled Regent's Park, veering left along the facade of the various recently completed terraces. To her surprise, he slowed the curricle, easing the carriage into the elegant curve of Nash's celebrated Sussex Place. Sebastian halted the curricle outside number 20. Handing the reins to his tiger, he stepped down to the gravel, then rounded the back of the curricle to hand her down. Her hand in his, he pushed open the wrought-iron gate and led her up the path to the front door. A cherry tree wept blossoms in the narrow front garden. She looked up at the elegant lines of the facade. "Who lives here?" Then she realized he'd pulled a key from his pocket. Fitting it in the lock, he glanced back at her. "I do." He set the door open, then waved her through. Surprised, she stepped across the threshold into a narrow, airy hall lit by a skylight high above. The floor was all polished boards. Her footsteps echoed. She turned to face him as he followed her in, shutting the door behind him. "I thought you lived at your brother's house while in London." He pulled a face. "I did. Thomas and I originally thought that, as we both spend at least half the year in the country, we could share the ancestral abode while in town. But then he arrived with Estelle and their 5 young daughters. I did mention that the youngest was barely 3 months old, I believe." She smiled. "You did. You'll recall I also mentioned I'm something of a scholar, that I like deciphering old script and ancient codes." When she nodded, he smiled wryly. "Once my nieces arrived, Thomas and I realized our idea of sharing the family townhouse wasn't going to work." He glanced around. "So, I bought this. I haven't had a chance to furnish it yet. I thought I'd wait. But here." He waved her to the first door on the right. "I bought one piece, just to see how it would suit. Take a look and tell me what you think." She walked in. Her gaze was immediately caught by the elegant lines of the white marble mantelpiece framing the hearth directly opposite the door. From there she looked up, walking further into the room as she took in the finely wrought decorative mouldings on the cornices and ceiling. A delicate chandelier
depended from the central rose. The floor beneath her feet was richly polished oak. The ceiling was painted white, as were the doors, architraves, and window frames. The walls were a soft dove grey. The colour reminded her of his eyes. She swung to the window and caught her breath. The long panes framed the weeping cherry tree in its pale pink and white blossoms, with the green lawns of the park across the carriage drive and the glint of light on the water of the boating lake in the distance. Her gaze lowered and fastened on the one piece of furniture in the room, a sculpted chaise longue. The honey tones of oak gleamed in the delicately shaped and carved frame. The upholstery was grey silk, a subtle shade darker than the walls, finished with white piping. Placed before the window, before that view, the chaise was perfection incarnate. She searched for words. Exquisite. Turning her head, she studied his face, then met his eyes. You're a man of many talents, Sebastian Trantor, some of them unexpected. She moved closer, raised a hand to his cheek. The lady who marries you will be lucky indeed. She had never meant any words more. But she gave herself and him no time to dwell on them, to dwell on the fact that whoever he eventually married, it wouldn't be her. That once Elaine Mackay made her demand and they trapped her retrieving the payment, their mission would be complete, and their betrothal would end. She kissed him, boldly, with all the sultry passion he'd taught her she possessed, with an intent she hadn't even paused to consider but simply knew was right, with a desperation she felt to her heart, to her soul, throughout her being. If she was fated to never again know passion, then she'd take what she could with him now, and if it might be thought unfair to the lady whose drawing-room this delicate, perfect room would eventually be, she nevertheless felt that hypothetical lady owed her this much, owed her this afternoon of pleasure in return for letting him go, setting him free. Sebastian found himself enthralled all over again, caught in the web of her desires, trapped by his need to respond, to trace, to take, to savour, to pleasure her until she gasped and clung, to caress her until she writhed and demanded, until, with her hair burning the grey silk of the chaise, she drew him down, took him in, and loved him, drew him into her heat, and saved him, claimed him. Both of them wanted with a powerful need, but both strove to hold the urgency at bay, to instead take the slow path and fill the afternoon with their sighs, to explore and learn and know, to take pleasure in giving and in receiving, to challenge, then submit, to lead and then to follow, to let the journey take them as passion rose and desire burned and need inexorably climbed, until they surged as one and reached for the stars, and the spiralling glory caught them, shattered them, and drowned them in ecstasy. Later, Tabitha refused to let him speak. She had a dreadful suspicion that her desperation had been all too evident, that he'd seen too much, read too accurately, and now knew the panicked yearning in her heart. She didn't want to hear excuses. Explanations would be tedious. She didn't think she could bear to hear him being kind. So, wrestling with her petticoats, ignoring her half-dressed state, she put her foot down and imperiously declared, "Do not say a word. Don't spoil the moment. Let it be what it is, and accept it for that." His breeches still unbuttoned, his shirt gaping, Sebastian met her gaze. His eyes were stormy. She could tell from the set of his lips that he didn't agree with her decree, but she judged him correctly. He nodded curtly. "If you wish." He looked down and laced his cuffs. She wriggled into her gown, then presented him with her back. "If you could help." He humphed and rapidly did up her laces. 5 minutes later, they were back in the curricle and heading back to Bedford Square.
Sebastian had hoped to make more headway toward his ultimate goal, perhaps even admit to his true agenda. But her decree. Then again, he couldn't regret those moments in what he already thought of as their drawing room. The house, the chaise, all had gone as he'd planned. Better than he'd planned. He hadn't imagined she would react as she had, that the place would move her in that way, but he couldn't in all honesty complain. If nothing else, the interlude had confirmed just how perfectly suited they were in every way. He'd simply have to find another opportunity to break the news to her that their sham betrothal was to him no sham. He drew rein outside her parents' townhouse. Leaving his tiger with the reins, he escorted Tabitha up the front steps. Biggs opened the door to them. Tabitha went in, and he followed, intending to take his leave of her in the back parlour, and preferably steal another kiss while he was at it. But after closing the door, Biggs lifted a salver from the hall table. "A letter for you, miss. A boy brought it round an hour or so ago." One glance informed Sebastian that the letter wasn't merely another invitation card. Alert, he waited as Tabitha looked back, then retraced her steps. She lifted the letter from Biggs' salver, then glanced at him. "Let's go into the parlour." He followed her down the hall. In the parlour, she walked to the window, broke the seal on the letter, smoothed out the single sheet, angled it to the light and read. She met his eyes as he joined her. "This is it, the blackmailer's demand." She offered him the sheet. He took it. The few lines required less than a minute to read. "We need to send for Stokes." Tabitha crossed to the bell pull. When Biggs answered the summons, she asked for a footman to be sent to Bow Street. Stokes didn't keep them waiting. Within the half-hour, he was standing on the parlour rug, scanning the missive. "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning." His eyes narrowed. "That doesn't give you much time to think." "It was the same with Rothbury's payments," Sebastian said. "The first demand gives the target a day, but subsequent demands, which escalate in amount, give increasing notice." Stokes nodded. "Because after the first payment is made, she's sure the target is hooked, and she's smart enough not to scare her targets off at the first jump. Just look at this sum. A pony. Significant, but not that much when all's considered. Tempting enough to think that the easiest way out is simply to pay." "So," seated on the sofa beside Sebastian, Tabitha fixed her gaze on Stokes. "What will we do?" Stokes looked again at the letter, then at Sebastian. Sebastian turned to Tabitha. "We do precisely as she asks, and give her her due." Chapter 7. The following morning at 9:30, Sebastian handed Tabitha down from her parents' town coach at the eastern end of Fleet Street. St. Bride's Church stood in a quiet court between two buildings to the south of the bustling thoroughfare. On Sebastian's arm, Tabitha held up her skirts as they crossed the street, then entered the churchyard. At the centre of its court, the church could be approached from virtually every direction. There were countless alleys and shadowy runnels from which someone might have been watching them. They halted a few steps from the church door. Any watcher would have interpreted the ensuing charade as Tabitha wanting a private moment alone inside the church, possibly to pray or to remember some dead relative. Sebastian agreed with a shrug. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he settled to wait, looking idly back at the traffic thronging Fleet Street. Tabitha entered the church alone. Their plan was relatively simple. Follow the instructions in the note and put the package containing the money — they were taking no chances, Sebastian had produced 20 new £5 notes — into the pocket for music sheets carved into the side of the first choir stall on the right. Then Stokes and his constables would keep watch and follow whoever fetched the money until the package reached Elaine Mackay's hands. Entering the shadows of the church's foyer, Tabitha looked round. To make a charge easy to prosecute, Stokes had to see her put the package into the choir stall pocket, then see whoever came to get it, pick it up, and keep them in sight as they, They assumed the courier would be another young lad, ferried it to Elaine Mackay's house, and ultimately placed it in her hands. It was apparently highly preferable for Stokes to keep the package, or whoever was carrying it, in sight at all times. Moving into the nave, Tabitha was reassured to see Stokes lounging in one of the rear pews. He saw her and nodded, but it might have been merely a polite acknowledgement rather than a greeting. Not, Tabitha noted as she continued more confidently down the centre aisle, that at that hour there was anyone else about to see. But they'd agreed to behave as if Elaine Mackay herself was watching, even though they'd come early. For all they knew, when she took on a new client, Elaine might take a more personal interest in the proceedings. Tabitha made her way to the first choir stall on the right. After glancing once more around the church, she drew the packet from her reticule and deposited it in the music sheet pocket. Her part played, she turned and walked briskly back up the aisle. Drawing level with Stokes, she surreptitiously gave a little wave. He responded with a stern look, but she saw his lips twitch. When he'd met her and Sebastian in Bedford Square an hour ago, he'd brought 2 young constables with him to keep watch and assist as needed. She didn't know where the pair were, but they'd been dressed as labourers, the better to blend with the many thronging the pavements. Stepping out into the sunshine, she saw Sebastian waiting on the path ahead. He'd been watching the street, but as if sensing her presence, glanced back at her. She smiled, walked forward and slid her arm into his. All done. Stokes was there and saw all as required. Good. Sebastian closed his hand over hers on his sleeve as they walked toward the street. I suggest we take his advice and depart. We can repair to the other end of Fleet Street. If, as we expect, she sends another boy to fetch the packet, he'll almost certainly pass that spot on his way to deliver it. Well, how will we know which boy to follow? As they stepped onto the street, she waved at the hordes, busily bustling in every direction. There's boys of all sorts everywhere. Only one will have Stokes and his lads on his heels. True. Without further argument, she climbed into the carriage. He gave Gifford their direction, then followed. At 2 minutes past 10 o'clock, they left the carriage pulled up at the curb in the Strand and strolled arm in arm to take up a position on the pavement on the north side of the western end of Fleet Street. They pretended to be admiring the spire of St. Clement Danes. It seems appropriate, Tabitha said, that the payment that will allow us to stop Elaine Mackay will go past here, the spot where the payment that led us to her was made. Indeed. Sebastian glanced over her head, back down Fleet Street. And here comes our courier. When she tried to whirl about, he prevented it. No, don't look. Turning her, he strode westward, in the same direction as the courier. I'm not sure which boy it is, but Stokes is coming this way, and he's clearly got someone in his sights. Let's amble and give them a chance to overtake us. She nodded decisively. Then we'll follow. He could see no way of preventing it. Neither he nor Stokes was eager to have Tabitha present when they confronted Elaine Mackay, but as it was her mission, as it had been she who persevered and brought the blackmailing scheme to light to the point where an arrest was looming, and given her determination, let alone her intransigence, they'd had to give way on that point. Within a minute, one of Stokes' constables came striding past, whistling a cheery tune. A few paces behind him, a young lad, a messenger boy indistinguishable from the hundreds of others who ran errands in that part of the city every day, ferrying papers between solicitors' offices, law courts, various registries, banks, and countless businesses, strode along. Stokes, his eyes alert, his attention fixed, moved smoothly in the boy's wake. Sebastian allowed Stokes to get several paces ahead, then yielded to Tabitha's insistent nudging, and followed. If that messenger boy knows what he's carrying, I'll eat my best bonnet. I doubt you'll be put to that masticatory feat. I suspect most messenger boys learn to have no knowledge of or interest in the packets they carry. After a moment, she said, Too much temptation? Too much danger. They remained behind Stokes, who cleaved through the teeming crowds like a tracking hound. He was tall enough that his black hat showed clearly above the throng. As they'd expected, the boy led their procession around Aldwych and into the streets above Covent Garden, eventually turning down the narrower lanes, taking a direct path to Elaine Mackay's door. For most of the distance, one of Stokes's constables ambled ahead of the boy. Sebastian didn't sight the second constable until he joined them in the shadows of an alley opposite and a little way short of Elaine Mackay's door. When Sebastian arched a brow the man's way, he grinned and held up a finger to enjoin their silence. Then, much to Tabitha's irritation, the constable turned and took up a position in front of her. Sebastian saw her glare at the poor man's back. Then she shifted to peer around him. Their plan was nearing its culmination. Having reached his destination, the boy paused to pull the packet from inside his jerkin. The constable, who'd been ahead of him earlier, had continued ambling, but more slowly along the lane, scanning the doors as if searching for a particular house. Stokes had halted in the middle of the lane, looking down it, apparently surveying something in the distance. He paid no attention to the messenger boy only a yard or two away. Packet in his hand, the boy faced Elaine Mackay's door and rapped smartly. A minute ticked by. Then the door opened, revealing Elaine Mackay. She saw Stokes, but as he wasn't looking her way, she ignored him and looked at the boy, focusing on the packet he offered her. She smiled, smugly satisfied, and reached for it. She didn't see Stokes's head turn, didn't see the rest of them watching. Grasping the packet, she passed the boy a coin she'd had ready in her hand. Good. Off you go. Packet in hand, she turned to go inside, and the boy turned away. But Stokes was there. He seized the boy, pushed him into the arms of the young constable, who'd swiftly returned up the lane. Whirling, Elaine Mackay saw Stokes coming after her. Her expression shocked, aghast. She tried to slam the door shut, but Stokes reached it in time and forced it back. Elaine released the door and fled deeper into the house. Stokes followed. The constable in the alley had raced out to support Stokes. Tabitha had shot after him. Sebastian had gone straight after her. On Stokes's heels, the constable rushed in through the open door. A heavy thud and a string of curses halted Tabitha and Sebastian on the threshold. In the gloom within, they saw Stokes and the luckless constable rolling in a narrow corridor, desperately trying to untangle themselves from a large amount of washing that had been slung in their path. Both had fallen, their legs trapped in damp sheets. Beside them, the messenger boy was still frantically wrestling. Sebastian turned to help the other constable, assure him that he was wanted only as a witness and not suspected of any crime. That took a mere instant, a single, forcefully delivered sentence. But when Sebastian looked back, Tabitha was gone. He glanced around and caught sight of her skirt whisking down an alley alongside the house. He swore and raced after her. Tabitha wasn't about to let Elaine Mackay escape and continue to make hay from other people's misery, especially not Tabitha's friend's misery. She rushed down the alley to the back of the house, barreled around the corner, came to a teetering halt, facing Elaine Mackay, holding a pair of sharp hair shears levelled at Tabitha's face. "You!" Elaine spat the word. "How dare you!" Her eyes blazed, fury and hatred an incandescent mix. "You're nothing but a pampered idiot! Get out of my way!" Tabitha might have obliged, but there was no place for her to go. The back wall of the next house stood close to the back of Elaine's. The space they stood in was a few feet wide. Lips curling, face contorting, Elaine jabbed the shears viciously at Tabitha's face. Heart pounding, she weaved back. A steely arm looped about her waist and hauled her back into the side of a hard male body. From the corner of her eye, she saw a fist flash past at head height. Then Elaine Mackay howled. Tabitha heard the clatter as the hair shears hit the ground. Wriggling in Sebastian's grasp, he was holding her off the ground. She looked and saw Elaine Mackay still yowling, with both hands clapped to her nose and blood pouring down. Tabitha glanced up at Sebastian. He was frowning and looked thoroughly uncomfortable. "What?" He watched, lips thinning, as Elaine Mackay's howls subsided to sobs and she crumpled to sit on the ground. I've never struck a woman before." Tabitha looked at Elaine Mackay, then back at him.
"Well, just remember not to do it again."
Stokes, who'd appeared through the back door, grunted.
"Not unless they're villains like this one. Then you're excused." "There, see?"
Tabitha gestured at Stokes, as without compunction he hauled Elaine Mackay to her feet.
"You're absolved."
She paused, then when Sebastian didn't respond, added pointedly,
"You can put me down now."
He glanced at her, then, as if only then registering that he held her still, grunted and complied. Tabitha wondered what it was about men and grunting. As a form of communication, it left a lot to be desired. They followed Stokes and his captive inside the small, poky house. Stokes had sat Elaine in the single chair by a rickety table in the tiny kitchen. Over the tops of the hands still clasping her nose, the hairdresser's eyes shot daggers at Tabitha.
"I'm going to ruin you."
The words were muffled, yet still venomous.
"You hold me up before a beak, and I'll tell everyone what I know about you and your precious letter."
She transferred her gaze to Sebastian.
"Your engagement will be over faster than you can blink."
Tabitha heaved a dramatic sigh, reclaiming Elaine's attention.
"What you don't understand is that it's all a lie, a sham. There's nothing you can do to harm me or Mr. Trantor. Everything you think you know was a fabrication, a trap to make sure we caught you."
For an instant Elaine Mackay looked utterly shocked. Then her malevolence returned.
"I'll tell all about the others, too. How do you think they'll treat you then, when it'll be your fault that the town learns all their silly secrets?"
"Oh, there's no risk of that." Stokes grinned wolfishly when Elaine looked up at him. "Now you've helpfully admitted your involvement with blackmailing others too, and in front of several members of the force." He nodded at the two constables who were standing in the doorways. "As Mr. Peel has no intention of setting the ton against him by unnecessarily airing their scandals, you'll face a closed court. No chance to tell anyone but the judge all about the things you've learned while dressing young ladies' hair." His grin grew intent. "You're nicked." He glanced at the constables. The messenger boy was hanging back in the hallway, round-eyed. "Take her back to Bow Street, and you can take the boy too. Lad," he said to the messenger boy, "once you tell the sergeant what you did today, you'll be free to go." The boy bobbed his head. Leaving his men to see to their charges, Stokes waved Tabitha and Sebastian out of the crowded kitchen. Stepping into the rear yard, Tabitha led the way down the alley and back out into the lane. Sebastian joined her. Stokes halted before them. "Thank you both. I assume you'd rather you heard no more of this episode." Sebastian agreed. Tabitha hesitated, then said, "Only if she escapes." Stokes smiled at that. "Rest assured she won't." "One question," Sebastian said. "How will the others, those she truly blackmailed, know they no longer need to fear exposure? Admittedly, they'll no longer receive any demands, but they may well grow anxious over what the sudden silence portends." Stokes frowned. "I'll have a word to my superiors. It seems like that's something Mr. Peel himself might like to undertake, discreetly putting it about that Miss Mackay, the hairdresser, had been blackmailing various Ton clients, but as she's now to be transported, her victims need no longer fear her. No need to single out any clients, and no need to explain your part in it either." Tabitha nodded. "That should do it." They parted with handshakes and congratulations all around. Stokes turned back to the house to where his men were leading out their prisoner. Taking Tabitha's arm, Sebastian turned her toward Aldwych, beyond which Gifford and their carriage would be waiting. It's too early for a celebratory luncheon, and he had to clear one last major hurdle before he could celebrate anything at all. In the interim, might I suggest we adjourn to the park? Tabitha glanced at him, then nodded. "If you wish." Tabitha couldn't understand why she felt so deflated. She'd succeeded in her mission, brilliantly, even if she said so herself. Yet instead of bubbling and effervescing with delight, she felt as if some huge, dull weight was dragging her down. Gifford drove them into the park. It was not yet noon, and the carriages of the matrons and grandes dames were drawn up along the avenue, the Don's matchmakers making use of the pleasant morning to parade their charges on the lawns. She really didn't feel like socializing, but Gifford pulled in to the verge nearby. Inwardly sighing, she followed Sebastian from the carriage. Although he wound her arm in his, to her surprise, he didn't lead her toward the fashionable throng, but rather cut a path parallel to the avenue, within sight but a little way apart from the clusters of young ladies and gentlemen strolling and avidly chatting under the matron's watchful eyes. She glanced across the lawns at the courting couples, and the reality that had been hovering, the dark cloud at the back of her mind, came rushing to the fore and swamped her. Ah, yes, of course. Her mission was complete, and their engagement was at an end. Sebastian glanced at her, puzzled. She forced herself to lift her chin, to draw in a tight breath and state, "Now we've solved the riddle of the blackmailer and put an end to her schemes, we need to address the question of how to dissolve our engagement." That was why he'd brought her there, so they could work out their next and last plan, how to bring their association to an end. He cleared his throat. Yes, I wanted to speak to you about that." He didn't immediately go on, glancing down, not knowing how, what tack to take, what words to use, to move the moment along, yet desperate to do so. She hadn't imagined it would hurt so much. She noticed the glimmer of his grandmother's ring on her finger, the betrothal ring his family had expected him to give to the lady he'd chosen as his bride. She halted. Drawing her hand from his arm, she reached for the ring. "I should give this back to you." She grasped the band, started to wriggle it free. Sebastian reached out and closed one hand over hers, waited until she looked up and met his eyes. Hers was strangely dull, unusually sombre. He held her gaze, quietly said, "Actually, I wanted to ask if you could see your way to keeping that on your finger." When she stared at him, just stared, he clarified, "If you would keep wearing it." She blinked, looked down at his hand clasped over hers, at the ring still glowing all fire and light on her finger. "But we make a good team." Desperation forced the words from him. He meant to formulate some sophisticated plea, rehearse an eloquent proposal, but he shifted to face her. "I know this mission is over, but we could find other missions, do other things, together." That was the important thing. Him and her together. He caught her gaze as she looked up at him again, held to it as if it were a lifeline and he was drowning. Closed his other hand with the first about her hands, clasped them between his as he said, "I know you think you're unmarriageable, and that you aren't looking for a husband, that you aren't enamoured of the married state at all, but we suit so well, and I like all your odd quirks, all the ways you're so different from other young ladies. I appreciate your unconventionality. We've rubbed along together tolerably well, and we're compatible in so many ways." Holding on to her hands, he hauled in a tight breath. "I would be honoured if you would leave my ring on your finger." Tabitha stared into his face, and still couldn't take it in, couldn't accept that what her dazed and rattled mind was screeching at her was indeed the true interpretation of his words. In her life, in her experience, things she'd longed for had never fallen into her lap. So, her fingers clinging to his every bit as tightly as his were to hers, she forced herself to ask, "What exactly are you saying?" She was distantly aware that the strollers by the avenue were watching. None were near enough to hear, but they all could see, enough to know some discussion of great moment was occurring. She didn't need to look to know they were waiting with bated breath to observe the outcome. She cared not a jot. For her in that moment only Sebastian mattered. He was frowning, she thought with self-disgust, as he stared down at her. "Damn!" Pulling one hand free, he ran it through his hair, thoroughly disarranging it. "I've done this wrongly." Before she could react, he went down on one knee, both hands once again clasped about hers as he gazed up at her, his grey eyes locked on hers. "Tabitha Makepeace, will you do me the honour of being my wife, to have and to hold for the rest of my life?" She blinked. "You want to marry me?" She had to be sure. "You really want to marry me of your own volition? This isn't some form of duty that you feel you must honour, is it? Your duty to your family, or because of our closeness at the inn and at your house?" She couldn't bear it if it were. "No." His lips twisted. "I realise that the notion might seem strange, but I really, truly, in all honesty and with absolute sincerity, want to marry you. Just you. No one else. No one else will do. And I rather think that my trials and tribulations in searching for a suitable wife proved beyond question that I am not that much of a self-sacrificing saint that I would marry out of duty. I tried, but I couldn't. The simple truth is that I couldn't imagine marrying any young lady." He held her gaze. "Not until I met you." Tabitha believed him. She trusted him. She always had. She somehow recognized from the first that his heart was true, and now it was hers, truly hers. She looked down at him, felt her features soften, felt her expression slowly transform as her heart filled and filled, then overflowed with joy. He saw. He searched her eyes, her face, and read her answer there. His own expression lit. He waited, then abruptly winced, muttered, "For pity's sake, say yes and put me out of my misery. This grass is damp and my knees will cramp and—" "Yes." The word was weak, her voice faint, but she repeated it. "Yes." Slipping her hands free of his, she grasped his shoulders and tugged. As he rose, she laughed joyously, then caught his hands in hers, held them as she looked into his eyes. "Yes, Sebastian Trantor, I'll marry you." Releasing his hands, she reached up and framed his face. His eyes were all she could see. "I'll marry you, and we'll make our marriage, our future life, our next mission." He smiled. "That's all I ask." She smiled back. "And that I can do." She stretched up and kissed him, and was kissed as no other young lady in living memory had been kissed in the park, in full view of the goggling matrons and the grandes dames, all but hanging out of their carriages along the avenue. They adjourned to her parents' house to convey the good news, both that the blackmailer had been caught and removed without fuss, and that, contrary to their earlier intention, they would not be dissolving their engagement. His hand locked around hers, Sebastian smiled proudly at Tabitha. "We've decided we'll make a good team in the wider sphere of life, too." She arched her brows at him. "There'll be challenges, of course." Mrs. Makepeace smiled contentedly. "We always knew you were well matched, and challenges, my dear, are what add spice to a marriage." Mr. Makepeace smiled at Sebastian. "So my dear lady keeps telling me." Sebastian grinned and looked at Tabitha again, drank in the sight of her, the joy and sheer happiness shining in her bright eyes and radiating from her. "You may be sure, sir, that I'll appreciate those challenges as I ought." "Oh, I don't doubt it," Mr. Makepeace said. "You're no fool." They remained in Bedford Square for a private celebratory luncheon, over which they discussed and agreed that their change of heart necessitated no further public confirmation. At the end of the meal, Sebastian caught Tabitha's eye. "We should call on my aunts before they hear of our scene in the park and start speculating as to what it might mean." "Goodness, yes." She laid aside her napkin, exchanged a glance with her mother. "We'd better go and reassure them straight away." Her mother nodded benign approval. Her father waved them on their way. They called at Fothergill House to discover that his aunts had already heard the news. "Great heavens, Sebastian, what was that all about?" Lady Fothergill raised her quizzing glass and observed the pair of them through it. "You haven't been giving dear Tabitha any reason to doubt your affections, have you?" Standing beside Tabitha, her hand in his, Sebastian heard her choke. "No, of course not. We were discussing our wedding."
"Oh,"
Pamela Trantor's eyes lit.
"Weddings are such wonderful affairs. Yours, I predict, will be the highlight of the season."
"Indeed." Lady Fothergill nodded sagely. "The town always enjoys a good wedding, especially one they weren't expecting. Takes something extraordinary to stir us out of our ennui these days, but I predict your wedding will do it. Bound to raise all sorts of interest. Dare say even the scribblers will be there. They love to report on all the details these days. Rather unrestrained, of course, but at least you'll know you've made your mark."
"Ah, yes."
Tabitha took in Sebastian's blank expression, had no difficulty reading the horror behind it. She plastered on a wide smile and beamed it at his aunts. "I've just remembered. We have to rush around and tell Lydia and Roe. They'll be cross if we don't involve them in the planning." Lady Fothergill indulgently waved them away. "Go, go. We'll call on your mamma in the next few days and start the ball rolling. The date, that's the first thing to decide on. We'll have to look into when St. George's can be had. You'll want it held there, of course." Tabitha just smiled and waved over her shoulder as Sebastian, who had waited for no further encouragement beyond his aunt's wave, towed her out.
"What possessed you to mention our wedding?"
Tabitha asked the instant they were back in the town carriage. "It was the only thing that sprang to mind. Did you really want to call on Lydia and Gerard?"
"No, that was just an excuse to allow us to leave."
She stared at him, felt his horror infect her. She slumped back against the seat.
"They've got the bit between their teeth, and God only knows how we can rein them in. What are we going to do?"
"I'm thinking. Bear with me for a moment." His moment lengthened to include the time it took for Gifford to drive them to the townhouse in Sussex Place. He dismissed Gifford, saying they were going for a drive in his curricle. Somewhat to Tabitha's surprise, that proved to be true.
"Where are we going?"
There's someone I know who can help us with this. We're going to see him." He didn't volunteer anything more, but concentrated on guiding his pair of high-bred blacks steadily north through the traffic. When they joined the Great North Road, she glanced at him.
"You've got a plan, haven't you?"
He nodded. "I'm not sure you'll like it, but it was all I could come up with. And before you ask, the reason I haven't told you is that if you don't know, then when we next see our dear families, you can claim complete innocence." She smiled, slid her arm in his.
"We're in this together, remember. This is our new mission, and we'll face it together."
He drew in a deep breath, let it out as he said, "I thought that as we'd made your family and mine and everyone else involved, even your friends and their families, and their husbands-to-be too, so happy and relieved and pleased, that it was time we attended to our own happiness and relief, and pleased ourselves." He glanced at her, met her eyes. "You don't want a big wedding, and neither do I. Underneath our glib exteriors, we're both rather private people, and enduring such an event would place a strain on both of us, one we don't deserve. So I thought we should elope." When he looked back at the road, Tabitha gathered her giddy wits enough to ask,
"To Scotland?"
"No, just to Lincoln. My maternal uncle is bishop there, and he doesn't get on with my Aunt Fothergill. He'll be thrilled to grant us a special license and officiate too. Then I thought we might take refuge at my home, Grimaldby Abbey. You haven't seen it yet, and you should." He glanced at her briefly. "I hope you'll like it." Expectation and exhilaration returned in a rush. Tabitha felt as if she were glowing. She hugged his arm.
"I'm sure I will."
Sebastian nodded. "So that's my plan. If you don't like it, you have only to say, and I'll turn the horses round and we can book St. George's and have a big tall wedding. if that's what you would rather have." Again he met her eyes. "Your choice, my love." She held his gaze, then slowly smiled, radiantly. For one instant he thought she might be pleased because he'd given her the option, that she would take him up on it because of some misguided notion that they should please others rather than themselves, even in the matter of their wedding. But then her eyes, those bright eyes that had drawn him from the first, lit too, and he knew she'd never disappoint him, that regardless of whatever challenges came their way, she'd always be with him, by his side. "Lincoln," she declared, and her expression conveyed her rapturous happiness. He swallowed, felt humbled. Knowing she was desired for herself had transformed her. Knowing he'd achieved that transformation had transformed him. He literally felt like a different man, the sort of man he'd been waiting to become. Then she hugged his arm, leaned against his shoulder as he looked ahead once more. Stated in her usual determined and impatient way, but he could hear the delight bubbling through her voice, "I want more than anything to get started on our new mission. Drive on, my love, and don't spare the horses."
Only Love, Mary Balogh. Chapter 1. Having dismissed her maid from her dressing room, Cleo Pritchard confronted her own image in the dressing-table mirror and made a few frank admissions to herself, and came to a firm decision. It was high time. First, she would never be married. No one wanted her. Second, she would never have a lover, for the same reason. Third, she would never have a suitor. She had never had one, not once in her life, and she was 27 years old. There. The facts were out in the open at last, even if she had not spoken them aloud. She felt better now. Well, not really, perhaps, but she would. It was always the best policy to be honest with oneself. Of course, some might say that she must have had at least one suitor in her life, for she had once been married. For 5 long years, in fact. She had also been widowed for 5. But Colonel Aubrey Pritchard had never been her suitor. 23 years her senior, he had not deemed it necessary to woo her or court her or propose marriage to her in person, or even really to want her. He had wanted Elizabeth, her elder sister, but at the time Elizabeth had agreed to marry Charles Derbyshire, and too many people knew about the impending betrothal for a stop to be put to it. Not that Elizabeth had wanted to stop it, even though the Colonel, as the second son of a Viscount, was considerably more eligible. Aubrey had offered for her instead, though she was only 17. She would actually suit him better, he had told her father, as she was young enough to be biddable and plain enough not to be a distraction to his men. He needed another wife, he had explained, because an officer was entitled to have someone besides just his batman to minister to his needs. The late Mrs. Aubrey Pritchard, Cleo had discovered later, had been a distraction to her husband's men, and had had to have biddability disciplined into her. But at the time Cleo did not know this, and perhaps it would have made no difference even if she had. She had made no objection to the proposed marriage, even though she had not set eyes upon her prospective husband more than twice, and had never exchanged a word with him. At that time in her life she would have married anyone who would have her. Her elder sister was both pretty and vivacious, and her younger sister was clearly destined to be a beauty. Her brother was good-looking and pleasant-natured. She was plain, and short, and overweight, and painfully shy. It was already glaringly obvious to her that she was never going to take the eye of any of the neighborhood young men, not that she ever raised her eyes from the ground before her feet when there was a young man within 100 yards of her. Yet she had had all the needs or the hopes or the dreams of any normal girl. She had been ecstatic if the truth were told. Married at 17, even before Elizabeth. The Colonel had been a fine figure of a man, even if not exactly handsome. Gazing into the glass now, her elbows propped on the dressing-table top, her chin in her hands, Cleo wondered if she had learned from bitter experience, or if she was just as foolish now as she had been 10 years ago. But there was no way of knowing, was there? No one was asking her to marry him. No one was even showing any interest in her, though she lived in London and had faithfully accepted all her numerous social invitations during each season for the last 3 full years. This was well into the 4th. The only gentlemen who danced with her at balls were acquaintances of Elizabeth's or their brother Alfred's, men who felt obliged to give her half an hour of their lives. The fault was not entirely her looks, perhaps. It was more her manner and behaviour. She so expected to be found dull and unattractive that she found it difficult to look any man in the eye. She always feared they would think she was being forward, and she avoided any conversation beyond the merely mundane, lest she bore her partner. And then, of course, she always did bore him. She knew it was foolish, self-defeating behaviour, but knowing a thing and doing something about it were 2 entirely different things. Being shy was a positive curse. She so envied people who could walk into a room, head high, eyes meeting everyone else's, as if they expected to be welcomed and to be liked. Though there were, of course, her looks, which had not improved with age. Cleo always thought of herself as square. There was the shape of her face to prove the point, and the short, stocky body beneath it. Well, no, that was no longer true, was it? There had been a time in the peninsula when she was with Aubrey and the British Army as they fought against the forces of Napoleon Bonaparte that she had taken consolation for her unhappiness in food and had indeed become stocky. But after Aubrey's death and her return to England, she had taken herself in hand and lost the excess weight and even the unnecessary weight she had put on as a girl. But she still thought of herself as square. She had so hoped to find happiness in a new marriage. She had been only 22 when she was widowed, 23 when she put off her mourning, little more than a girl, actually. Her expectations had never been impossibly high. She had never expected love in any future marriage, not the passionate love of high romance that one read about in storybooks anyway. She had not expected to attract any very handsome or magnetically charming suitor. All she had hoped for was happiness, which to her was synonymous with contentment, a home of her own with a kindly man and a few children and neighbours and a garden and... Well, it was not to be, was it? None of it. And it was time she accepted reality. Ah, but she had known that passionate sort of love once, though it had been a foolish thing, entirely one-sided and impossible for every imaginable reason. But there had been a moment. Only, alas, a moment. But she would hug it to herself for the rest of her life like a priceless jewel, just as she had for 6 years. He had probably forgotten within a day. How pathetic she was. But she was not usually self-pitying. There was nothing more unattractive than self-pity. Cleo removed her head from its resting place on her hands, gave it a little shake, and drummed the fingers of one hand on the dressing table. This was her younger sister's year. Guinevere. Their father had named all his children after prominent kings and queens of history, but while with Alfred and Elizabeth that fact was not glaringly obvious, the same could not be said of Cleopatra and Guinevere. Gwyn was 19 and making her come out under Elizabeth's sponsorship, and when Cleo went along to balls and other entertainments with the 2 of them, she felt relegated quite firmly to an older generation, yet another impediment to her very modest dreams. There was another ball tomorrow evening, Lady Clermont's, and finally Cleo was admitting to herself that she hated balls. She hated being a wallflower. She hated having to stand or sit in full view of half the ton, smiling and fanning her face and pretending to be having a rollicking good time among the mothers and chaperones of the pretty young things who were dancing every set. And this was where her firm decision came in. She was not going to do it any longer. Not after this year, anyway, when she felt obliged to give Elizabeth her company while Gwyn was being made much of by the hordes of young, eligible gentlemen. After this year she would retire from society. It was not as if her life would be empty and meaningless. Quite the contrary. She had several worthwhile activities in which to immerse herself, and numerous hobbies, and a few good friends. And there was nothing obviously pathetic about a widow choosing to live out her life alone in faithfulness to the memory of a long-deceased husband. Living a quiet, dignified life of good works and busy industry would be her new goal. It sounded dreadfully dull, but she had decided. She must dream up a new, more modest dream. The old one was not serving her at all well. She would never marry again. She would never have a suitor or a lover. No one was interested. The more fool they. Cleo was now drumming the fingers of both hands on the dressing-table top. She looked with firm resolve at her image, and then, after a few seconds, she crossed her eyes and poked out her tongue. There, that felt immensely better. She laughed at herself. And by now Alfred's carriage must be waiting outside her door to fetch her for dinner. She was to attend the opera afterward with him and Megan, her sister-in-law. She was looking forward to the evening. She got to her feet and reached for her shawl and reticule. Jack Gilchrist felt somewhat overwhelmed by the greeting he received when he arrived at Waterton House on Portman Square in London late one afternoon. He must have arrived mere moments after the children returned home from a walk with their mother and their nurse. Charlotte, Countess of Waterton, his sister-in-law, was pulling off her gloves while the nurse bounced an infant in her arms. A small child was complaining that her bonnet ribbons were in a knot, and a considerably older one was assuring her impatiently that the knot would only get worse if she kept pulling on it. Meanwhile, a child between the two of them in age was bending over the younger one and batting her hands away so that she could undo the knot herself. They all stopped to look at Jack as he stepped inside the front doors, which were standing open. "Jack, there you are!" Charlotte exclaimed, and she stepped forward to hug him, while the baby popped a thumb in her mouth and hid her face against the nurse's shoulder. The eldest girl curtsied and instructed the others to do likewise, in a voice that could only be described as bossy. The younger one rushed at him to show him her new white gloves, which she had kept white throughout their walk, and the one who was younger again burst into tears and resumed her fruitless tugging at the bonnet ribbons. Matthew, Earl of Waterton, Jack's older brother, appeared from somewhere and stood in the background, his hands behind him, and, wise man, waited for either his wife or the children's nurse to impose order on the girls again. It happened within a minute or two, and all 4 children disappeared upstairs with the nurse. Matthew nodded his head. "Jack," he said, "you are looking well." He was not feeling particularly well. Oh, health-wise he was fine. He had recovered from his war wounds long ago. He was actually one of the fortunate ones, since he still had all 4 limbs and both eyes and ears, and his scars were not in obviously visible places. But he had not recovered from his aversion to being in public and risking a resumption of the adulation that had so bewildered and embarrassed him 5 years ago. Heroism was a ridiculous notion when it came to war. One did one's duty, and as an officer, one looked out for one's men and one's superiors. If one happened to be in the right place at the right time, or the wrong place at the wrong time, depending upon one's perspective, then sometimes one could be of real service to someone, even if only the lowliest enlisted man, at the same time as one furthered the cause for which one fought. It was what anyone would do under the circumstances. There was nothing heroic about it, unless one saw all soldiers as heroic. He had used his slowly healing wounds as an excuse to withdraw from all the admiration and adoration to which he had found himself subjected when he returned home from the peninsula. He had gone to live in the old steward's cottage on a far corner of his brother's secondary estate in Dorsetshire. He had made a home of that cottage for almost 5 years, neither avoiding company nor courting it. Company had largely avoided him, though he did not believe there was anything deliberate about it on the part of his neighbours. He had, he supposed, gained something of a reputation as a recluse. He had not minded. He had never intended to make it a lifelong state, but it had suited him while he healed. And one thing he had learned from war was that not all wounds were physical, and that those that were not actually took longer to heal. He had been called out of seclusion before he was ready to come out of his own volition. Matthew had invited him to come to London. No, actually he had summoned Jack. He had informed his younger brother in a terse formal letter that he was sending the carriage from London to fetch him, and that he would be needing the carriage again within a week. Jack might have refused to come, of course, but that would be making too much of a point of his reclusiveness. He was not a recluse. He was merely a man enjoying a long stretch of solitude and peace while he learned to be comfortable again within his own body and mind and soul. His arrival, first in London and now here at Waterton House, had been somewhat jarring. He had not realized just how quiet and solitary his life had become. "So are you, Matthew," he said in response to the comment upon his looks, and he advanced toward his brother, his hand outstretched. "Your girls are growing up." "Even the baby is walking already," Charlotte said. "When she chooses to, that is. You will wish to settle into your room, Jack, but do come up to the drawing-room for tea first. That journey all the way from Rigden Hall is a tedious one, as I discover afresh every time we go down there." "Jack would prefer something a little stronger than tea, I am quite sure, my love," Matthew said. "And somewhere quieter than the drawing-room, if Rose and Anne are to be allowed down as they usually are. Come into the library, Jack, and sample some superior brandy." Jack smiled apologetically at his sister-in-law, and in some relief followed his brother into the library. He closed the door behind him and took one of the leather chairs beside the hearth. Matthew poured 2 glasses of brandy, handed him one, and took up a stand before the unlit coals with the other. He swirled the brandy, took a taste, and gazed down into his glass. He was about to discover, Jack concluded as he rolled a mouthful of the smooth liquor over his tongue, why he had been summoned. Matthew was not going to waste any time. Jack sat back in his chair and crossed his legs. He hoped it was something that would allow him to return home soon. Spring in the countryside and by the seashore was his favorite time of year. "Charlotte had a difficult time of it with Lily's birth last year," Matthew said, still gazing into his glass. "The labor was long and intense. I thought I was going to lose her. So did the physician. He finally had to rip Lily out. By some miracle, both she and Charlotte survived." Jack felt himself blushing. This was more information than he needed to hear. "They both look well now," he said. "Rathbone informed us at the time," Matthew continued, "that there would be no more children, that it would be dangerous to try and impossible to accomplish." "I am sorry," Jack murmured. "We both hoped," Matthew said, "that by this year, after everything had healed and Charlotte had recovered her health, Rathbone would discover that after all there could be another child. But examinations have been made, all of which Charlotte bore with admirable fortitude, and the judgment was handed down just last week. Nothing has changed. We will have no more children." Jack shifted uncomfortably in his seat and lifted his glass to his lips again. He was genuinely sorry, but what did this have to do with him? Had he been brought here to cheer them up? He was surely the wrong person to do that. "Jack," Matthew said, changing position abruptly and sitting on the edge of the chair at the other side of the fireplace, "the title has descended in the direct line for 5 generations. If there is no heir of the direct line, the title and the property will pass to Hugh." Their second cousin, who had been a bully as a boy and both a bully and a rake of the worst order as a man. Jack began to have an inkling of where this was leading. "You are only 36, he said. "Hugh is 2 years older, and maybe his sons will improve with age. You may live to be 80 and Hugh to be 62. I may live to be 90. His poor attempt at a joke did not draw a smile from his brother. "And I may die at 37, he said, "and Hugh at 62 or 82, and you at 31. Next year," Jack frowned. "Might you die at 37? He asked. His brother did not answer the question. "You know," he said, "that almost all the property and fortune are tied up in the entail. There is very little I am free to leave to Charlotte and the girls. Lily is 1, Jack, Emily 4. Even Rose is only 10. It will be 8 years or more before she marries. And how can she marry well if there is virtually nothing for a portion? Matt, Jack asked, is there a chance that you might— His mouth felt suddenly dry. There is always the chance, Matthew said impatiently. I could drop dead within the next minute, so could you. But yes, Rathbone did find something to concern him when he examined me last week along with Charlotte. Some sort of murmur was the word he used about the heart. Nothing serious in all probability, he told me, but he wishes to keep an eye on it. I am not going to dwell upon it. What will be, but Jack— He paused to set down his glass and run the fingers of one hand through his hair. You must marry, he said abruptly, without delay. You must produce a son, sons. If I could order you to marry, I would. I cannot, of course, but I can beg you, appeal to your sense of family duty and honor, do whatever I need to do to get you to agree. You must marry, and this is the perfect place and the perfect time to do it. This is the season, the great marriage mart, and a few months of it still remain. Finally, he looked up into his brother's face. Jack felt as though he were turned to stone. Marry? It was something he supposed he had always intended to do eventually. But in such haste, within 2 months. Matthew was expecting him to join in all the hectic madness of the London season in order to choose a bride from the hopeful young things who thronged the ballrooms and drawing-rooms, and marry and impregnate her without delay, or to stop Hugh and his sons from succeeding to the title after both Matthew and he were dead, which of course could conceivably happen long before all Matt's daughters were safely grown up and married. Yes, good Lord, it could happen. Besides which, the thought of Hugh ever owning Rigdon Hall and controlling everyone dependent upon it for their livelihood was a ghastly one, not to mention Mayfield Park, Matthew's principal seat in Berkshire, where they had both grown up. But he was expected to marry, now, this year? His face felt suddenly cold, as if all the blood had drained out of it. There must be an alternative. But Charlotte could have no more children, and even if she could, she might have yet another daughter, and Matthew could not simply put her from him, Henry VIII style, in favour of a more fertile alternative. Lady Clermont's ball is tomorrow evening, Matthew said, picking up his glass again and swirling the contents. It is always one of the biggest squeezes of the season. You expect me— Jack stopped. Of course Matthew did. Yes, his brother said. Yes, I do, Jack. Please. It was Jack's turn to run a hand through his hair. I think I have forgotten how to make conversation with a lady, he said, or with anyone, for that matter. You will not need to, his brother said. No one will have forgotten exactly who you are, Jack, especially this year, when the great victory of Waterloo is still fresh in everyone's mind, and you always were impossibly attractive to the ladies anyway. Jack winced and drained his glass. The silence stretched. He was the one who broke it eventually. It would seem, then, he said curtly, that I am going to Lady Clermont's ball tomorrow evening. Chapter 2. He is a very decent fellow, Alfred said. Shall I bring him over here and introduce him? The very decent fellow was Mr. Pike, a gentleman from the north of England who did not come often to London, but had come this year in order to seek a wife. Or so he had told Alfred in a recent conversation at White's Club. He was a tall, slim young man, with blonde good looks, and, if Cleo could judge from this distance, blue eyes. He was at present in conversation with 2 pretty young ladies, while an older lady hovered protectively nearby. All 3 of the young people were laughing. 2 fans were fluttering merrily. No, of course not, Cleo said hastily. It always embarrassed her that her brother felt obliged to try to prevent her from being a total wallflower. I am quite happy sitting here watching everyone else. The second set is mine, he said, after I have danced the first with Megan. I insist upon it. Don't go promising it to anyone else. He grinned at her, and she smiled back. I shall reject all the dozens of offers I shall receive in the meanwhile, she said. "It is a waltz," he told her. "Oh, good," she beamed. She loved the waltz, even when she must dance it with her brother. He made his way back to Megan's side and led her onto the floor where the opening sets were beginning to form. Elizabeth was out there with Charles and Gwyn with Lord Kirby, who was becoming one of her many regular beaux. Cleo smiled at Lady Naismith and her sister as they passed in front of her, arm in arm, tall plumes nodding above their heads. The ballroom was already crowded, and more guests were trickling in, late though it was becoming. Cleo knew almost everyone by sight. One did, of course, tend to see the same people over and over again during a season, and even from year to year. There was almost never anyone new except for the fresh crop of very young ladies fresh out of the schoolroom each spring, and of very young gentlemen newly down from Oxford or Cambridge, or newly up from their fathers' estates in the country. Though there was someone now, just inside the ballroom doors. He was a tall, powerfully built gentleman with very erect bearing. Cleo recognized it instinctively as military bearing, though he was not wearing a uniform. He was with the Earl and Countess of Waterton, and was facing away from Cleo. He was new. And then he half-turned, and she saw his face. Her hand clenched in her lap, her right closing hard about her fan, her left bunching the lace of her gown inside it. She felt as though she were looking down a long, dark tunnel to a distant point of light. The air felt cold in her nostrils. She forgot to breathe. Major Gilchrist, Jack Gilchrist, though she had never called him by his given name. She had not even known for certain that he was still alive. She had never asked anyone. It had seemed better not to know for certain, but she had feared the worst. She had not set eyes on him since her return from the peninsula, and he had been horribly wounded when he was invalided home. He was the only man apart from her father and brother ever to have kissed her, the only one, including her husband. His head kept turning as he looked about the ballroom, and then his eyes alit upon her, before she could recover herself and look down. Then she could not look away, for his eyes held hers, looking puzzled for a moment, as though he felt he ought to recognize her but did not, and then lighting up with full recognition and pleasure. He turned back to the Earl of Waterton, who was, of course, his brother, presumably to say something to him, and then came striding toward her, looking only at her, glancing neither to left nor to right, smiling. Cleo remembered to breathe again only because her survival depended upon it. She sucked in a deep, ragged breath. Oh, he was actually happy to see her. She rose to meet him. He held out both hands as he drew close, and she lifted her own and placed them in his. They were large, warm, capable. They closed tightly about hers. "Mrs. Pritchard," he said. "Major Gilchrist." "I cannot tell you," he said, "how intimidating it was walking in here tonight to a room full of strangers, and then to see a familiar face, particularly when it was yours." It was one of the loveliest things anyone had ever said to her. She was half aware that the orchestra had started playing and the dancing had begun. "You did recover from your wounds, then?" she said. "I did not know, but I often wondered. I am so glad." "Thank you," he said. "I believe my life hung in the balance for a while, but fortunately I was only half aware of the fact while it was happening. And here I am with all my body parts in good working order again. And you, how are you doing? Have you remarried? Did I call you by the right name?" "I have remained a widow," she said. "I am always busy. Among other pursuits, I have nieces and nephews to entertain whenever they are in town, and this year my younger sister is making her come out, and I am helping our elder sister chaperone her at all the busiest entertainments. I am never idle." She was being too defensive. Their hands were still clasped between them. He seemed to realize it at the same moment she did. He squeezed hers once more and released them. "I am delighted to hear it," he said. "I will call on you at home if I may. I really know no one, you know. I was in the army for 7 years, and I have been living in the country for 5. All this really is intimidating, is it not?" He indicated the room about them with one arm. He looked as solidly built as he always had, even though he was not wearing a uniform now. He looked more handsome than ever. His face was perhaps a little leaner, but the leanness suited him. His dark eyes had always looked very directly into those of the person to whom he spoke, her in this case. It was something he had learned as a commander of men, she supposed, though it was very attractive. His hair was still thick and dark. He was one of the most handsome men she had known, perhaps the most handsome, though she could of course be biased. "One becomes accustomed to it," she said. "I have grown used to the crowds. I endure them for the sake of my family, though it does sometimes become a little tedious." And now she was overdoing the ennui. "You must dance with me," he said. Then he laughed softly. "You see how my manners have grown rusty over the years. Mrs. Pritchard, would you do me the honor of dancing a set with me, the next one?" The next set was Alfred's, the only one she had promised, the only one she would dance tonight. Perhaps Major Gilchrist would wait for the third if she explained, but the next set was to be a waltz, and Alfred was merely doing her a kindness. He would not mind if— "It is to be a waltz," she said. He grimaced and then grinned. "I believe," he said, "I can manage it without putting your toes in any great peril. Will you dance it with me?" "Yes," she said, "thank you." But instead of striding away as she expected him to do until the end of this set, he indicated the chair from which she had risen, waited for her to seat herself, and then took the empty chair beside her. "My brother will despair of me," he said. She looked across the ballroom to where the Earl of Waterton was in conversation with a few other gentlemen. "Will he?" she said, opening her fan to cool her hot cheeks. "Why?" "I am supposed to be seeking introductions to eligible young ladies," he said. "I am supposed to be beginning an earnest search for a bride. The succession needs to be secured, and the Countess has produced only daughters. It is why I have been hauled to London, when I would have been perfectly happy to remain in my little cottage by the sea. Life can sometimes be tiresome, can it not? The campaign is supposed to begin tonight, but I would far prefer to sit here talking with you and then dancing with you." Happiness was a treacherous thing. Cleo had been feeling totally mindlessly happy for, how long? 5 minutes? 10? And yet now she felt as wretched as she had been happy. It was all illusion, of course. There had been nothing in seeing an old acquaintance again to cause her anything but a moment's mild pleasure, as it had caused him. There was nothing now to cause her despair. Nothing had changed. Her life was as it had been 15 minutes ago, when she had felt neither happy nor wretched. "There will still be plenty of the evening left after the second set has been completed," she said. "You may pursue your quest then, and make your brother proud of you." She smiled and fanned her face. "And you may even begin looking about you at some leisure, while we are sitting here, and while you are dancing with me." His head turned sharply toward hers, and she could sense that he was looking very directly at her. "My manners may be rusty, Mrs. Pritchard," he said, "but they have not crumbled away altogether. I will do no such thing. Besides, how could I pay any attention to any other young lady while I am becoming reacquainted with you? You are looking well. You have lost weight." She turned her head and met his eyes the moment before they closed, and he grimaced. "And there," he said, "my manners have grown very rusty. I do beg your pardon, but you really are in good looks, which is not to say that you were not when I knew you before." She laughed. "You ought to stop now, Major Gilchrist," she said, "before your tongue is in such a knot, but it will take you the rest of the evening to untie it." And they both laughed, right into each other's eyes. Cleo felt quite dizzy and happy again, but very aware that after their dance he was going to go in search of an eligible young lady to court. 27 suddenly felt very ancient indeed. Jack had forgotten all about her until he saw her again this evening, but after his surprised pleasure had abated slightly, he wondered if perhaps the truth was more that he had suppressed the memory of her, for it was a guilty memory, also embarrassing, and more than a little puzzling. He had always liked her, though he had never really known her. She had dealt with her life in the peninsula with the British Army with a quiet dignity no matter what the conditions. And the conditions he had always suspected were not just difficult terrain and frequently appalling weather conditions, and billets rarely if ever what she must have been accustomed to. Pritchard had always been a brute with his men, and was hated and feared in equal measure. The men, Jack included, had guessed that he was a brute with his wife too. She had never appeared openly timid or cringing, it was true, but the fact that her eyes were always downcast when she was around the men, even the officers, was suggestive of a need to avoid instigating any jealous rage. Not that the men had looked much at her. She was a small, dumpy woman with a plain face, but Jack had liked her anyway. He had found himself seeking her out with his eyes more often than he could reasonably explain to himself. And then, during the Battle of Busaku, Jack's men had brought word that Colonel Pritchard had been killed in a fierce scuffle, though when the fighting was all over, his body was nowhere to be found. It had been assumed he had been burned up in one of the many raging grass fires the guns had caused. There had been enough hopelessly charred bodies to give credence to the theory. It had been Jack's unenviable duty to take word back to Mrs. Pritchard. She had been alone in the Colonel's billet. When she had turned pale and almost collapsed at the news, Jack had stepped forward and set his arms protectively about her and held her tight against his chest while she drew ragged breaths and recovered herself. And then she had tipped back her head and gazed up at him with large, unexpectedly beautiful eyes and... Well, then had come the puzzling part. He had lowered his head and kissed her, and she had kissed him back, even though he had come to her in all the grime of battle. Before their embrace ended, it had turned hot and passionate and undeniably sexual. He had apologized profusely when it was over, promised to send one of the other officers' wives to bear her company, something which of course he ought to have done before calling on her, and left the house without further ado. That was all. Word had come the next day that the colonel had been taken prisoner, and that the French were willing to ransom him for a large sum. The sum had been paid with some dispatch, and he was back with the regiment within a week of the battle. Jack did not believe he had exchanged a word with Mrs. Pritchard since that day, or seen her eyes since that day, until now. If he had remembered that incident as soon as he saw her this evening, he doubted he would have stridden across the room to greet her with such enthusiasm. What must she think of him? And yet she appeared as delighted to see him as he was to see her, and he still was delighted, despite a slight discomfort. Perhaps it was because she looked so familiar, and he was feeling more than a little self-conscious. People were beginning to look his way with recognition, and he suspected that word was spreading that the officer who had deliberately taken a bullet intended for Wellington at the Battle of Fuentes de Oñoro, after first distinguishing himself in the action, was back in London. Time had been kind to her. She was no longer dumpy, but had a neat, almost slender figure, and her plain face looked far different when her eyes were raised and she smiled. Her laugh was low and infectious. She might as well have worn a veil in the peninsula for all he or any of the men had seen of her modest attractions. They were waltzing, and he was performing the steps with only marginal competency. She was nevertheless following his lead and felt light and supple in his arms. Her eyes were on his, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. He wondered if she remembered that embrace with as much embarrassment as he did, but he could hardly ask her, could he? "You obviously do far more dancing than I do," he said. "I do apologize for my clumsiness." "You have not stepped on even one of my feet, yet," she said, giving him one of her transforming smiles, "and I do not dance a great deal. I am a very sober widow, you know." She surely could not have loved Pritchard. Jack was rather surprised she had not remarried by now, but perhaps one experience of marriage had been enough for her. Perhaps freedom brought happiness enough into her life. "Then I am honored that you have danced with me," he said. "What have you done with your life since you returned from the peninsula, apart from playing with your nieces and nephews, that is?" She had a small house in London not far from Hyde Park that had been her husband's, she told him. She was involved in a few charities. She had friends among the ladies who were similarly employed. She had learned to play the pianoforte, since there was an instrument in the house, and she hated to see it go unused. She liked to paint, though she had no great skill with a brush. She embroidered and knitted and tatted. She read. She told it all with great enthusiasm, and he marvelled that it all brought her happiness. But then his own life for the past 5 years would sound pathetically lacking in excitement if he were to put it into words. "And what have you done with your life, Major Gilchrist?" she asked. And there he did indeed have to put it into words. The walking through the woods and along the beach, the swimming in the sea, the gathering and chopping of wood for the fire, the whittling that had produced pieces of furniture that pleased him and would probably horrify any connoisseur, the reading, the cooking, yes, cooking, he repeated when she raised her eyebrows, the sitting both indoors and out, merely enjoying the silence, which, like the colour white, he explained to her, is not the absence of anything, but the containment of everything. I sometimes believe that if only I could understand nothing, I would know everything, and sometimes I feel I am about to grasp it, and then it eludes me. He laughed suddenly. "And now you will think me a mad fellow," he said, "a hermit who has lost his wits." "Not at all," she said calmly. "I would like to hear more. I will think about white and silence and nothing, and try to understand what you mean." "And become mad like me?" he said. "What a strange conversation to be holding in the middle of a waltz." And, grown bold after several minutes of waltzing without any mishap, he twirled her about one corner of the dance floor, and she tipped back her head and laughed aloud. He really did like her. He was glad they had met again. "May I call on you?" he asked her. "Perhaps tomorrow?" "Perhaps tomorrow," she said. "You will be escorting one of the young eligible ladies now in this ballroom to a garden party, or taking her for a drive in the park. You must not procrastinate, must you? It is time you took a bride, Major Gilchrist, and set up your nursery." He grimaced. Good Lord, he had already forgotten his very reason for being here. "But I would be delighted," she said, "to have you call whenever you have a spare moment. I may have questions about nothing." This time, when she smiled, her eyes sparkled with merriment, and he thought, with a shock of understanding for his behaviour in the peninsula, "She is actually attractive." "I may have nothing for answers," he said, and they both laughed. He twirled her again and allowed them both to enjoy the rest of the set without the distraction of conversation. And enjoy it they did. Perhaps she did not much care for dancing, but he could feel the pleasure she was taking from this dance, and he enjoyed it because she did. He was glad Pritchard had died in the very battle that had wounded him and ended his career in the army. He had never mourned his colonel, whom he had hated as much as any of the enlisted men had, but he had never been actively glad of his death until now. Mrs. Pritchard deserved to be free of him. She deserved her quiet, happy life. Chapter 3. It was a beautiful, warm, sunny day, and Gwyn was strolling along beside the waters of the Serpentine in Hyde Park with Lord Kirby, and so Elizabeth was strolling there too, a discreet distance behind them, and since she had not wished to do so alone, she had invited Cleo to accompany her. Cleo did not resent the summons, even though she had intended to spend the afternoon mastering a Bach fugue that had been tying her fingers in knots for weeks. The pianoforte could wait for another day when it rained. Besides, she doubted she would have been able to concentrate fully upon a difficult piece of music. It was difficult to concentrate upon anything today. Her thoughts had been whirling about inside her head since last night, and simply would not be stilled. And the worst of it was that she was likely to see a great deal more of Major Gilchrist in the coming weeks, just as she had been forced to see a great deal of him after that day when they had thought Aubrey was dead. Seeing him had been torture then, and it was going to be torture now. She had been forced to pretend even more than usual last evening, after the second set was over, that she was enjoying her own solitude amid the dancing, and it had all had to be done while she was aware of him being introduced to a series of pretty young girls and smiling at them and conversing with them and dancing with them. Soon he would be married to one of them. Oh, it had hurt. And it had been no consolation to tell herself with firm good sense that she had absolutely no reason to feel pain. He had been pleased to see her, and he had enjoyed dancing with her. He wanted to continue their acquaintance. He wanted to call upon her at home one day when he was not busy with more important matters. All that would change soon, of course, and she would be left with another sweet, bitter memory to add to the first. A mother sat on the bank of the Serpentine hugging her knees while her 3 children played about her, and their father was crouched on the grass looking intently at something one of the children was showing him. He tweaked the brim of her bonnet and got to his feet, laughing, and revealed himself to be Major Gilchrist. "Oh, look," Elizabeth said, "there is the handsome hero of Puentes de Onoro, who was good enough to dance with you last evening." As though it had been a gesture of pure charity, it had not been. He had seen her and was smiling and raising his tall hat. "Mrs. Pritchard," he said. The mother on the grass she could see now was the Countess of Waterton. A nurse nearby was rocking a baby in her arms. "Major," Cleo smiled, "may I present my sister, Mrs. Derbyshire, Major Gilchrist, Elizabeth." Gwyn and Lord Kirby had strolled on ahead, but they stopped and waited when they realized their companions were delayed. The weather was soon exhausted as a topic, and Cleo and Elizabeth would have resumed their walk, leaving Major Gilchrist with his sister-in-law and nieces. But Elizabeth had mentioned that they were with their sister and Lord Kirby, and he had glanced toward them and then back. "Perhaps, Mrs. Pritchard," he said, "since they will not be left without any chaperone, I may escort you home." Elizabeth looked at him in obvious astonishment. Cleo felt her cheeks grow hot. "You will be all alone," she said to her sister. "No, of course I will not," Elizabeth assured her. "I shall join Gwyn and Lord Kirby. It is time we went home anyway. I will be saved from having to call out the carriage for you if you go with Major Gilchrist. Not that I would mind, of course." "Then I would be delighted," Cleo said, turning back to him, and she was given all the novel pleasure of slipping her hand through the offered arm of a tall, handsome gentleman for all the world to see. "Why are you not strolling here with a pretty young lady?" she asked as they walked away, back in the direction from which she had just come. She injected mock severity into her voice. "I beg your pardon," he said, looking down at her, "but I thought that was precisely what I was doing." Cleo laughed and felt suddenly and deliriously happy again. "It was a fortunate coincidence meeting you here," he said. "I had just come from your house where I was told that you were out." "You came to call upon me?" she asked. "Oh, Major Gilchrist, your brother will be in deep despair again today." "Perhaps not," he said, and for a mere moment he set the fingertips of his free hand lightly over the back of her hand as it rested on his arm. She would be very surprised if she did not discover 5 small scorch marks there when she got home and removed her gloves. What a foolish fancy. "I was wondering, Mrs. Pritchard," he said, bending his head closer to hers, "if you would be good enough to marry me." He had not intended to come out with it quite as abruptly as that. He had had very few dealings with ladies even before he retired to the country 5 years ago, and no experience at all with courtship. It even occurred to him now that perhaps he ought to have spoken with her brother first. But he had been agitated since last night, since 2 o'clock this morning, to be more precise. He had been lying awake, his hands laced behind his neck, gazing up at the canopy above his head as he relived the evening's events. He had met a number of young ladies, all of them eligible, most of them pretty, most of them seemingly happy to be introduced to him and to dance with him. All of them appeared to know who he was, apart from just Mr. Jack Gilchrist, that was. A few of them gazed admiringly at him, 1 or 2 gazed adoringly. One asked him how it had felt getting shot and knowing that he had saved the life of the great Duke of Wellington, who had been simply Viscount Wellington at the time, of course, but Jack had not pointed that out. It had seemed to him that any one of those young ladies would welcome his suit. In addition to his supposed heroism, there was, of course, the fact that he was heir to an earldom. And there were any number of other eligible young ladies with whom he had not danced, simply because there were not enough sets in one evening. Surprising and ridiculous as it seemed to him, it appeared that he was very eligible indeed. He would have no difficulty at all in accomplishing the task Matthew had set him. But the trouble was, he had found as his eyes followed the pleats of silk over his head to the rosette behind which they all met in the centre of the canopy, that he was having a hard time remembering the faces even of the young ladies with whom he had danced, though he had spent about 20 minutes with each, and if he could remember, then he could not recall the name that went with the face, and he could not recall what made each young lady different from all the others. They all seemed the same to him in memory, which was quite unfair to them, of course, for they were all individuals with lives and hopes and dreams of their own. They deserved to be remembered. He could remember everything about Mrs. Pritchard. He had even noticed her gown, which had been of pale blue silk or satin overlaid with a silver net tunic. He could remember the way her brown hair had been piled high with tendrils of curls, trailing over her temples and before her ears and along her neck. He could remember how her smile had softened the rather severe squareness of her face. He could recall the low sound of her laugh and the glow of happiness on her face as she waltzed, and he could remember thinking that he had not mistaken the matter on that embarrassing day in the peninsula. She really did have startlingly beautiful blue eyes. It was a pity she kept them lowered much of the time. Intimidation had caused that during her marriage, of course, and surely a natural shyness too, but she had forgotten her shyness last evening. She had been genuinely glad to see him. If she remembered that embrace, then she had forgiven him. He was spending too much time thinking of her, when he ought to be trying to remember if there was something about one of the young ladies with whom he had danced that would help him choose which one to court. And then the answer came like a fist out of the darkness to punch him beneath the ribs, almost literally robbing him of breath. Of course, Mrs. Pritchard was young. The fact that she was a widow whom he had known for so long had clouded his realization of that fact. He did not doubt she was several years younger than his own 30. She was free. She liked him. They knew each other. Well, perhaps that was something of an exaggeration, but at least they were acquainted with each other, and they had been relaxed in each other's company last evening. They had talked with ease, they had laughed together, they had even been comfortably silent together. They could be friends, he had sensed, while they were together. He had planned to cultivate her friendship, to keep alive their acquaintance. Why not marry her? There was only one impediment. She had declared herself to be happy with her life, and he could believe that after a marriage that surely could not have brought her much happiness, she was glad to be free and intended to remain free. Would she marry him? There was only one way to find out, he had concluded, swinging his legs over the side of the bed, resting his elbows on his knees, and running the fingers of both hands through his hair. He would ask her. He did not know her well, but he was sure she would suit him, and perhaps he would suit her. And so when he saw her in Hyde Park after the setback of finding her from home, he was so delighted and then so pleased that she agreed to allow him to escort her home that he blurted out his question without giving her any chance at all to guess where his conversation was leading and prepare herself mentally to deal with his proposal. Dash it all, he was still just a gauche military officer, even though he had sold out more than 5 years ago. "If it would suit you to do so, of course," he added to what he had already said. He had shocked her. She had stopped walking, snatching her hand from his arm as she did so. She looked up at him with wide, startled eyes. Her lips were parted. "Marry you?" she said in a near whisper. She cleared her throat. "Marry you? I hoped you might." He clasped his hands at his back and leaned slightly toward her, noting in some relief that they had drawn clear of the crowds about the Serpentine and were not likely to be overheard. "Indeed, I hope you will, though I ought not to have blurted out the question as I did. I ought to have waited until we had reached your house. Shall we wait and discuss the matter there?" "But why ever," she asked, looking bewildered now, "would you wish to marry me, Major Gilchrist?" He felt embarrassed, as he deserved to. She might as well have asked why he thought she would want to marry him. That was what she surely meant. He had been presumptuous, and he had been arrogant, assuming that any woman would be glad to marry him, though he was not normally an arrogant man. At least he did not believe he was. "It occurred to me last night," he said, "that if I must marry, I would rather marry you than anyone else I met at Lady Claremont's ball, or anyone else I am likely to meet at the next ball. Indeed, I would rather marry you than anyone else at all." "If you must marry," she said. "And it seems I must," he said. But suddenly he understood her meaning. He was offering for her, she was telling him, only because he must marry. And the devil of it was that she was right. Though he did like her, and now that he had thought of marrying, something he had always intended to do one day anyway, he really could not think of anyone he would rather marry. Or since he did not know many ladies, he really did not think he would ever meet anyone he would rather marry than Mrs. Pritchard. "May we discuss this further at your house?" he begged her. "If you will allow me inside, that is. If you will not dismiss both me and my suit out of hand, in which case I suppose there is nothing to discuss anyway. May I take you home now?" "I shall positively die," she said, "if I do not have a cup of tea soon." And when he offered his arm, she took it, and they resumed their walk to her house at a slightly brisker pace than before. They walked in silence. All she could think about was tea. It was all she wanted to think about, and all she would have thought about if other thoughts had not been buzzing about in her head like a swarm of angry trapped bees. He wanted her to marry him. She was parched. No, he did not want it. He needed to marry, yet he did not relish the process of choosing a bride from among the myriad strangers he had seen in the ballroom last evening. He had a previous acquaintance with her, and so it seemed less daunting simply to choose her. When she swallowed, there was nothing to swallow. She almost choked on dryness. He wanted to discuss his proposal further. She must concentrate her mind upon what she would say. She had no idea what she would say. Mrs. Evans usually kept a full kettle humming on the fire in the kitchen. It was to be hoped there was one there this afternoon, that her housekeeper had not used the hot water for something else, that she had not forgotten to fill the kettle, or put it on the fire. It was with such flitting, fluttering thoughts that Cleo occupied herself while she walked home with Major Gilchrist, and she wondered if she would wake up soon, but she must be awake already. She did not remember any dream this bizarre. Mrs. Evans did have the kettle on to boil. She brought a tray of tea and sweet biscuits into the parlour a scant 5 minutes after Cleo and Major Gilchrist had entered the house. Cleo had busied herself in the meanwhile, removing her bonnet and gloves and arranging them neatly on the chair just inside the parlour door, though usually she took them straight upstairs. Major Gilchrist, meanwhile, had gone to stand close to the fireplace, his back to it. He clasped his hands behind him and stood with his booted feet slightly apart, like a soldier at ease on the parade ground, though she did not suppose he was at ease. Mrs. Evans set down the tray, glanced curiously at the visitor, and left the room, shutting the door quietly behind her. Cleo seated herself behind the tray and busied herself with pouring the tea and setting a few biscuits on each of the small plates. She handed one and a cup and saucer to the Major. "Thank you," he said, taking them and going to seat himself opposite her. It was against Cleo's nature to take the initiative in a social situation, but on this occasion it was what she must do. Some sensible thoughts had been mingled with all the bees. "Major Gilchrist," she said, "have you forgotten your main reason, indeed your only reason for wishing to marry? Is it not for the production of an heir?" "Yes," he said, "though—" She did not let him finish. "I was married to Aubrey," she said, "for 5 years. I had no children with him and no miscarriages. Would it not seem foolish even to consider marrying me under the circumstances?" She did not look at him. She rearranged the teapot on the tray and remembered that she had not asked him if he took milk or sugar. There was a short silence. "I did not hear of Colonel Pritchard having any children," he said, "yet you were his second wife, I believe. How long was he married to the first?" 12 years, she said, "and no, there were no children." She raised her eyes to his. "It is altogether possible, then," he said, "even probable, that you are not barren." Cleo felt her cheeks flush. "But it would surely be unwise to take the risk of marrying me," she said, "when I was married all that time without once conceiving." "There are no guarantees with any marriage," he said. "Any lady I choose to marry may prove barren, or she may produce only daughters, or I may be incapable of begetting children." She felt suddenly dizzy at the intimate nature of their conversation. They had never conversed at all before last night. They were really little more than strangers. "I wish to marry you, Mrs. Pritchard," he said. "I realize that it is perhaps selfish of me to ask, when you made it clear last evening that you lead a full and happy life as a widow. It has occurred to me that you may intend never to give up your freedom again, that your happiness depends upon that freedom, and if that is so, I will not pester you. I hope we may be friends, but I may have made that impossible now. I decided to take the risk of asking you anyway. You would do me a great service as well as an honor by marrying me." A service? Major Gilchrist certainly did not have a golden tongue, but she was glad of it. He spoke plainly, and so she could plainly understand. He needed a wife. She was available, and he knew her slightly, and did not have to start at the very beginning with her. He needed a son, and she might be fertile if the fact that neither she nor Aubrey's first wife had conceived was not simple coincidence. He was willing to take the risk, since marrying her was more convenient than embarking upon any other courtship. Did any of it matter? She could be married. She could marry the only man she had ever loved. She knew him to be a kind man. As an officer, he had been everything he needed to be. He could be a firm disciplinarian when occasion called for it, but mostly it had not been necessary. His men had worshipped him and obeyed him simply out of their perfect trust in him and their desire to please him. In return, he had loved them and protected them and risked their lives only when it was absolutely necessary, as it often was in war, of course. And he was a handsome man, and an attractive one, too, and there was sometimes a difference. His kiss had been by far the most wonderful experience of her life. She could have far more than his kisses for the rest of her life. There was only one problem. Well, two, really. The first was that she feared dreadfully that perhaps she was barren, that she would not be able to provide him with the one thing for which he had married her. Yet he would be stuck with her for life, and she with him. It would be dreadful indeed to know that there was no foundation left upon which to build anything positive, affection, friendship, a shared life. But far more important than that fear was her second problem. He did not love her. He did not pretend to. He was not marrying for love, and he was being quite open and honest about it. She might have accepted that fact, knowing that he was a good and kind man, and that she might expect a comfortable marriage with him. But the trouble was that she did love him, and she did not know if she could bear to be married to him when there was no hope of having her feelings returned, and when she must spend every day and every night disguising the way she felt. It might be better not to be married to him at all. Or maybe she was being very foolish. Was it better to be without him for the rest of her life when she might be with him? Might she spend the rest of her life bitterly regretting her decision if she refused? And knowing when he married and whom he married, and knowing about their growing family? Of course she would bitterly regret her foolishness. But perhaps she would bitterly regret marrying him if that was what she decided to do. How was she to decide? A rather lengthy silence had fallen on them. "I am a clumsy fellow, Mrs. Pritchard," he said, "and not just at the waltz. I ought to have spent some time cultivating your acquaintance and gradually making my intentions known to you. Do forgive me. Would you like some time to consider your answer, or is it simply no? Do tell me if it is. I would not distress you." She had been running one finger over the handle of the teapot and watching its progress. She raised her eyes to his again. "Yes," she said, "I would like some time, Major Gilchrist. My answer ought to be no and perhaps will be no, but yes, I would like some time if you are prepared to give it." He got to his feet. "May I return tomorrow?" he asked her. "Or is that too soon? 2 days from now, 3? "Tomorrow," she said. "At this time, I will remain home." Taking longer would not help her decision. She would merely think herself in circles, as she probably would even with only 1 day in which to do it. She really did ought to say no, and she probably would, but she was also horribly tempted, and part of her was amazed that she hesitated at all, that she did not simply jump at the chance to be deliriously happy, happily ever after happy. Perhaps she had learned something from experience. Perhaps she was not such a pathetic, abject creature as she used to be. This time she was choosing whether to marry or not. The very sensible thought did not help at all. He was bowing to her. "Tomorrow, then," he said. "Good afternoon to you, Mrs. Pritchard." And he strode from the room without looking back. Her biscuits were still on her plate, Cleo realized. There was a greyish film of coldness over the untouched tea in her cup. He had not touched either his plate or his cup either. Chapter 4. Charlotte, in anticipation of Jack's arrival in town and of his agreeing to Matthew's plea, had organized a dinner party for that evening, and, as might have been expected, each group of invited guests included at least one unattached, eligible young lady. 2 of them were seated on either side of him at dinner, and in the drawing-room afterward he found himself, at Charlotte's suggestion, over at the pianoforte, turning pages of music for another as she entertained the company. He danced incessantly after the carpet was rolled back, and all the young persons took to the floor while the mother of one of them supplied the music. It was all very informal, very jolly, and very obvious. It was soon perfectly clear to Jack that each young lady and each parent was well aware that he was in town to choose a bride, who could in time expect to produce a future Earl of Waterton. It was equally clear that the almost awed admiration with which he had been greeted 5 years ago on his return from the peninsula really had not abated to any marked degree in the interim. The Duke of Wellington was by now, of course, since the Battle of Waterloo last year, the most famous, most venerated man in England, and Jack had once saved his life. He could not even deny it. It was true. But that did not make him a hero. Any soldier would have done the same thing if he had been in that particular spot at that particular time, and Wellington had always had a habit of moving coolly about a battlefield well within firing range. Jack found it all very wearying. He longed for his cottage and his solitary life, but both were, alas, no longer attainable. When he married, Matthew was already insisting he would reside in the main house at Rigdon, and when he married, of course, he would no longer be alone. He made his way on foot the following afternoon to Mrs. Pritchard's house. He was still castigating himself for rushing her when he ought to have spent at least a week or 2 taking her for walks and drives, dancing with her at balls, speaking with her at concerts and soirées and so forth. He ought to have let her see, and everyone else too, that he favoured her. He ought to have given her time to prepare herself for his offer, and he really ought to have spoken to her brother, and possibly to his. He was nervous. What had she decided? More than ever he hoped she would marry him. The thought of having to choose and court someone else was daunting, to say the least. He did not fancy anyone else. He did fancy Mrs. Pritchard. The realization had taken him somewhat by surprise during the night. yet another one in which he had got precious little sleep. He had realized that even apart from the necessity of getting married, he actually wanted to marry her. Something about her soothed him, if that was the word his mind sought. He liked her. He sensed that they would deal very well together, that they could have a good life together. No, soothed was not the right word, neither was liked. He felt a definite attraction to her, and what was more, he suspected he always had. It was strange, really, considering the fact that she had never said or done anything to draw anyone's attention her way, much less to attract anyone. Quite the contrary. But there had always been something about her. It was something he had never tried to explain to himself before now, for of course she had been another man's wife, and even when he had finally kissed her, it had been such a dreadfully inappropriate response to the occasion that he had been consumed with guilt and embarrassment afterward. He had embraced and sexually wanted another man's wife when she was at her most vulnerable. And so all thoughts of the incident and of her had been firmly suppressed, very successfully as it had turned out. Until he saw her again 2 evenings ago, he had forgotten her to all intents and purposes. He had arrived at the house. He knocked on the door and waited. If she refused him today, he would always wonder whether her answer would have been different had he wooed her with greater care. But such thoughts were pointless. It was too late to do things differently now, and he had promised not to pester her if her answer was no. The door was opened by the servant who had brought the tea tray yesterday. She appeared to be expecting him. She took his hat and gloves and showed him into the parlour. Mrs. Pritchard was seated where she had sat yesterday. She was in the process of setting aside her embroidery. She was all cool poise as she got to her feet and indicated the chair where he had sat. "Good afternoon, Major Gilchrist," she said. It was impossible to read anything in her face. "Mrs. Pritchard," he said, inclining his head. She sat back down and he took his seat. She picked up her embroidery again and bent her head to her work. Good Lord, this was awkward. "The sun is shining again," he said. "It is actually quite warm outside. Perhaps you would like—" She did not let him finish. "I have thought since yesterday," she said. "I have thought and thought, but thoughts can move in endless circles and settle nothing. Eventually a decision must be made." "I am deeply sorry," he said, "if—" "I believe I gave you the wrong impression 2 evenings ago," she said. "Indeed, I know I did, because I did it deliberately. I let you believe that I am happy in my widowhood, that my life is busy and fulfilled. That is not actually the case." Ah, perhaps he ought to have guessed it, but he knew so little about her. Indeed, he knew very little about women. "I am not unhappy," she said, "and my life is not empty of meaning or activities or friends. I do not need a man in my life. I can live alone with some contentment for the rest of my days if necessary. But I would like to have a man, preferably as a husband, but not necessarily so." He gazed at her bowed head in some shock. Had she just said what he thought she had said? "Mrs. Pritchard," he said, "I hope I have not given the impression that my intentions are anything less than honourable." She looked up at him, her eyes huge and calm. "No, of course you have not," she said. "You need to marry. I do not." Her eyes went back to her work, and her hand pushed the needle through the cloth again and drew it back out. They were graceful, elegant hands. "The trouble with marriage," she said, "from my point of view anyway, is that it is so very permanent. I cannot try it and then decide that after all it is not what I want. I know that from experience." "If you marry me," he said, "I will spend the rest of my life seeing to it that you do not regret your decision. That is no idle promise." "No, I know it is not." She set her work down in her lap again, the needle still in her hand, and looked at him once more. "But you would be powerless to prevent my regretting the decision if I discovered after a few months that I cannot conceive a child. You could not fail to regret it if that happened, though you would, of course, behave for the rest of our lives with scrupulous honour and courtesy. It would not be a happy marriage, Major Gilchrist, for either of us, and the only type of marriage that could lure me away from my freedom is one that gives some promise of being at least mildly happy. In all probability, he said, you can have children, Mrs. Pritchard. In all probability, so can I. But there are no guarantees. There never are. There never can be. Yes, she said quietly, looking down to thread her needle through the cloth before setting her hands, one on top of the other, over it. There can be. He frowned in incomprehension. She looked up at him again. I realized in the end last night, she said, that despite all the arguments against accepting your offer, I would nevertheless say yes, except for one thing. Only one of those arguments was a stumbling block I could not see my way past. I may be barren. You cannot know how long 5 years can seem to a woman who waits in hope at each month's end before pinning her hope on the next month. I always longed for a child. It would have validated my hasty decision to marry Aubrey. It would have enriched my life. He opened his mouth to speak, but she held up a staying hand, and he closed it again. If it could be proved that I am not barren, she said, then I would marry you, Major Gilchrist, gladly. There are 2 months or so of the season remaining. If that proof could be made during that time, then I would marry you. Indeed, I would have no choice but to marry you. But if there were no proof, then my answer would be no, for both our sakes. He was on his feet, Jack realized. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides. What are you suggesting? He asked, though he would have to be an imbecile not to understand. It is really quite the accepted thing, you know, she said, for a widow to take a lover, provided the affair is conducted discreetly and does not cause any open scandal. I believe I would like to have a lover for a couple of months. It is 4 years since Aubrey died. Mrs. Pritchard, he said, using a voice he had not used since selling his commission. Enough of this. You are suggesting that I debauch you. It is something I would not do in a million years. Well then, she said, my answer must be no. He might have turned and stridden from the room and the house had not her eyes filled with sudden tears a moment before she hid them by lowering the lids over them. Fatally, he hesitated. Tears? Why? I thank you for your kind offer, she said, but her voice was no longer the calm, flat sound it had been until now. It shook. She stopped and swallowed. When she spoke again, she sounded breathless. But I must decline it, Major Gilchrist. I do wish you well in your search for a bride. I am quite sure you will have no trouble at all. I wish you happy. He frowned down at the top of her head, hesitated again, and then closed the distance between them. She did not look up. He went down on one knee before her and possessed himself of one of her hands. It was, as he expected, as cold as marble. He dipped his head and saw that her eyes were still swimming with tears. You were serious? He said. Yes, she agreed, and it had nothing to do with debauchery or immorality. It is not immoral for a widow to take a lover. Whom would I be likely to harm? It is not as if you are a married man, and it would be over before you married someone else. Or, he said, it would result in our marriage if I were to impregnate you. Yes, she said. I would feel as if I were insulting you, he said, and treating you like a brood mare. Nonsense, she sniffed. The suggestion was mine, not yours. He handed her his handkerchief and waited while she dried her eyes and blew her nose. She crumpled the handkerchief, hesitated, and then shoved it behind her on the chair. Will you not reconsider? He asked her. Will you not marry me without conditions? I really do wish to marry you, you know. There is no one else, and I would really rather there not be. You are kind, she said. I am not offering out of kindness, he told her as he got to his feet. No, I know. She seemed more in command of herself again. and it is for that reason I would need to be sure. She was looking steadily at him now. I would like to be married to you, Major Gilchrist, she said, but only if I was sure that I could offer you sons, or at least the chance of sons. He wished he had never mentioned to her his reason for marrying. He ran the fingers of one hand through his hair. But where? He tried again. When? Mrs. Evans's regular day off is tomorrow, she said. She is my housekeeper and cook, and this morning I insisted that my maid take paid leave for a month or longer. Her father is very ill, probably dying, and her mother is nursing him while coping with 8 other children. She had thought this through before his arrival, Jack could see. They stared at each other, her cheeks gradually flushing. This was not something he ought to do. I shall come again tomorrow, then, he said. Yes, she clasped her hands together. If you will. He bowed to her and took his leave. If you will, as if he had offered to take her for a drive in the park or for a visit to some gallery. Would he? He strode down the street, pondering the question. Would he go back there tomorrow to bed her, and continue to do so daily until she was with child, or until it became clear that it was not going to happen? That the test period was to be only 2 months. Surely it often took longer. This was madness. But he wanted her. Despite everything back there at her house, despite his shock and discomfort at what she suggested, he had felt the stirrings of desire. Perhaps because she was the last person he would have expected to make such an improper suggestion. Tomorrow he could act upon his desire. Would he? Did she desire him? She wanted to marry him. She had made that clear. Perhaps she also found him attractive. He was going to have to think long and hard. One thing he knew, he wanted to marry her. Even if Matthew were to inform him when he arrived home that everything had changed and he could return to Dorsetshire and his cottage, he would not go. Not before he knew beyond all hope that she would not have him. But of course Matthew would not release him from the obligation, and Mrs. Pritchard knew of it and would not release him from it either. She would marry him only if she was satisfied that she was capable of helping him fulfill that obligation. Dash it all, he was going to have to think. Cleo sat at her dressing table the following afternoon, brushing her hair. She gathered it into a jewelled clip at the neck and let the length of it fall loose down her back. She liked to wear it this way when she was home alone and was not expecting visitors. Without all the curls and ringlets that were necessary for a woman to be properly dressed, her face looked less large, less square. Today, of course, she was expecting a visitor. She had thought everything through with deliberate care. She was still pleased with the very sensible solution she had found to a dilemma that had seemed at first to be without solution. This way she could both ensure that neither she nor Jack Gilchrist was forced to live through the disappointment of a childless marriage, and avoid the bleakness of saying an outright no to his marriage proposal. If he was right and she could have children, then this way she would be able to both marry him and present him with the child he needed, assuming, that was, she would have a son. But nothing could be absolutely guaranteed. And if she could not have children, or at least if she did not conceive within 2 months, then she would remain free of a marriage that would have brought her nothing but ultimate pain and him a quiet frustration. In the meantime, she would enjoy him as a lover for 2 whole months. It all still made perfect sense to her. She was not going to start feeling guilty. It really was unexceptionable for a widow to take a lover, and if unexceptionable was perhaps a little too strong a word, then certainly accepted was not. She was free to take a lover without having to feel a qualm of conscience. And if the thought had crossed her mind, as it inevitably had, that losing him after 2 months if she failed to conceive was going to be too excruciatingly painful to be borne, then she ignored the thought. She would deal with it when the time came, if the time came. She might just as possibly be getting married in 2 months' time, or even sooner. Cleo got to her feet and went to stand at the window of her bedchamber to look down at the street outside, and there he was in the distance, striding purposefully toward her house, 5 full minutes early. Her stomach lurched. She looked back over her shoulder. The bed covers were neatly turned down, but 2 pillows plumped up side by side. She looked down at herself. She was fully dressed, since she had not liked the thought of answering the knock on the door in her dressing gown. She was not wearing stays, though, since it was difficult to lace herself into them. She squared her shoulders and lifted her chin, schooled her features, as she had done yesterday afternoon, into calm placidity, and started downstairs. There was a firm knock at the door before she reached the bottom. She almost lost her courage at that point and scurried back upstairs to wait until he had gone away again. But her life had been one long exercise in timidity. She finished descending and hurried to the door to let in her lover. Her first thought was that he looked like Major Gilchrist, which was patently absurd, for of course that was precisely who he was. But he looked like Major Gilchrist, like a soldier, an officer, cold, commanding, self-possessed. And then their eyes met and his softened. He smiled. "Mrs. Pritchard," he said. She stood aside to let him in and shut the door after him. Now already they were in the realm of impropriety, a single man and a single woman alone in a house together. She took courage now that it had started. "Call me Cleo," she said, turning to look at him. "It is short for Cleopatra, but fortunately no one except my father has ever called me that." He removed his hat and gloves and set them down on the hall table. "Cleo," he said, "I am Jack, short for John." He grinned. "But no one has ever called me that." She clasped her hands together at her waist and smiled back at him. She had smelled cologne as he passed her, very subtle and very masculine. It had made her feel slightly short of breath. "Mrs. Cleo," he said, and he looked at her with his very direct gaze. He clasped his hands behind his back. "I have taken the liberty of informing my brother and sister-in-law that I intend courting you." Her eyes widened in shock and some horror. "I deemed it necessary," he said, "since I will not be courting anyone else during the next month or 2, and I would not have them think that I was not doing what I had promised to do." "Oh," she said, "you ought not to have told them, Major Gilchrist. They must be horrified." "Not at all. Why should they be?" he said. "They were a little surprised, perhaps, that I have chosen a widow rather than a girl fresh out of the schoolroom, and a little surprised, too, that they do not know you, though Charlotte did catch a glimpse of you in the park 2 days ago. Matthew does know Sir Alfred King, your brother, however, and considers him a worthy gentleman. Once I had assured them that I knew and liked you in the peninsula, and that you are in fact younger than I, though I do not know your exact age, then they were quite delighted to know that I have already fixed my choice sufficiently to embark upon an actual courtship." "But," she said, "you are not courting me." "Indeed I am," he said. "What do you call it?" "An affair," she said. She was still, she realized, standing just inside the front door. He was still only a few steps into the hallway. "With a view to marriage," he said. "The proposal has already been made, and you have already given a conditional acceptance. Courtship is the right word. An affair is an open-ended thing, one that either or both the participants fully mean to end as soon as the pleasure has gone. It is a trivial thing, something in which I am not interested. Not with you." "I wish," she said, "you had not told anyone." "They want to meet you," he said. "This evening, in fact. They have a private box at the theatre, and plan to go there this evening. They have invited us to join them." Her eyes had widened again. "I cannot go to the theatre with the Earl and Countess of Waterton," she said aghast. "Not this evening, not after this afternoon." His eyes looked away from hers for a few silent moments, and then he sighed and looked back. "Whatever happens this afternoon," he said, "need not affect this evening. Not unless, after all, you believe this afternoon will transform you into a fallen woman, instead of a widow exercising her freedom to take a lover. But, Cleo, why put that to the test? You told me yesterday that you are not as happy in your aloneness as you led me to believe at Lady Clermont's ball. You told me you would like to marry me, and that you will, if I can get you with child before the end of the season. Why not leave the whole possibility or probability of conception and its outcome to nature, as the vast majority of couples do, and marry me anyway? No, she said, after only a moment's hesitation. She could not give him an explanation. Perhaps she could not even give herself one that made proper sense. If she only liked him, and if she only wanted to be married again, she surely would accept his offer gladly. But she loved him. She was not even sure why that fact made all the difference, for of course even if she did conceive and did marry him as a consequence, she would still be facing a marriage in which she loved while she was only liked in return. But at least they would both have a child to love equally. The fact that she loved him did make a difference, however illogical the idea sounded. No, he raised his eyebrows. No, she said again. Well then, he reached out a hand for hers, and his eyes moved over her from head to toe. She was acutely conscious of her casually dressed hair, of the fact that she was not wearing stays beneath her dress and must look plumper than she normally did, but she was mortally tired of feeling unattractive and inferior, and he was not Aubrey, who had used her with tedious frequency even while constantly complaining of her lack of all claim to beauty. He was Jack, and if he did not like what he saw or what he got in the bed upstairs, then he could simply go away, and she would forge contentment out of the rest of her life alone. She set her hand in his, and his fingers closed warmly and strongly about it. "Where?" he asked. "Upstairs," she said, but she took a firm step toward him. This was not in any way going to be like what she had known and endured with Aubrey. "Kiss me first, before we go up, as you did once in the peninsula." His eyes looked arrested. "You do remember," he said. "Of course I remember," she said, and then, very rashly, before she could choose her words with more care, "It was my first kiss, and the only one, ever." His head snapped back as though he had been punched in the chin, and then his eyes softened and moved to her lips. "I am so sorry," he said. "I am not," she assured him. "Kiss me again." And he did, his mouth touching hers, lips slightly parted, and then his arms came about her waist and drew her against him, while her arms twined about his neck and clung tightly. It was the same and yet different. This time he did not smell of sweat and dust and blood and smoke. He smelled of soap and his subtle cologne. And this time there was none of the fierceness of that first kiss. He kissed her softly, warmly, opening his mouth over hers, tasting her lips with his tongue, exploring inside when she parted her own lips and sliding deep when she parted her teeth. Slow enjoyment giving place to something warmer, to the promise of a far greater heat to come. And yet there was the same flaring of what, if she had been forced to put a word to it, she could only have described as joy. Joy and yearning and desire and rightness. The feeling that she was worth this, that she had as much to give as she had to receive. That she was an equal partner in the encounter. He lifted his head from hers, but did not move it back more than a few inches. He gazed into her eyes, his own heavy with desire. It was unmistakably desire, but not the sort she was accustomed to, the sort that preceded the order to lie on her back and was followed by a swift one-sided journey to grunting animal satisfaction. This was... well, sometimes there were no words. Sometimes there were not really even thoughts. "Take me upstairs, Cleo," he said, his voice a low caress. "Yes," she said. Chapter 5. The bedchamber had been prepared for the occasion, Jack could see, as soon as he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The covers had been turned back neatly on the bed, the pillows nicely plumped. The curtains were half drawn across the window. Pots and brushes were lined up in orderly fashion on the dressing table, books pushed into a tidy pile on one of the bedside tables. Nothing had been left lying around, though apparently there were no servants in the house to clean up after her. A single shaft of sunlight shone through the window and slanted across the foot of the bed. Curtains, carpet, bed covers, wallpaper, all were in varying shades of green, like a spring garden. It was both surprising and pleasing for a bedchamber. But Jack took it all in at a glance. His attention was focused upon Cleopatra. The latter was about as inappropriate a name as any father might have given her. She was all small, soft womanhood, strangely appealing, strangely desirable, strange because she was not the sort of woman who was obviously beautiful, though there were, of course, her eyes. They gazed into his now a little uncertainly. She did not know what to do next, now that she had brought him here. She had had 5 years' experience at marriage, but did not know how to proceed with a lover. She had had a husband who never kissed her, and it was hard to imagine that he had shown her tenderness in other ways instead. The man had been a vicious soldier. The sick joke had sometimes circulated in the officers' mess that Colonel Pritchard had killed more of his own men for various misdemeanors than all of Napoleon Bonaparte's soldiers combined had done in combat. Cleo Pritchard had been kissed only once in her life until a few minutes ago, and she had remembered the embrace and had wanted it repeated. Jack framed her face with his hands, ran his thumbs lightly across her lips, and lowered his head to kiss her again, and he was instantly engulfed again in the warm fragrance of her. He was not sure if it was soap or perfume he smelled. It was so faint a scent, but it seemed more the fragrance of her. He moved his hands over her head while he deepened the kiss, feeling the soft smoothness of her hair. Her hands rested on either side of his waist. This was wrong, he knew, even though his treacherous body disagreed with him. He had hoped to prevent it happening by telling Matt and Charlotte that he was courting her, and then telling her that they were cautiously pleased. But she had held to her strange sense of honor. She would not marry him unless she could be sure she was capable of bearing his children. Though he had the feeling now that there was more than just that. He had the feeling that she needed this, that she craved the touch of a man who would kiss her before he used her. Perhaps it was herself she protected by insisting that they have an affair before they married. Perhaps the fear of another marriage in which there was no tenderness was too much for her to bear. He raised his head and gazed into her eyes again. They were deep and defenseless now. "There will always be tenderness," he said softly. A small frown of incomprehension creased her brow for a moment. "It will never be just for a slaking of appetite," he said, "and never just for procreation. There will always be tenderness. There will always be you and me, never just me." Her eyes told him that she understood, though she said nothing. "Let me help you off with your dress," he said, and she turned obediently for him to undo the hooks at the back of it. He wondered briefly how she had managed to do them up if her maid was not here. She swept her hair forward over one shoulder and bent her head. She was wearing no stays, as he had suspected, and nothing else either beneath her dress. He nudged it off her shoulders, and she held it in place with her hands spread over her breasts. But she released her hold as she turned toward him, and the dress slid to the floor. She was wearing no stockings either. When she stepped free of her dress and her slippers, she stood naked before him. She looked at him with those large, calm eyes, and he realized for the first time that it was an expression she must have cultivated long ago to hide a tumult of feelings. She was a woman who had hidden very effectively inside herself for a long, long time, he suspected, at least since her marriage. His eyes moved over her. She was not excessively slender. She had pleasing curves and sturdy, nicely shaped legs. Her hair was in a thick cloud down her back. He had not noticed her freeing it from the clip at the back of her neck. He reached out both hands and slid them lightly down over her breasts before cupping them from the undersides and touching her nipples with his thumbs. Her skin was warm and soft and silky. Her nipples hardened under his touch. The blood was humming through his body, catching at his breath. "Cleo," he said softly, "you are beautiful." And he spoke the simple truth. She bit her lip, and there was uncertainty in her eyes, vulnerability. She did not believe in her own beauty. Had Pritchard not discovered it? Was that why she had allowed herself to grow plump in the peninsula? "Lie down for me," he said, "while I undress." And she turned without a word and did as she was told. Unquestioned obedience. He drew a slow breath as he divested himself of his coat and waistcoat and pulled his shirt free of his pantaloons. This was all by her choice. It was what she wanted, what she had insisted upon if he wished her to marry him. Why had he accepted her conditions? Why had he not simply walked away and found someone else? Because it was she and she alone whom he wanted? Was he in love with her then? But how could he be? He scarcely knew her, though he was about to get to know her a good deal better. She watched him quietly as he undressed, and finally as his pantaloons and his drawers dropped to the floor, she spoke, and the illusion of quiet submissiveness went away, much to his relief, though her words both amused him and touched him. "You are beautiful too, Jack," she said, "truly beautiful, with your clothes and without them. Not many men are, I suspect, though I have not seen many men unclothed, of course." And as she looked up into his eyes, suddenly her own were filled with merriment, while he grinned back at her, and they both burst into laughter. A certain uncomfortable tension had been broken, and she reached out her arms to him. She had not covered herself with any of the bedclothes. "Come then," she said, "be my lover, Jack." And it seemed to him that for the moment she had forgotten why he was to be her lover, that she wanted this merely for the pleasure of it, for the mutual pleasure. It seemed to him that she had accepted her own attractions and believed herself to be beautiful. Had he been able to do that much for her, to convince her? He lay down beside her on the bed, turned onto his side, and propped his weight on one elbow. He leaned over her and kissed her, and she surged over onto her side to face him, pressed her body against his, wrapped her arms about him, and kissed him back with hot ardor. He would have taken it slowly. He wanted to give her tenderness, the experience of knowing a lover who would make the time to give as well as to take. He wanted to make love to her. He wanted to give her all the pleasure of knowing sex as it could be with a man who was not simply a brute. And perhaps he wanted it for himself, too, a slow building of sensual pleasure before the driving need of sexual appetite took over. He, too, was ending a long sexual dearth. But she would have none of it, and he understood the reason within moments, for he found but he shared it. She was hungry, starved rather, and it was not tenderness she needed, not now, not this first time. It was the wonder and power of her human sexuality. She needed to celebrate her own beautiful womanhood, and he needed the corresponding affirmation of his own manhood. He would not have been able to put all this into words if he had been called upon to do so, but he felt her need and his own instinctively, and because she would be his wife if he could convince her, and also the mother of his children, and because he cared for her, he could give her only what she needed and wanted, what he needed and wanted. She was all hot, sensual woman, and he was, by God, he was on fire too. It had been a long time, too long, and never with her, never with Cleo. Tenderness be damned. And so within minutes he rolled her onto her back and came on top of her, pressed his knees between her thighs, not that she needed any encouragement, slid his hands beneath her buttocks and pressed deep and hard into her. Her arms were iron bands about his body, her legs twined tightly about his, and firm inner muscles clenched about him, causing sweet, hot agony. "Jack." Her voice was low. "Ah, Jack." He withdrew to the brink of her and thrust back inside and began to work her as slowly, as thoroughly as his control would allow. There was not a great deal of it left, by God. She met and matched his rhythm and clung tightly to him until, incredibly, before his control went, she crashed into release, calling his name again as she did so. He plunged gratefully after her, spilling his seed and the last of his energy into her and collapsing his weight onto her while he recovered his breath. Good God, like a randy schoolboy, and yet not. Good God. He disengaged from her and lay beside her, waiting for his heart to slow, for his breath to become less audible. He felt cool and slick with sweat. He laid the back of one hand over his eyes. That shaft of sunlight had moved up the bed and found his face. He realized a few moments later, though it was probably somewhat longer than just a few moments, that he must have dozed off. He turned his head sharply to look at her. She was gazing back, her head turned to the side, her eyes calm again. She had pulled the covers up over them both. Her arms were on the outside, but the sheet decently covered her breasts. She suddenly looked like Mrs. Pritchard again. "I hope," she said placidly, "that has done the job, though it would be too good to be true if it happened the very first time, I suppose. Thank you for making it a pleasant experience, Jack." "Pleasant? Done the job? What the devil? Pleasant?" He raised his eyebrows. "You made it seem," she said, "as if it was not just about proving whether I can conceive or not, and I am grateful for that." Good Lord, she really was firmly back within her fortified defenses. He raised himself on one elbow again and propped his head on his hand. "If that was only pleasant, Mrs. Pritchard," he said, "I think perhaps I ought to go home and shoot myself." Her eyes widened with shock, then clouded with uncertainty, and finally twinkled with merriment. She laughed, that low, merry sound that so attracted him. "I think perhaps I ought to save your life," she said, "by telling the truth." "I think you ought." He looked steadily back at her. Her smile faded and her cheeks grew pink. "It was a great deal better than pleasant," she said, her voice hesitant. "At least for me it was." "Was he a terrible brute?" he asked softly, his eyes never leaving hers. "Aubrey," she said. "No, he never beat me." "Is that the best you can say about the way he treated you?" he asked. "He told me frequently that I was not beautiful," she said, "but he was telling no more than the He pressed a finger across her lips. "He was a filthy liar as well as a brute," he said, "or I am a liar. Take your pick." "Oh, Jack," she said against his finger. "Take your pick," he said again. She sighed. "You are beautiful," he said. "I was not a virgin before today, Cleo. I have had many liaisons, though none since my return to England. Until now, that is. I am sure it is extremely bad manners to compare one woman with another in the hearing of one of those women, but I am just a rough soldier and would not recognize good manners if they were to stand toe-to-toe with me and jab me in the nose. In comparison with the others, you are so superior that you make the comparison ridiculous, like comparing the sun to a speck of dirt." Her smile was slow until it lit up her face. "Oh, Jack," she said, "you are wonderful." And she raised both arms and pulled his head down to hers again. It was more wonderful the second time. No, that was not right. Wonderful was a word like perfect. It was a superlative. Nothing could be more wonderful than wonderful. The second time was different. It was far slower, it was more tender, it was more personal. They took time to explore each other with hands and lips and tongues and even teeth. They murmured soft words to each other, though Cleo could never afterward remember exactly what they had said. They looked at each other, gazing into each other's eyes while they made love, and when they finished, they finished together and sighed out their contentment against the side of each other's face, and when he moved off her, he kept one arm beneath her head, and she snuggled against him while she gazed out of the window at a clear blue sky. It was only then that she felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, not physically. She probably felt cozier, more relaxed than she ever had. She could easily nod off to sleep. But it was not supposed to be this way. When she had thought things through yesterday morning and the night before that, she had come to a clear understanding of how she might proceed, of how they might proceed. It had all made perfect rational sense. They would discover one way or the other whether she could have children and decide their future accordingly. Nothing could be simpler or more pleasing to her. For however things turned out, she would have Jack for 2 months out of her life. It would be better than nothing. She had expected it to be pleasant, the process of finding out, that was. Yes, she really had even thought it had never ever been pleasant for her before. She had expected it to be quiet and sedate, though that second was not quite the word her mind sought. She had expected to feel happy afterward. She had expected her thoughts to be centered upon the question of whether she had or whether she had not conceived. She would not be feeling uneasy at all, she thought now, if everything had proceeded according to her expectations. It had not been pleasant at all. Oh, it had been, but only in the way a spectacular sunset might be described as nice, or the way a mouse in comparison with an elephant might be described as smaller. She had been shaken to the roots of her being, and being in love with Jack, which she had been for years, had suddenly taken on a wholly new dimension. For though she had looked forward to going to bed with him, and had certainly not expected it to be an ordeal, it had not occurred to her that the physical act could be such a powerful, integral expression of her love. And why had he not simply proceeded to business? She was going to be severely punished for her immorality if she did not conceive, she thought. She would be forced to live out the rest of her life on memory alone. Punishment, immorality, was that how she was thinking now then? She was no longer an independent widow for whom it was quite acceptable to take a lover, all because she had enjoyed the act. Would she feel less sinful if she had not enjoyed it? And why had he simply not performed the act? He had made her feel cherished, attractive, even beautiful. He had made her feel wanted. She had never felt wanted before. Needed, yes. Aubrey had needed to use her since he was surprisingly fastidious in his personal habits and feared contracting some dreaded disease from prostitutes. Yes, he had actually told her that. But he had never wanted her. It had felt as if Jack had. He was smoothing a hand over her head and lowered his mouth to kiss her at the hairline. "A penny for them," he said. Her thoughts? She tipped back her head and smiled at him. His face was only inches from her own. Ah, he was so very handsome, and there was a look of lazy contentment in his eyes. "I was thinking how pleasant this is," she said, and his eyes smiled back into hers. "I am not great with words." "Only with feelings," he said. "Tell me about your feelings, Cleo. What makes you happy? What are your hopes, your dreams?" "You to all three." But it was not what she said. "I am not a wild dreamer," she said. "I never have been. I am a dull creature. Little things make me happy. Flowers, sunshine, birds singing. I hope to have a home in the country again one day, though I am not ungrateful that Aubrey left this house to me. I would have had to go live with Alfred if he had not, and that would have been a burden to him and to Megan. I dream of a cottage with a garden, and with a thatched roof and whitewashed walls and roses growing over the lintel." "And other people to share that home with you?" he asked. She hesitated, but why not speak the truth? "It is only a dream," she said. "A kind man and a few children, a little dog. I am not an adventurous creature, am I?" "I would imagine," he said, "that you have already had quite enough adventure for one life." "Yes," she agreed. Some women have envied me my years following the drum. They have no idea." "I believe I must be a dull creature too, Cleo," he said. "I found my cottage after I had recovered sufficiently from my wounds to live alone. It is on one corner of my brother's second estate, and is, by most people's standards, rather run down. It has no thatched roof, no lintel, no roses, no garden. The woods are the back garden, the beach and the sea the front. I might have lived at the main house, and all sorts of people believe either that Matthew was cruel for denying it to me, or that I am more than a bit peculiar. I loved that cottage. I still do, but it will never again be my home, alas. I must live at the main house after I am married." He kissed the top of her head again. "After we are married." She sighed and burrowed closer to him. She did not want to pursue that line of thought. "It sounds idyllic," she said, "your cottage. I have seen the sea, of course, but I have never spent time beside it. Is it a little frightening?" She had not enjoyed any of the sea voyages she had undertaken. "It keeps me reminded," he said, "of the vastness of all life, of its constant rhythms. It keeps me reminded of eternity, which could be frightening, I suppose, if one feared death. I do not. I have come eyeball to eyeball with it. I would even have welcomed it in the early days after I was wounded. My close brush with death has actually been my greatest gift. Eternity is just the endless, steady rhythm of all that is. It soothes me. I have walked for hours on the beach. I have sat for hours merely gazing into the flowing or ebbing waves. I am indeed a very dull man, Cleo." "Yes," she said, "I suppose you are." And she laughed softly against his chest before he found her mouth with his own and kissed her. She could tell that his mouth was smiling. Oh, this was very treacherous indeed. This was not right. It was as though he had read her mind. "Cleo," he said, "what happens tomorrow when your housekeeper has returned?" She could not say she had not thought of it. Of course she had. She had not thought of any solution yet, though. She supposed she had assumed that one would present itself when the time came. Perhaps she could send Mrs. Evans on some errand that would keep her away from the house for a few hours. Perhaps if she shut the sitting-room door, Mrs. Evans would believe they were in there and not realize that they were upstairs in the bedchamber. Perhaps... Well, there really was no good idea, and even if she found one, it would not work well for every day of 2 months. "I thought so," he said when she did not answer. "I think you had better just marry me and be done with it." "No," she said, though she could no longer quite understand why she was being so stubborn. He had enjoyed their love-making. She was sure he had. He liked her. He had called her beautiful. He had compared her with other women with whom he had been and had said, how had he phrased it? "In comparison with the others, you are so superior that you make the comparison ridiculous, like comparing the sun to a speck of dirt." Why not just marry him and be done with it? And he was right in what he had said a day or two ago. There were never any guarantees in any marriage. Even with the Countess of Waterton, neither she nor the Earl could have known that she would have only daughters. "Silence again," Jack said, kissing her once more. "My stubborn Cleo. Very well, then. I shall lease a house for a couple of months. I'll do it today or tomorrow morning, and I will come tomorrow afternoon to take you there. I dare say your housekeeper will come to wonder why you are going out driving with me every afternoon. I dare say your brother and sisters will wonder too, as will my brother and sister-in-law, but I am sure we will learn to be endlessly inventive in our explanations." "Yes." She tipped her head to look back at him. "Thank you, Jack, but I must share the expense with you, or bear it all myself." "Nonsense," he said, and slid his arm from beneath her head, swung his legs over the side of the bed, and sat up. "I must be going." She lay where she was and watched him while he dressed, standing unself-consciously before her. The flesh on the left side of his chest was unnaturally pink and puckered where the bullet intended for Wellington had struck him. It looked to be right over his heart. How the bullet could have missed defied explanation. His right leg was badly scarred. There were the white lines of old sabre wounds in various places over his body. It seemed a miracle to Cleo that any man survived warfare. He was beautiful despite it all, and now instead of killing and risking being killed every day of his life, he lived in a dilapidated cottage with woods, a beach, and the sea for his garden. Had lived. Now he must marry and move into a large house. He looked down at her when he was dressed. "You will come to the theatre this evening," he said. It was not a question. She answered it anyway. "Oh no," she said. "Definitely not. Not after this afternoon. It would not be right." "And yet," he said, raising his eyebrows, "I will be going after this afternoon." "That is another matter altogether," she said. "I will not go, Jack." "Matthew's carriage will be outside your door at 7 o'clock sharp," he said, and then he grinned. "And the Earl of Waterton does not take kindly to being kept waiting, Cleo, or even worse, to being kept waiting in vain." And he turned on his heel and left the room. He even closed the door behind him. "Jack!" she cried in panic. She could hear his booted feet on the stairs. Oh, the wretched, wretched man! How could she run after him? She was naked. She could not possibly go to the theatre this evening as a guest of the Earl and Countess of Waterton, not when she and Jack had become lovers this afternoon. It just would not be right. But she could attend the theatre this evening as the guest of an earl, with the earl's brother and heir as her escort, the very handsome brother, the hero whom the whole ton admired, even adored, the man she had loved for years and would love all her life. She could have this one evening to cherish in memory for the rest of her days. And perhaps after all she was not barren. Perhaps even now she was with child. Perhaps she and Jack would marry and have children, plural, and live with a measure of contentment, even happiness, in that large house. Perhaps he would take her sometimes to the cottage by the sea. Perhaps they would stroll on the beach together and dream together of peace and beauty and eternity. Perhaps— Cleo swiped her cheeks with the heels of her hand. Good heavens, tears? She would cause him horrible embarrassment if she was not ready to leave when the Earl's carriage came for her at 7, though it would serve him right, wretched man. She had said no, but he had ignored her. She threw her legs over the side of the bed and sat up. She would go, she supposed. She might tell herself and tell herself that she would not, that he could not make her go, that he ought to be taught that no meant no. But in the end she would go anyway. How could she not? Life had suddenly grown dazzlingly bright, and it would be foolish of her to withdraw to the shadows before she must. Chapter 6. Jack was very much afraid as he rapped the knocker against the door of Cleo's house that evening that she would refuse to answer, or else come to the door patently not dressed for an evening at the theatre. It had been wrong of him to ignore her protests this afternoon and not to go back when she called to him. It was just as he suspected. Cleo did not have much confidence in herself and none at all in her own beauty. Pritchard had destroyed what little she might have had as a girl. She was beautiful, even if she did not have an obviously pretty face, though even that was lovely when it was animated and her eyes were raised. She had the most attractive smile of anyone he knew. He was a little biased, of course. He could no longer see her objectively. She was Cleo, the woman with whom he had come vividly alive again this afternoon for the first time in many years. He felt whole again in ways he could not put into any satisfactory words. But he did not need words. What he did need was to persuade her to do likewise, to step confidently out into life again, or perhaps for the first time to recognize herself as an attractive sexual woman who could look anyone in the eye in the full expectation that she would be liked, even loved. But, he thought ruefully as he stood outside her door and glanced back to the carriage, inside which Matthew and Charlotte waited, he ought not to have ignored her very firm no to this evening's invitation. He heard the lock turn on the other side of the door, and it opened to reveal not the housekeeper back from her day off, but Cleo herself, looking very smart in a sea-green evening gown of fine muslin. her hair dressed in a smooth chignon at the back of her head. She was looking at him with large eyes, but held a hint of reproach. "Ah," he said, "you cannot know how anxious I have been, Cleo. It would have been more than a mite embarrassing to have to return to the carriage with the news that you refused to come, when it was only this morning I informed them that I intended to pay court to you. It would have been no more than I deserved, though. You look lovely. I like your hair dressed that way." Her cheeks warmed with colour, and her eyes grew more luminous. It was the look of a woman seeing a man for the first time since he became her lover. He smiled back at her, though a little ruefully. "The flattery," she said, "is unnecessary. I am coming, as you can see." "Flattery, of course," he said. "You have exposed my lying tongue. I actually like your hair much more the way you wore it this afternoon." He saw understanding dawn in her eyes, and she smiled slowly back at him before stepping out of the house and turning to close the door. He felt suddenly absurdly happy. He took the key from her hand, locked the door himself, and waited while she tucked it away inside the small evening reticule she carried. He offered his hand, and she set her own on top of it as he led her down the steps and across the pavement to the carriage. Matthew was standing outside the open door. Charlotte was still seated inside, but she was leaning forward so that she could see out. They were curious to meet Cleo. They had been unable to place her in their minds, even though they were sure they must have seen her a dozen times, and Charlotte had actually been there beside the Serpentine when he bore her off home 2 days ago. They both remembered her brother and sisters, even the young one who was just making her come out this year. Cleo, Jack realized, had made an art out of being invisible. Even now he could feel her withdrawing inside herself, and when he glanced at her, he could see that her eyes were downcast and fixed on the pavement before her feet. "Charlotte, Matt," he said, "may I present my dear friend, Mrs. Pritchard? My brother and sister-in-law, Lord and Lady Waterton, Cleo." He squeezed her hand as she curtsied without raising her eyes. "How do you do, ma'am?" Matthew said. "I understand you knew my brother in the peninsula." "I was there with my husband," she said. "If I had known," Charlotte said, "that you knew Jack, that is, I would have secured an introduction to you long ago, Mrs. Pritchard. For now I have a clear look at you. Of course I know that I have seen you many times before. I had not even realized that you were Sir Alfred King's sister. Do come and sit beside me. If you are like me, you hate riding with your back to the horses. We will leave that seat for the men." And she moved to the far side of the seat while Matthew handed Cleo up the steps and Jack took his place opposite with his brother. "It was a good thing," Matthew said, "that Jack had a previous acquaintance with you, Mrs. Pritchard, and discovered you the very evening we cast him to the lions. We invited him to join us in town, you see, because we judged he had spent quite long enough rusticating after recovering from his wounds, and we insisted that he join us at the very first ball following his arrival to enjoy himself. But of course we had not taken into account the fact that he knows almost no one." They were, Jack realized with a rush of gratitude, going out of their way to set her at ease. It was not difficult to see that she was tense and nervous. "You must tell us," Charlotte said, laying a hand on Cleo's arm, "what Jack was like in the peninsula. We have heard all sorts of wonderful things from other people about his exploits there, but he is far too modest to tell us anything himself." Cleo looked up at last. She met Jack's eyes first, and then turned her head to look at Charlotte as the carriage rocked into motion. "I did not know Major Gilchrist well," she said, "but I was aware that his men were devoted to him. That did not happen with all officers, or indeed with many at all. Apart from that one time, when he had brought her word of Pritchard's supposed death, Jack would have thought she was quite unaware of his existence. "You must come to tea at Wharton House one afternoon, Mrs. Pritchard," Charlotte said, "and we will have a comfortable cose over tea. I long to know of your own experiences following the drum, too." "She doubtless will not tell you, Charlotte," Jack said, "of her own heroism. She endured appalling conditions along with all the men, but while we all cursed and complained volubly, I never once heard Mrs. Pritchard utter a word of complaint." "Oh, that is because you could never hear my mind, Jack," Cleo said, looking at him with a smile. And then she bit her lower lip and looked down at her hands in her lap again. She must have realized that she had spoken aloud and smiled and called him Jack, which was shocking indeed when Matt and Charlotte both knew that he was planning to make her his bride. He gazed fondly at her lowered head, and then he looked from his brother to his sister-in-law in the semi-darkness of the carriage interior. What were they thinking? Doubtless he would hear in the morning at breakfast or tonight after the theatre. But there was the whole evening to live through yet. And he did not, of course, care what they thought. Well, he did, but their opinion would not weigh with him. He had chosen to take upon himself the duty Matt had begged him to consider. But how he fulfilled that duty was his concern, and his alone. And that of the woman he chose, too, of course. He was rapidly coming to realize something. He already liked Cleo Pritchard. He already knew he was fond of her, too. He found her more than appealing as a bed partner. But it seemed to him now that he could fall in love with her without any effort at all. The carriage was slowing again. They were arriving at the theatre, he could see. Her life had suddenly become almost unrecognizable to Cleo. Last evening at the theatre had been unlike anything she had ever experienced before in her life. The Earl and Countess of Waterton had treated her like an honoured guest. The Countess had seated her beside herself in the Earl's box until just before the play began, when she had relinquished her seat to Jack and taken her place beside her husband. During the intermission, the four of them had strolled in the corridor outside the boxes and taken refreshments and stopped to chat with several people. It had all been more wonderful than anything she'd experienced in her life before it. For one evening, she had been part of that small family group and had been made to feel as if she belonged. And yet it had all been very public. The Earl and Countess had attracted attention, of course, but Jack had attracted even more. And she, Cleo, had been with him. There must surely have been some speculation. The ton thrived upon gossip. She could be a part of all that for the rest of her life, and she would be if she conceived. She had lain awake half the night, turning from one side to the other in a vain attempt to find comfort and oblivion, but it had been no good. Everything felt wrong. Her own carefully thought-out scheme had been made to seem cheap rather than noble, and the glamour of the evening's events, which had so enthralled her at the time, made her distinctly uneasy in retrospect. She had not intended to make such a public appearance with Jack. She had not consented to it. It had been forced upon her, though she could have simply refused to go, of course. In going, she had given her consent. She had expected that while she discovered whether or not she could conceive, her life and Jack's would proceed along separate lines. She had expected her own to continue much as it had been for the past 5 years, with the exception of their regular afternoon trysts, that was. She had expected him to continue with his social life among the ton, perhaps getting to know some other young ladies as he did so. He had not asked her if he might inform his brother and sister-in-law that he was courting her. But why would he? He might court whomever he chose. The lady concerned would still have the freedom to refuse to be courted. By this morning, Cleo felt that she was being drawn again into something that threatened to move outside her control. She had had no control whatsoever over her life or even her person while Aubrey lived. She had been her own mistress since his death. She had a home and just enough money to live comfortably and keep 2 servants. She had her dreams, even her hopes, but she also had a firm grasp on reality. She was not actively unhappy and knew how to cultivate contentment. All that had been disturbed, shaken up, made rather public, and she was beginning to feel something very close to panic. But whom was she trying to deceive? What was so very wonderful about her present life, apart from the fact that it was within her control? And was even that so? She had hoped for marriage, and marriage had eluded her, until now. Her life was not a happy one, and had not been for 5 years, or ever, in fact. She was just a coward. She was afraid to be happy. No, she was not. She just did not want Jack to be trapped in a childless marriage. His need for children was his only reason for giving up the freedom he seemed to value, and she did not want to be trapped in a marriage that could not offer her what she craved, though it was only with Jack that she craved love. Cleo sat on the bench of the pianoforte, running her fingers aimlessly over the keys, not even depressing them. She sighed aloud. Why were some decisions so difficult to make? When in doubt, say no. When in doubt, say yes. The pessimist versus the optimist. The realist versus the dreamer. The coward versus the valiant. Nothing helped. Jack would be coming this afternoon to take her to the house he was going to rent for a few weeks. It all suddenly seemed a little sordid. A Puritan conscience was a horrible thing to have. And then her sisters came to call. Cleo assumed they had come to persuade her to go shopping with them, and she got gladly to her feet before they were ushered in. When in doubt, buy a new bonnet. It was instantly clear that they were both brimming over with excitement. "Cleo!" Elizabeth exclaimed. "You dark horse, you! You danced with Major Gilchrist at Lady Claremont's ball, and you accepted his obliging offer to walk home with you when we met him in Hyde Park the following day. But you said nothing about the fact that he is actually paying court to you." Cleo stared at her aghast. "He is not," she began. "It is all here," Gwyn said, waving a newspaper in her hand. "You have actually appeared in the society pages this morning, Cleo. You were a guest in the Earl of Wharton's box at the theatre last evening, and you were being escorted by the handsome hero of Puentes de Oñoro. Word has it that the two of you were acquainted in the peninsula, and that Major Gilchrist came out of seclusion recently in order to find you again now that your mourning period for Colonel Pritchard is decently over. Word also has it that as the Earl of Waterton's heir, the Major is planning to take a bride in order to secure the succession. One particular bride, it would appear. There will be many disappointed young ladies this morning. Let me see that." Cleo snatched the paper from her sister's hand and scanned the passage in growing